Steward Zhua, what did you do next? I'm eager to know. Bailey Jingwei stared hard at Shuofan, his voice stiff. Then tell me, what game are you really playing? Shuofan nodded. Sure. I'll say this first. The empire had gone through changes, but its strength remains. With the prime minister handling things, restoring it to its former glory was easy. As long as its power remains concentrated, it's undefeated. So I had to help your ambition and give you leeway to enact your plan. What? Bailey Jingwei gasped. You let me? Then, taking a deep breath, Shuofan showed a twisted smile. Prime Minister, remember the empty city tactic 100 years ago? It was and wasn't. But now it couldn't be truer. Empty city tactic? Bailey Jingwei started, turning to the Sword Kings who attacked the Four Lands. Shangguan Feiyun was first to say, we assaulted Shangguan clan, but there was no one in sight and we had no trouble seizing eastern lands, though there were more fugitives. Our assault was real, killing throughout the Seabright sect, but the Snow Peak Four Elders and Ouyang Chongqing were gone. Those cowards fled somewhere and we couldn't pick their trail. Bailey Yuyun said. Danqing Shin paused and nodded. Murong Klang was deserted. Then we found out about Murong Shui. Why didn't any of you say anything? We thought it was normal, that... Bailey Yuyun showed a bright smile and shrugged. They must have found themselves weak and at the news of our coming they fled. It's obvious. Yes, logical. Shuofan smiled. What makes even more sense is when you received news of bestowal for your efforts, and you couldn't smear your record with some pesky mistakes, right? Ha ha ha, but these omissions proved to be crucial. Don't you know that grass sprouts from anything, be it fire or floods? Bailey Jingwei heard Shuofan's disdain and grimaced with clenched fists. Bailey Yuyun found it scornful. What's so bad about some homeless fools? TCH. Report. A frantic man shouted, echoing through the imperial capital as he rushed to present a jade slip. Prime Minister, this is very bad. The Western Lands army breached the borders and is marching into the central area. The defenses were overwhelmed and are in dire need of reinforcements. What? Bailey Jingwei and everyone else wore masks of disbelief. Bailey Jingwei grabbed his collar, turning hysterical. What the hell happened? Didn't the Western Lands capitulate? Why are they attacking the central area? That? The man stammered, put on the spot. He was just the messenger, knowing nothing. Another shout came with the same urgency. The Southern Lands Army breached the borders and are heading inland. Prime Minister, please send reinforcements. Dong. Bailey Jingwei's mind blanked out, his eyes staring into space. The Northern Lands revolted and punched through the borders, heading for our lands. Prime Minister, send reinforcements. Another frantic shout came. Shuofan mocked and taunted. Your Prime Minister had his men ready to deal with me. He can't spare one man for you. Tell them they're on their own. Devil Palace Lord is a heavy criminal. Ha ha ha. Shuofan. Bailey Jingwei glared with bloodshot eyes. What the hell did you do? Shuofan shrugged, but then a melody intervened, sounding cheerful and snappy. Even the tone-deaf could hear its meaning. It's not he who did it. He only came up with the plan and went into seclusion. We did everything. Zither Sword King? Bailey Jingwei raged. Why would you sell out the empire? Lu Mubai said, Prime Minister Bailey, my people died from this same heavenly punishment. 2,000 years ago, I sought shelter in the empire and I'm unclear if the invincible sword forgot about it or merely disregarded me to not mention the execution. I joined the Dark Demon Lord to crush the empire and avenge my people. That is reason enough. What? Bailey Jingwei gaped incredulously. Even so, how could you have led the empire's elites to strike back at the empire? They all are loyal to it. You might get to lead them once, but they'll never go as far as to betray their country. Zither Sword King showed a vague smile, the zither playing. And if they never were central areas? WH-. Bailey Jingwei's mind stopped working. Shuofan was kind enough to explain. Prime Minister Bailey, I told you, The empty city tactic now was genuine. Did you really think the empire would seize the lands at the end? We'll see who takes over who soon enough. Bailey Jingwei staggered back in realization. Prime Minister, to be honest, while the Luo clan suffered, I have always been watching from the side, wanting you to make your move on the western lands. This way, the empire's forces would scatter. While the men you sent into western lands had long since been destroyed by the Luo clan and Zither Sword King. The men posted in western lands are western lands soldiers in central area uniform that Zither Sword King helped hide. The border guards thought them as themselves and opened the arrays, followed by their immediate defeat under a sudden assault by western lands forces. The same for the other lands? Bailey Jingwei asked in shock. Zhuo Fan nodded. You're catching on. It was all a diversion. Thinking your world order came to be, your guard on the four lands loosened and the soldiers at the border were called back, giving the lands the perfect chance to strike. Ignore his foolish words, Prime Minister. The northern lands is ours. Bailey Yuyun intervened, for the way it was said painted every leader that attacked the lands as traitors. Zhuo Fan smiled, with a red-nosed old man patting his shoulder. Bailey Yuyun, you don't have to explain yourself. That's the hard truth. Wine Sword Immortal? We took northern lands, but after you left, I ordered the army to assemble in a valley, so that Ouyang Chongqing and the others would kill them off. That's why it took me 3 days to come. Success. You? Bailey Yuyun gasped and fumed. The drunkard has always been sloppy, but actually so vicious when he wanted to be. Those were the lives of millions of elite soldiers. Bailey Jingwei turned his stiff head to Danqing Shun. Dragon-cleaving Sword King was delayed for the same reason? Yeah, though I didn't have a good excuse like Wine Sword Immortal to fool you, so the brat gave me Miss Morong to use instead. No matter how suspicious you are, seeing such a prize you'll forget everything. And sure enough, he was right. You fell for it hook, line and sinker. Danqing Shun nodded. Bailey Jingwei was a blowing volcano now, looking now at Shangguan Feiyun. Sword King Feiyun, you can't also be Prime Minister. I'm not like these bastards. You know of my hatred for the Shangguan clan. With my land the only one stable, it proves. Report. A guard rushed in with a ready jade slip. The eastern lands is in revolt with fighting all over. Prime Minister. Send help. Shangguan Feiyun flinched and Zhuo Fan chuckled. Yes. Sword King Feiyun was the only one who I never tried to turn. He's very much loyal to the Empire, as are his men. Though I wouldn't bet on them for help. Prime Minister. Tied up with the sudden revelation of the Shangguan clan. Ha ha ha. Damn you. Bailey Jingwei pointed at him in rage, his ears turning red. In just 10 days, the campaign spanning the 5 lands flipped through a turnaround, from the Sword Star Empire ruling supreme, to being attacked from all sides. Bailey Jingwei never saw it coming. He had lost once more to this deadly opponent. Zhuo Fan raised the corner of his mouth, revealing his grand plan to the incensed Bailey Jingwei. Prime Minister. It was quite impossible for Devil Palace to grow without gaining some attention. But a few decades ago, I had the Prime Minister notice it on purpose, even going as far as letting your spies slip in. Care to know why? Bailey Jingwei was white as paper, his breathing ragged and unable to speak. Quite simple, because I wanted control. Not just of me, but over others as well. Zhuo Fan said. If you'd been in the dark of Devil Palace, then you'd go all out against the lands and we'd raise a revolt, though it wouldn't do any good. We both know how the First World War ended. With a couple of frightening words from you, the leaders of the lands were happy to follow along. You went home at once to douse the flames and keep the empire whole. No matter how much damage was done, all can be rebuilt in time. The empire would survive. So I let it slip into your reports that Devil Palace existed and even let you send spies to give you false control across the board, when I was holding all the cards. With Devil Palace a thorn in your side, you'd never send all troops in. I controlled the rise of all your spies to control how fast you'd act. If you'd still been greedy like in the last war, you'd have struck only when all was perfect. Bailey Jingwei's rough breathing grew, and he leaned on Bailey Yuyun for support. His raging eyes, however, never left Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan went on. You'd never have made your move unless you had enough intelligence. So I let it trickle over to your spy and led you along, to believe you're in control. It was a stalling tactic really, since I wasn't ready, but once I let your spies get the right rank and learn more info. That was only limited to the central area, since any info on the forelands would let the empty city tactic fall through, ha ha ha. Why did you make Wu Randong rebel then with all the shadow forces? Is it to draw my attention? Bailey Jingwei roared. Zhuofan smiled, with Wu Randong showing a wide grin. Prime Minister Bailey. That's what makes Palace Lord so brilliant. You went after the lands and faked an empty central area, aiming to catch us all in a trap. If I hadn't come out, your other Sword Kings would have been stationed here for nothing and you would send them to the lands to fight, thus figuring it out. As long as Devil Palace stayed in the central area, you'd never know rest and would not advance your plans, making it a matter of time before the problems in the forelands would catch your attention. So we were thrown away to give you peace of mind. In your joy, you never bothered to check the war situation in the other lands, jumping to the next step, luring our palace lord and other enemies. You gathered all your forces in the central area, leaving the borders defenseless. This led to the three lands armies you thought were defeated to get deep into your empire. Talk about setting oneself up for failure, making the enemy work from within and outside to attack you on all sides. Compared to last time, Prime Minister, you lost completely. Ha ha ha. I see. The Devil Palace in the central area was just a cover for your operations in the forelands. Bailey Jingwei nodded. Then his face twitched harder. Zhuofan, you're good. I accept my complete loss and you have my complete respect. Bailey Jingwei spat the last words with hatred, but the respect was still there. Zhuofan was the only one in the world capable of being a step ahead. His hatred was born of nothing more than his inadequacies, while his respect was genuine. Zither's Sword King sighed, turning to Zhuofan. To overcome Bailey Jingwei's 100-year plan every step of the way makes him a truly terrifying man. The others shared a nod, looking grave. Don't think you've won. The empire won't fall. It shall endure for a very good reason. Bailey Jingwei roared, pointing at the convicts. You wanted to save them, so I will cut them down first. Let's see how many you can protect by yourself. Empire defenders, Sword Kings, kill them. Make his win a bitter one. Yes, sir. The 6 Bailey Sword Kings flew into action at the convicts. Shangguan Feiyun was hesitant which side to take, but recalling that Zhuofan slighted him, he joined the central area's Sword Kings in the end. Dan Qingxin and the rest were friendly with Zhuofan. Not to mention they had done marvelously. I got nothing instead, and he didn't even consider picking me. Why the hell would I side with him? Humph! Shangguan Feiyun was set to side with the empire regardless of its fate. He had no other options. Whoosh! Zither's Sword King hoisted Bailey Jingwei by the neck, shouting, Bailey Jingwei, have them stop! Humph, I won't. I may die, but Zhuofan will lose to me here. He gets the great victory, while I'll leave a scar on his heart. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei snickered, leaving the Zither Sword King helpless. The Sword Kings listened to Bailey Jingwei because Bailey Yutian ordered it, while hardly caring for his fate, or that the emperor would survive. They would not stop unless he spoke up. Zither Sword King sighed with worry at Zhuofan. Dark Demon Lord is strong, able to take all those Sword Kings, but they're focusing on killing his people. He can't look after all of them, so could he protect so many people? Zither Sword King knew he cared for some of the people there. With the death of any of them, his heart would be in pain. Zither Sword King shot over at once, wanting to help. Dan Qingxin and Wine Sword Immortal were already there. But since they were all Sword Kings, they were a moment behind compared to the 7. Who? A fierce wind came at Murong Shui as Bailey Yuyun showed a wicked smile. As dreadful power blew over Ling Yuntian, Bali Yuyu glanced at Zhuofan, and decided this man could die from his lack of reaction. She didn't want to kill anyone who Zhuofan cared about or to be at odds with him. Bailey Jingwei would have been pissed if he knew. Bali Yuyu, you rotten turncoat. Why the hell are you going for Ling Yuntian, who Zhuofan couldn't give 2 licks about? But now he was too drunk on revenge to see clearly that he had another traitor in his camp. Bloodlust washed over the scaffold and the convicts, making them feel death on their necks. They glanced at Zhuofan with pleading looks, but he just stood there like a statue. All were on the verge of crying. "Dude, aren't you here for us? At least fake it." Bang. As the Sword King's power inched closer, so did death clench their hearts in its grip. Zhuofan acted like he abandoned them as a boom resounded in their ears. The 7 Sword Kings backed off as they saw 7 people in front blocking them. "Shui, you all right?" A man in red stood next to Murong Shui, having a fire cloud badge on his waist. She cheered, "Brother! Shangguan Feixiong, you finally show up." Shangguan Feiyun stared at him. Shangguan Feixiong cupped his hands. "Feiyun, have you been well this century?" Shangguan Feiyun sized him up, the jade badge on his waist catching his eye, that of a mountain. "Dad, leave Bailey Jingtian to me. I have a score to settle. Be careful." The father had a badge with a river while the son wore black with fangs on his badge. Another man in black, a youth, had a sun painted on the back of the robe, turning to them. "I have a score as well. Leave him to me." "Why should I? I'm stronger than you." "Tsh." The youth with the fangs badge huffed. Zhuofan stood still all this time, while the others around were stunned at the familiar figures that had vanished at the end of the First War. Only the Devil Palace disciples cheered seeing them. "Our 5 Dharma Kings and emissaries are here." With all experts present, the last showdown could begin. The 3 coming to the rescue halted, looking stunned. Murong Lai, Shangguan Feixiong and Ouyang Lingtian were missing for a century. Now they were Devil Palace's Dharma Kings? "I see." Dan Qingxin glanced at Wine Sword Immortal. "No wonder a drunkard like you would side with Devil Palace. You were close with Murong Lai. Come now, it's totally normal for friends to visit each other, ha ha ha." Wine Sword Immortal's red nose wiggled as he laughed. Dan Qingxin nodded. Wine Sword Immortal was with the Empire, but he longed for something else, always having a soft spot for the Murong clan. Maybe he became a Sword King in the first place so he could protect the Murong clan. For when the Empire attacked southern lands at some point, as a Sword King he could save them. The 7 Sword Kings faced 5 Dharma Kings and the Sun and Moon emissaries. The 2 sides were not an equal match to begin with, but with the 3 traitors added into the mix, the Empire's side would lose out. Emperor Bailey Jingshi frowned, losing his cool for the first time. "Jingwei, what do we do?" "Your Majesty, relax. We're not at the end yet." Bailey Jingwei looked bleak, gnashing his teeth and roaring. "Soldiers of the Empire, attack! Kill them all!" Roar. At his order, thousands upon thousands of experts poured in from up, below, and everywhere around, filling the imperial capital with their bloodthirst as they made their way to the scaffold. "I knew it was a trap." Zhuofan grinned. Dan Qingxin and the others started, looking at the experts storming in and shot around the convicts to shield them. Success. The imperial capital's people gasped at the scene, filled with fear and running all over the place as their hearts hammered in their chests. "Curses, we've come to see a show, not be part of it. Why must it be so chaotic? First the foreign Sword King's betrayal, now the imperial army? Heavens above, I don't want to be collateral damage." Wailing inside, the people ran off in seconds. The army cared not for bugs, their targets being Devil Palace and the traitors. Rumble. Dan Qingxin and the others watched the black clouds coming closer with heavy looks. Zhuofan took a deep breath and said, "This looks familiar. Did it happen in the last war?" "Yes, Steward Zhua. You used the same tactic on our patriarch. Now it's used on you." Bailey Jingwei sneered. "The Empire may fall today, but I don't care about the lands anymore. So long as I have your head. The 3 lands armies are invading and the Empire might be surrounded. But before they arrive, you'll be going to hell." Zhuofan smiled. Shangguan Feiyun and the others snickered. "The Empire can fall, but as long as we remain, we can just rebuild another. It'll just take a couple more thousand years and another empire will rise. While you will all die here, regardless how tough you are. The outcome has yet to be decided. Shangguan Feixiong. Feiyun, don't get too happy. You won't get my head that easily. Shangguan Feixiong sneered. Shangguan Feiyun cackled. Ha ha ha. Anyone could say that but you, who always lost during our spars. Brother, you've gone senile, so let me relieve that head off your shoulders. Let me be a good example for the other sword kings. Shangguan Feiyun shot for Shangguan Feixiong while the others moved as well. Feiyun, don't you know time changes everything? Shangguan Feixiong shouted as he charged as well. Murong Lai and the others followed suit, each with their own targets. Thunder boomed and explosions flared as the 14 auras clashed, making the world shake. Bam! Shangguan Feiyun and Shangguan Feixiong met violently with their soaring sword arts, unleashing incredible might when the red glows intersected. Shangguan Feiyun showed nothing but scorn, only to feel his side being grazed by a sword wave. His shock exploded just as his sleeve did. Then a power ran through his chest that sent his body back. He turned red as blood seeped out. Shangguan Feiyun's mouth shook, casting a disbelieving look on Shangguan Feixiong. How? I lost. In one blow? I've always been the one winning in all our fights. How can? Feiyun, I told you, time changes everything. Shangguan Feixiong smiled. You have been vying for power the past century, yearning for eastern lands. While I focused on the sword, understanding soaring sword art's core while turning a deaf ear to the world outside. Your talent is better than mine, but your heart is unsteady, your mind clouded, that you made no progress in the last century. This is the gap between us. Shangguan Feiyun's face twitched as he glared at his brother, still in denial. No, I'm better than you in every way. That's why I refused to acknowledge you as clan head when you were picked. Why now could you best me? I won't allow it, I won't. Bam! Shangguan Feiyun raged with a red face, hearing a loud sound coming. He saw a shadow fly by and Bailey Yuyun's scorched face came into view, spitting blood at his side. How is this possible? Murong Lai was never this strong. Bailey Yuyun, you were there as well when Bailey Yutian and the three-headed crow fought. Did you learn nothing from it? Whoosh! Red flashed and Murong Lai popped in his face, eyes burning with grief. How sad. A practitioner that could not see strength in another truly strong one. Are you really Bailey? Your talents are better, sharing blood with the invincible sword. But none of you inherited his ambition for true strength. None of you are like him. Bailey Yuyun squinted, glaring at the red figure with fear. Shangguan Feiyun shouted. You're both Sword King level experts, yet you got done in by Murong Lai so soon? Because he's beyond a Sword King. Bailey Yuyun's eyes were hard. I noticed their eyes changed after Patriarch fought the 9th level spiritual beast, as if their level changed. After 100 years of training, they rose higher, above a Sword King. What? Shangguan Feiyun turned to Shangguan Feixiong and his faint smile. Among us three, I'm still the weakest, with the worst talent and had yet to change. Only my mindset grew, having found a new understanding of soaring sword art. Now you should understand that first you're a martial practitioner so you could reach the Tao. That's what's important. With a clouded heart, you can have all the martial prowess, but never could you touch upon the Tao. Shangguan Feiyun's beard shook in anger, but his heart sank. He just realized that facing his brother he always despised, he had fallen so far behind. It was entirely one-sided. The three, having gone beyond Sword King level, had no trouble dealing with the 7 Sword Kings. They were pushed back all the time, unable to even squeeze a draw. As for the soldiers of the Empire, they kept pouring in for the scaffold. But Dan Qingxin's group of 3 fended them off. But not even they fathomed those 3 old guys would go through such a change in a century. It shocked them to the core. Then they looked at Shuo Fan with a glimmer in their eyes. It was obvious he had a role to play in it. Jingwei, both sides have Sword Kings, so why are they stronger than ours? We can barely hold on. Bailey Jingshi was sweating buckets. If our Sword Kings fall, we have less ways of dealing with them. Bailey Jingwei grimaced, glancing behind at the thunderclap in the distance, his eyes glinting. Rumble. Lightning snaked through the clouds with a low rumble, like the growl of a beast. The sky turned white in the distance. That was where the god of the Sword Star Empire, Bailey Yutian, was in seclusion. Even with the public square drowned in battle and killing, the powerful explosions left the people deafened. Shuafan still stood straight on the scaffold, his eyes fixed on the thunder and lightning, waiting along with Bailey Jingwei. With a draconic roar, Dan Qingxin struck, turning the thousands of experts in front to floating ashes. With music, Zither Sword King's 7 notes obscure sword turned his enemies into mush. Wine's sword immortal spurted wine, unleashing a firestorm that left nothing behind. The three worked together to stop the endless flood of soldiers, looking grave. They knew Zhuofan was there, but they uttered no complaint. They knew kings went for kings and generals against generals. The Dark Demon Lord's opponent had yet to come. Rumble. A purple lightning flared and Shower stepped in front of Bali Yuyu. Bali Yuyu blocked, making it a draw. Glaring at the purple-haired girl, Bali Yuyu patted. Where did the punk find such a weird expert, so young and so abnormally strong? I was thinking of throwing the fight with this girl, for his sake. It's clear now that I was overthinking things. The girl is so ruthless that me going easy will get me killed. Curses, didn't the punk tell his people to go easy on me? Humph. He forgot everything then. Sister you. The purple girl giggled, teasing, it's been a while, but you're still as strong. Ugh. Bali Yuyu gave her a long look. And you're forgot me already? And you even faked being my mother. Shower. Bali Yuyu started, her eyes wide. You're all grown up and so strong too? Just like your old man in Human. I never was a human though. Shower snickered to herself. Sister you, we had a good time back then and always considered you one of us. The empire is done for, so why not join us? Stop spouting nonsense. The empire won't fall. Bali Yuyu flared, then frowned in worry and hesitation. She was of Bailey. The others could betray, but for her to switch sides out of the blue, she'd feel guilty. The patriarch might have been harsh on her, but he was never cruel. How could she betray him without a good reason? Shower smiled. Fine. Since you haven't made up your mind, I won't force you. Once the empire falls, why not stay with us? Hey, girlie, wake up. Our empire's armies have you surrounded. Worry about. Are those your armies? Shower cut her off, pointing. Bali Yuyu looked over to find a shocking scene. What's going on? Bali's sword kings were all on the ground, battered and wounded. Murong Lai's side held them with a cold stare. In merely minutes, the result between the two sides was in an overwhelming victory. Bali Yuyu stared dumbly. Why are Devil Palace's people so strong? Sister you, over the last century, besides me and brother helping father as Dharma kings, those 3 coots have been doing nothing but being in seclusion to learn the sword with father, ignoring everything else. Shower cocked her head. Think about it. What kind of people are they really? Stuck together every day testing their sword skills and getting dad's hints. Their power sword. They're now stronger than even a sword king. I picked you as my opponent just so those geezers wouldn't hurt you. I've been easy on you already. Bali Yuyu's face twitched. You went easy? Of course. Why do you think you're still standing there? Ugh. Fine. Feeling sweat trickling down, Bali Yuyu figured out the truth and felt like she aged then and there. The new replaces the old. That same cute child turned out to be going easy on me. The emperor, Bailey Jingshi, was dumbstruck, slumping in his throne. It's all over. All sword kings. Bailey Jingwei gave him a look, then clenched his fists, waiting as his eyes refused to give up. Bam! With the last explosion, Shangguan Feiyun fell among the other sword kings of the empire. Shangguan Feixiong and Murong Lai walked up, looking down on them. Ouyang Chongqing chuckled, pointing at Bailey Jingtian. What's wrong? Now you know how even 100 years isn't too late for a gentleman's revenge? Lone Arm Sword King. Just kill me already, Bailey Jingtian huffed. Ouyang Chongqing sneered. Shangguan Feixiong stared at Shangguan Feiyun. Feiyun, you betrayed the clan and it's my duty as the elder to take you back and be punished. I have nothing to say to you. Shangguan Feiyun closed his eyes, his fists still clenched, his scarred and bloody face desolate. Shangguan Feixiong cupped his hands. People, leave Shangguan Feiyun to me. The rest can be Devil Palace's captives and yours to do what you like. They all nodded. Thunder exploded just as they were about to be taken in, from far in the distance. A flash of purple passed and a violent surge spread over the battlefield. That's... They all shuddered at the familiar pressure. Bailey Jingwei lit up, cackling. Ha ha ha! Finally, our patron god is here. Zhuo Fan. Devil Palace is finished. Whoosh! The purple glow flew up like a lightning dragon, dyeing the entire sky in purple. A thunderstorm began brewing above, sending its pressure on all below. Invincible sword Bailey Yutian is still alive? Patriarch! Morong Lai shouted, while Bailey Yuyun's side was overjoyed, hope at victory restored. As long as the patriarch remained, the empire endured. Dan Qingshun was fending of the army when he looked grave at the purple glow. The invincible sword hadn't been seen for a century and was thought to be dead. Now he makes his appearance. This is bad. But many turned to Zhuo Fan hopeful. Bam! Morong Lai ignored everything and shot at the purple glow with battle spirit. Invincible sword, the best in the world. After 100 years, I've come to challenge you after the last defeat. We as well. The others ignored the wounded sword kings and followed Morong Lai into the sky, their blazing thirst for battle blinding. Even Chower ended up going, Bali Yuyu not stopping her. Everyone else blinked in stunned silence. Do they think 7 together can defeat Patriarch? No, they don't care about winning, only fighting. But what's the point in fighting a losing battle? The Sword Kings looked at the 7 and began to understand the mystery of the strong. Whoosh! The purple glow passed through the 7 and slammed into the center of the square, revealing a thin armor, a cape and an aged face. His eyes stared like daggers, the strongest, the invincible sword. Bang! The subsequent thunderclaps made the 7 pummel to the ground as they trailed blood. They groaned and coughed more blood, slumping in their own blood. Who? An oppressive silence fell, with only the howling wind's presence being known as it fluttered the old man's white hair. There were no shouts, no clashes on the square. Even Dan Qingshun's group of 3 stopped. All eyes were on the old man, built like a god, with sharp eyes and a deadly aura. It only took one moment for the Dharma Kings and 2 emissaries to be on the ground, wounded. Behold the power of the invincible sword. He's the living proof that the Sword Star Empire shall never fall. All of the Empire's soldiers were filled with worship and respect, while everyone else saw him as a monster. Ling Yuntian felt regret. I must have lost my mind to spare this insane freak back then. Regret always came after. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei cackled, stepping forward as he turned smug. Steward Zhua, you lose? The Patriarch hasn't been seen for the last century. But he's still alive. As long as he is present, the Empire will stand forever. You'll be the one to do the dying today, along with all those traitors going down with you. Your 100-year plan is wasted. Roar. The soldiers roared in approval and excitement. The Empire's strongest symbol was their god, the invincible sword. The Sword Kings could fall, but never him. Bali Yuyu turned a worried look to Zhuo Fan. Her fists clenched. She didn't know how he got away from Patriarch last time, but now his 7 experts were on the ground. How was he going to cope with the old man? Ignoring the crowd's confusion, worry and joy, Zhuo Fan made a move. He took his time walking towards the invincible sword. Prime Minister Bailey, I thought I told you, my plan was laid out to control the speed of your actions. And why, you'd ask? Haha. So I could get ready and enter the final battle. Zhuo Fan showed a smirk, his hand flashing black as a dark blade came out. covered in 4 colors at the edge, before shooting for Bailey Yutian. Keep them safe. Right. Dan Qingshin's group gave their all in keeping the convicts alive. Ding. For the first time, Bailey Yutian took out his thundering divine sword as he turned into a purple glow charging at Shuofan. Black and purple intersected, with the 2 swords soon clashing in a violent display. Boom! The shock wave shuddered the earth and rippled the sky, followed by a fierce gale and dust storm. Bailey Jingwei and the Emperor ducked at once, sticking their heads to the ground, and letting the deadly winds pass over their backs, but they still felt pain. As for the soldiers, they exploded in a shower of blood and gore, adding a dark red tint to the already bloody spectacle. More than 100,000 lost their lives just then, reduced to gunk on the ground, never knowing what hit them. The shock wave went for 1,000 miles, laying the imperial capital to ruin. Bailey Jingwei finally looked up after it passed, only to see rubble and dust replacing the lavish imperial capital. The other lucky survivors looked around shell-shocked. Mommy, what power was that? It leveled imperial capital. Everyone that lived were shaking in fear and alarm. Only Bailey Jingwei laughed. See that? This is the power of the patriarch. Shuofan, you're nothing but a conniving ant before him. The terrified soldiers perked up at the prospects. This is the patriarch's divine might. 1 sword is enough to send all enemies to hell. We won. Bali Yuyu crawled to her feet, hearing Bali Yuyun's cackle, and shook. Her heart was a mess, in frantic worry as she looked around. Where's the punk? He couldn't be dead. But with Patriarch's power, Bali Yuyu grew restless. Prime Minister Bailey, you're getting ahead of yourself. Bailey Jingwei froze, peering through the settling dust at the scaffold and the safe convicts. Only the 3 protectors looked a bit pale and coughed blood. Shuofan had them take the aftermath, but it also left them wounded. Dan Qingshin sighed. Such is the invincible sword's power, able to give us heavy wounds without trying. Taking on that strike would have annihilated us for sure. The old man is a terrifying monster. Yeah, the other 2 agreed. Bailey Jingwei snickered. Obviously, since none can withstand the patriarch's godly might. Did you think Shuofan can take his strike? Ha! What a sick joke. Not just take it, but win. Dan Qingshin wiped his mouth of blood, showing a wide smile. Prime Minister Bailey, didn't you find it strange how having fallen in with the Empire for 100 years we betrayed our homelands and struck at our own people? Letting the whole world scorn us yet turned our back on the Empire at the very end? Bailey Jingwei stared at him hard. Dan Qingshin grinned and shouted. Because we saw hope in defeating the strongest. That is Shuofan. The other 2 nodded, showing conviction. Bailey Jingwei grimaced, whipping his head to turn to the fight. Who? A wind blew the dust away and revealed 2 men with divine swords grinding on each other. Bailey Yutian held the sundering sword in his aged, but strong hands, looking excited. Shuofan, in white, grinned as he met him with the black demonic sword, shining eerily. The black and white complemented each other to bring about new, deep contrasts. The swords screeched as they grounded, sending off sparks. The 2 were matched. Impossible! He blocked the patriarch's strike. Bailey Jingwei cried out, looking out of it, shaking his head to break away from reality. No, no one can take the patriarch's strike. No one. Everyone was just as shocked, even the sword kings and the soldiers. Only Dan Qingshin group grinned. We knew the brat will be the end of the invincible sword. I felt it the moment we fought. The Empire will fall at his hands. Shuofan, finish him, and be the peak of the world. Shuofan's ears twitched at the shout, but his mouth widened. That's a given. Success. The Qilin arm flared scarlet as Shuofan worked his magic and the swords began to shift. The black sword used overwhelming power to push the purple one back. The invincible sword gripped the sundering sword as he staggered back 1 step at a time, the veins on his hands throbbing with strain, yet still unable to match the pressure. He grit his teeth, landing his sharp eyes on Fan, filled with battle lust. 10,000 years, that's how long I waited for a worthy opponent. This fight, this peak battle is where I belong. Ha ha ha. Bailey Yutian laughed with joy. Fan! Bam! Bailey Yutian roared as he pushed, giving it his all. Fan's right arm shone redder, swinging the blade and making both of them fall back. Fan went back 20 steps while Bailey Yutian slided just as many. The two then snapped into action, meeting in the middle again. The audience was dumbstruck, with Bailey Jingwei the most affected. No way. There's no way he can stand up to the patriarch. How did he gain such power? Look! Bailey Jingshi patted his shoulder, pointing at the sky. Bailey Jingwei shook, his mouth agape. The others noticed it too and were now looking blankly. Bali Yuyu and Dan Qingxin were looking at the baffling scene like it was the stuff of dreams. It made not an ounce of sense. The sky was split cleanly in two. One bird approached the dividing line, and as it flew under it, its head got looped off. A human did that. A human had cut the sky in two. This can't be happening. Looking closer at the dividing line, it was right where the two had separated. The two had given their all, and while neither budged, the sword energy shot into the sky and cut it instead. The audience found the two even more monstrous. Just how far are they on the path of the sword to cut the heavens? Gulping hard, they only held fear for them. This isn't humanly possible. Bailey Yutian ignored the weird looks, grinning. Ha ha ha. It's great that you survived and came to meet me. Let's settle our promise from 100 years ago. The winner goes to Devil Mountain, reaching new heights, while the loser will become a stepping stone, stuck in this place. Whoosh. Waving the demonic sword, Fan turned cold. That's why I'm here, to return there as the best in mortal domain and challenge higher beings. Bailey Yutian did the same with no qualms, shouting, Good. But I'll be the one reaching it while you will make me grow in this fight. I'll be the winner. Bailey Yutian laughed, filled with thirst for battle. Fan smiled, his aura flaring. The Empire's Sword Kings were startled, recalling Murong Lai's words. Patriarch isn't here for Swordstar Empire, but to answer the challenge. Fan worked hard to ruin the Empire and unite the lands, but seeing the Patriarch, even he put aside the Empire's fate, fighting just for the sake of it. Is this the world of the strong, unsullied by the mundane? They saw it now through a different light. That's why Murong Lai said we're unlike the Patriarch. This proves it. Who? A wind passed, drifting a ruined leaf and letting it float down between the two, giving start to their second clash. Only this time, the two turned into specters, fading in and out as they struck. The air was thick with energy, like something was wrapping around them. One with the world. The kid reached this state as well. Bailey Yuyun cried out. When the invincible sword cut down the 9th-level spiritual beast, he showed the same effect. He thought only the Patriarch could reach it, but now, 100 years later, Fan had caught up. The kid is a monster not even the Patriarch can compare with. Bang. The divine swords met, the only moment when their figures were remotely visible. They then clashed left and right, and all over the place, the constant ringing of metal deafening to the audience as the air looked to be torn asunder. The dumbstruck onlookers were left agape. This level of skill went beyond anyone's comprehension, even a sword king's. They couldn't even see the moves. They finally understood the difference between a sword king and the invincible sword. It wasn't just power, but also understanding. Yet Fan had enough of both to meet the invincible sword at every turn. Bang. As they clashed, the rest of the people there couldn't even catch a shadow, only hearing the resulting explosions and seeing the fracturing air. Worry crept in as sweat poured down. It didn't look like an all-out clash like the first one, but it was still terrifying at their level. None had any idea where the two would meet next, the unknown danger looming over their heads like death. Even sword kings were powerless, flinching at the clashes. Dan Qingshun's group wiped their brow at the tearing sound, knowing it to be reality breaking around them. The two powerhouses walked the furthest on their paths to reach the Tao, making anyone weaker unable to feel what they were doing. Whoosh! The two popped into sight just then. Their eyes met and laughed at the cracked air. Good. I did not think a kid like you would have such deep insights into the Tao. We're both treading this path, our senses beyond human comprehension. There's no winning in this aspect, so let's just stop. Bailey Yutian shouted as he waved, and the rest sighed with relief. Too soon, though. Let's test sword insights now. We shall see if my understanding of the sundering sword art and yours of the sword can match. Bailey Yutian shook and the sky crackled with purple lightning, booming everywhere. Bailey Yutian pointed the sundering sword at the sky and the lightning flocked, releasing dreadful power that swallowed the world around them as devastating sword waves flew in every direction. A sword energy storm. Humph! My sundering sword art is one of destruction. Anything will crumble beneath it, to ashes. Nothing in creation can stop my sword. Oh, since you trained in destruction, I trained in devouring. Smirking, Xuefan shook and blackness oozed out of the world's crevices. It blended with the cracks in the sky, swallowing everything into a complete abyss. The heavens now looked ghastly. One side purple and another pitch black, monstrous. As the growls began, the people shook with fear, their imagination going wild thinking of the savage creatures that might pounce on them from the darkness. Looking at it another way, the two's mastery of world energy was at a tie, with each slicing half of the heavens for themselves. This never happened in the history of the Five Lands, that of someone able to take control of any piece of the sky from the invincible sword. The audience paled, with the Sword King's faces twitching. Using swordsmanship as a contest means drawing on the world's energy to turn the world into a battlefield. Anything in that domain will be destroyed. To make it worse, it's between the invincible sword and Xuefan of all people. The invincible sword's sundering sword is one of utter destruction, erasing anything it touched. Xuefan's power is still unknown. The moment they started going at each other, not even a Sword King was confident he or she could outlive that. The people's hearts sank, sighing in misery. Sirs, it'd be better off if you just kept to the previous style. Sure, we couldn't see you, but at least we had the highest chance of us surviving it. While we can now see what you're doing now, but what's the point when the scope is so large that it includes us as well? Where are we supposed to hide? The audience wallowed in despair at their fate. Rumble. The two fighters went off once more, with purple sword waves slamming down and leaving nothing behind but dust. The unlucky soldiers died before even screaming. Bailey Yutian showed no remorse even as his own countrymen, loyal soldiers, died from his errant strikes. He just hacked with the sundering sword, unleashing even more sword waves at Xuefan's black sky. Xuefan, take this. Star-severing sword. Hero's demise. Whoosh. Piercing buzzing came from all directions, followed by thunderous boom of lightning as countless thunder blades shot for Xuefan's black domain and tore it apart. Xuefan's darkness lost half its ground in the sky from the onslaught, while the Empire's soldiers suffered heavy casualties as well, dying by the dozens. Bailey Jingwei didn't care. The only thing mattering to him was the Patriarch taking the lead. Genesis stage focused on control of world power. Xuefan's control was now slipping, and that meant he was at a disadvantage. The Patriarch is gaining the upper hand. Dan Qingshen's group frowned with worry. In a Genesis stage battle, losing the sky is like being disarmed. Xuefan didn't look affected, hovering with pride among the darkness with a sinister grin. The demonic sword in his hand oozing darkness had its strip of blue shining a deep and cold glow. Whoosh! Making a radiant arc through the sky, the heavens shook as an unnatural power came from the darkness. The thunder blades still assaulted it, only this time they stalled, before sinking like rocks. The relentless attack slowed down to a trickle and then to a halt, letting the darkness swallow them. What's going on? Bailey Jingwei watched as the lightning sky was invaded by the darkness and didn't understand. The Patriarch's strike was like a meteor shower, leaving his opponent worse for wear. None could defend even against a tenth of the strikes. Why then did the blades stop? Many others were just as puzzled. Only the wounded Ouyang Lingtian propped himself and looked with a chuckle. Zhuo Fan is a true genius. My understanding of the heaven-sealing sword over the last 1,000 years pales compared to his short century of study. Heaven-sealing sword? Bailey Yutian squinted at Zhuo Fan, finding it true, then mocked, "Great. I wanted to learn each of the 5 divine sword arts, but I've never seen anyone in the world mastering the other 4 and fight me with it. Now you used the heaven-sealing sword art, blocking my star-severing swords. You opened my eyes. A shame you lost more than half of your control and have fallen in disadvantage in terms of world energy. Would you be able to seal my next attack? Ha ha ha." The invincible sword hacked with his divine sword, sending a deadly aura of power. At the same time, the thunder in the sky focused on the sundering sword, shining as bright as the sun. The invincible sword roared and struck. "Zhuo Fan, this strike can cleave heaven. Will you be able to seal such an indomitable slash?" Whoosh! Following the crack of lightning, a purple sword wave flew at Zhuo Fan. Except for some darkness and the stopped thunder blades, everything broke apart to nothing. The disintegrating power marched at Zhuo Fan, wanting to erase him from this world. Heaven-sealing sword art only knows to seal. The stronger the skill, the easier it is to overwhelm it. Bailey Yutian has now used a strike to sever the heavens, using absolute power to break the seal. It'll need a power many times stronger for the gentle heaven-sealing sword art to seal something like that. Dan Qingshan gasped. And Zhuo Fan is nowhere above the old man's. With the sky mostly lost as well, he's at a disadvantage. He has no way of retaliating against the old monster's sundering sword art. Bailey Jingwei snickered at the words. Now the punk will die. Zhuo Fan showed no fear against the incoming deadly blow, swinging the demonic sword in the air, the blue line on it shining softly. Whoosh! The dark sky moved, focusing on the sword, surging with power. The thick black energy brought thousands of sealed thunder blades onto the demonic sword, bolstering its power. Dan Qingshan's eyes shook in amazement. I totally forgot. He doesn't just use heaven-sealing sword art but vaulting sword art as well. He might have little world energy he could use, but the old monster's sword he sealed is now at his disposal. Vaulting sword art harmonizes yin and yang, a mixed art. Using others' power, Zhuo Fan can match the old monster. But vaulting sword art is also a gentle skill, and might not be enough to defeat the brutal sundering sword art. Soaring into the heavens with the sword. Shangguan Feixiong propped his body and looked up while smiling. Brother Ouyang, did you ever think the 4 strongest swords arts would come together in one man? Ha ha ha. I for one didn't even after meeting the little freak. For a man of such perception to be in the world that could comprehend 4 of the strongest sword arts, especially soaring sword art, looking as if it was made for him. Never in my wildest dreams would I ever conceive that the soaring sword art could unleash such power in the hands of a man. Ouyang Lingtian nodded, looking in Shangguan Feixiong's blazing gaze, and chuckled with hope as he returned his attention to the fight. The soaring sword art was made for the kid. There might not be another man that can use it to such an extent. Rumble. The invincible sword's purple sword wave destroyed all in its path. Unstoppable. Zhuo Fan gave it a cold look, grinning, and then his qilin shone scarlet. What was even more strange was how the demonic sword's red line was also glowing, matching Zhuo Fan's right arm. Soaring sword, breaking heaven. The purple sword wave was upon him, burning most of his black domain. But Zhuo Fan never lost his cool. His grip tightened and he slashed the sword, glowing a blinding red. Whoosh! A red wave shot, clashing with the purple one. Boom! Seconds after the deadlock, the purple lightning sword wave crumbled. Dong! Everyone else was gobsmacked. The Patriarch's strongest strike got defeated just like that? How? The invincible sword was also shaken up, confident his sundering sword art had reached its peak, that the other's soaring sword art would never. Before he could make sense of everything, The red wave passed through the thunderclouds and took all his vision. It startled him that Zhuo Fan's sword didn't just break his, but struck back as well. No, this can't be. He can't break my blow and attack as well. Bailey Yutian was unable to take it in, but reality came crashing regardless. The deadly wave made Bailey Yutian gnash his teeth and slash. Defending comes first. Bam! But even defending went beyond his predictions. The red wave pushed back the sundering sword even while he used all he had. It, along with the sword, pressed into his chest armor and kept pushing him back. Beyond shocked, he squeezed everything from his body into his arms and made the red wave slip beside the sundering sword and into the sky. Boom! The thunderstorm above sported an extra-large hole, with purple lightning flickering at the edges, unable to mend it. It was like it had some kind of power that broke Bailey Yutian's connection with the world. Everyone was rooted in shock, even Bailey Yutian. Glancing at the far Zhuo Fan and the red glowing arm coupled with the demonic sword, and for the first time, the best in the lands felt fear towards a human. His grip on his sword tightened in reflex. This can't be real. Bailey Jingwei's face twitched as he staggered. The patriarch got pushed back. No way. The rest were overwhelmed as well. The invincible sword showed signs of losing. This had never happened before, ever. Emperor Bailey Jingshi felt drained, slumping to the ground in shock. If the patriarch falls, the empire that lasted thousands of years will come crashing down. Dan Qingshin believed Zhuo Fan could do it, but to see it actualized was another thing. His power was beyond anything they knew, and the old monster only got out alive thanks to the sundering sword taking the brunt. The little monster's understanding of the soaring sword art was simply insane. The Shangguan clan had held onto the same sword for centuries. Yet none could display what he could in 100 years. Shangguan Feiyun felt his throat dry. The soaring sword art can do that? Why didn't I realize? Only young Sanzi stood straighter, looking at Zhuo Fan's right hand and wiping his mouth of blood. Zhuo Fan's understanding of the soaring sword art came from his observations and insights into the soaring Qilin's power, with Zhuo Fan using a Qilin arm to unleash the soaring sword art. The power multiplied. It went as far as beyond what the old monster could take even with his peak sundering sword art. Everyone looked tense at the fight. The invincible sword turned grave for once, facing his strongest adversary, yet with a cold glint in his eyes. Crack. The snapping sounds reached his ears and Bailey Yutian's heart shook. He saw the armor on his chest sporting cracks from the soaring sword strike. Providence. Bailey Yutian sighed. I hope to finish this challenge with my past self from 100 years ago and reach the top with dignity. But he is too powerful. I have to give everything for any chance at seeing the new world. Bailey Yutian smirked, looking at Zhuo Fan with fire in his eyes. Zhuo Fan, come, let's finish this peak showdown. Gladly. Flicking the demonic sword, Zhuo Fan shouted back. They both shone red once more, using his power to slash and unleash another deadly soaring sword wave at Bailey Yutian. The invincible sword would no longer defend, but dodge instead, using the sundering sword as cover. Soaring sword wave flitted past, grazing the sundering sword, yet the great power was enough to push on the cracked chest plate and spread the damage. The soaring sword art is truly frightening, holding so much power just within its aura alone. But it's almost time. The invincible sword turned to Zhuo Fan again after dodging, only to find him coming straight for his life right behind the sword wave. Ha ha ha, the soaring sword art is the strongest, but it is hardly enough to take you down. I'll have to do it up close and personal. Bam! Zhuo Fan flared scarlet and hacked. The invincible sword rushed to block with his sword, resulting in a loud clang as the swords collided. But under Zhuo Fan's power, the invincible sword faltered, with the demonic sword pressing on the sundering sword and into his chest. Crack. The invincible sword's armor got more cracks, faster and faster, covered all over in black veins and ready to crumble. The invincible sword gnashed his teeth and stared at the youth just a foot from him without fear. His red face strained as he pushed, roaring and shoving Zhuo Fan back. Kid, you dare come close to me with such gall? Absurd. Thunderstorm. The invincible sword shouted and waved the sundering sword, making the sky rain down thousands of thunder swords at Zhuo Fan from all directions. Zhuo Fan was in enemy territory, with the world's energy here in the other's control. He could no longer use the heaven-sealing sword art to seal the strikes. In a Genesis stage fight, each had their own domain, and charging into another's territory was the same as throwing away his advantage, the world energy he controlled. It was beyond dangerous. None would do it without utmost certainty of victory. Zhuo Fan took such incomprehensible risk to fight Bailey Yutian up close, only to find out the strike did not end his opponent, suffering retaliation instead. Zhuo Fan was the one in dire straits now. Bailey Jingwei's side cheered with renewed hope. Zhuo Fan was ever calm, the demonic sword's golden line shining bright and unleashing a scorching heat. Decimating sword art, decimating heaven. Whoosh. He waved at the sky, sending searing waves in all directions. In moments, golden flames formed in the sky as thick firewalls put a barrier between him and the sky. The purple lightning waves landed on the flame walls, hissing to nothing. The decimating sword art was similar to the sundering sword art, both preferring raw power, but the difference was with the decimating sword art being partial to some flexibility. Hard but not brutal. By using this trait, gentleness overcame strength and burned the incoming waves of attacks to nothing. Bailey Yutian's wide sword wave attack used with word power was stopped for moments. Ample time. Whoosh. With the invincible sword isolated from the sky, Zhuo Fan had removed both of their ties to the world power and now flashed in Bailey Yutian's face once more, his arm flaring scarlet and using soaring sword art to slash at his opponent's head. A scarlet glow came out of the blade's edge, forcing Bailey Yutian to gnash his teeth and block with his sword for the second time. Now though, with such a close distance, the sword wave proved even more powerful. Bailey Yutian had no way of deflecting it, letting the divine sword push into his chest and closer to his heart. No amount of strength helped. The invincible sword's cracked armor crumbled to pieces and the soaring sword's power entered his heart, making him cough 3 crimson mouthfuls of blood. He shot back like a meteor, slamming hard into the ground, forcing up a cloud of dust and entrails as his force pulverized hundreds of thousands of the Empire's soldiers. Bailey Jingwei's group was quick, ducking out of the shockwave, with Dan Qingshen's group doing their best to protect the convicts. Once dust settled, Zhuo Fan hovered above, but the purple-tinged sky was no more. It was a testament to the invincible sword losing control, or better yet, the man himself was. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shook, looking at the dozens of miles big crater with dead eyes. How could the patriarch just lose? Bailey Yutian is dead, we won. Seeing no thunder in the sky, Zither Sword King took a deep breath and roared in excitement. Zhuo Fan's soaring sword art was too damn strong. Not even the invincible sword could take it on. For if he had even a bit of strength left, the purple lightning in the sky would have stayed. Devil Palace and the Four Lands convicts cheered as well. To think that the great invincible sword had got to see this day. Only the Bali Sword Kings and the Empire's soldiers slumped on the ground in disbelief. The patriarch couldn't have lost. Regardless of their wants and needs, the purple was gone and the Empire had fallen. The invincible nation knocked down from its pedestal on high along with its invincible god. While some rejoiced, others mourned. Along with the frantic glee there were equally opposite sorrow and lament. Zhuo Fan kept staring at the crater even now. The sword was strong, but only enough to damage the old man, not kill him. Success. Thunder crackled then as purple lightning spread across the sky once more. An even greater power pressed down, taking the breath away from all onlookers. An aged voice came from the crater. I never thought it'd come to this, but now, Zhuo Fan. All shuddered at the fear they felt from the familiar voice. They turned their stiff heads at the crater, with some showing despair while others exhilaration. The Empire lives on. Rumble. Purple lightning re-emerged, with the entire sky turning purple, without a single trace of darkness. Even the air itself became electrified, as purple lightning snaked everywhere. Fan was surrounded by purple glows in seconds, coming from everywhere. What's going on here? Dan Xingshan's heart jumped in his throat, looking at the flickering lightning just a foot from his soaked head. This isn't world power. So why is the entire world coming under the old monster's control? Pa! A purple lighting strike flared next to him and flung him 24 meters away. His face red as he coughed blood. The rest found the hard way how the lightning could strike at any time, and fear gripped their hearts. What the hell is going on? We clearly aren't in the old monster's domain, but why would it appear around us? A Genesis stage expert should not be able to exert control to this extent. It feels like the world is at his whims and we're its prisoners to kill at the slightest discontent. This is terrifying. Zither Sword King and Ling Yuntian glanced at the purple lightning around with sweat all over. Bailey Jingwei laughed and cupped his hands. Patriarch is unstoppable. With the Patriarch around, the Empire shall never fall. Ha ha ha. The Patriarch is unstoppable. The Patriarch is unstoppable. The soldiers shouted like fanatics, throwing fists in the air. The rest were looking bleak, like they entered hell. They knew Bailey Yutian was strong, but now strength did not cut it as apt description of that monster. It went beyond the realm of human comprehension. As the lightning danced around them, ready to send them to an early grave at any given moment, their previous joy at victory became a crushing despair. They were mice trapped in the old man's cage, for him to toy with as he wished. He had stopped being a man, turning into a living god. Who could possibly take on a god? They turned to Fan in the sky, holding a shred of forlorn hope. Only a demon could fight a god, its antithesis. Only Fan, a demon, has the strength to do it. Hope flickered in the depths of their gazes as they turned to the man in the sky. With a crumbling sound and the lightning flaring, Invincible Sword's tough body floated out of the crater. Lightning covered him like a thunder god. His armor was gone. There was blood on his mouth, but his eyes were sharp and his aura explosive. Bailey Jingwei's side laughed. The Patriarch is unstoppable. Fan. These mortals are clueless, but not you. Ignoring the fanatic joy below, Bailey Yutian stared at Fan with a grin. Fan nodded. Above Genesis is the Spirit King stage, wielding the power of the air around us. A Genesis stage expert only controls the power above to give him a boost in battle. A Spirit King is like a border official, able to control the entire space. Every corner is suffused with your power, for you to do anything you want with it. That's a Spirit King. Yes, I knew you're not like these mortals and know far more than we do. Bailey Yutian laughed. Fan, the day you told me there's something above Genesis stage, I was skeptical. Even as I saw you fight the sea demon, doubt remained. Only when I advanced and felt all the power you spoke I realized you never lied to me. Mortality through spirituality, imperial, saintly and sovereignty. It's all real. Devil Mountain is real. That's why I can't wait to see everything for myself. Mere days after I broke through, I felt my body light, like there's something pulling at me to leave. What's keeping you then? Ling Yuntian and the rest sighed, quipping in their minds. Fan paused in thought. Going above Genesis you can no longer stay in the mortal domain. That's why there's no one above mortal stages in the mortal domain. They all left. But left where, exactly? Why haven't I heard of any of them before? Fan pondered and Bailey Yutian grinned. As it stands, I should just let go and see the new world. But I remembered our promised fight. I didn't know of your fate, but I still waited. Also, Jingwei told me the Empire is about to change. I had a refiner make me an 11th grade spiritual armor to restrain my cultivation before I'd be forced to leave. But to think Providence brought you to me. I could fight to my heart's content and finish it once and for all with you. Ha ha ha. Why didn't you go all out just now? Fan taunted. Did you think Genesis stage was enough to deal with me? Perhaps? Bailey Yutian nodded. Fan, you know about the Spirit King stage and thus must know about its power. Fighting as I am would be like taking it out on you while taking out all the fun from the fight. But I never imagined you'd go beyond this level after 100 years. That sword would have crippled the past me. A shame the 11th grade spiritual armor broke and my power is let loose. In 2 hours I'll be forced to leave. Bailey Yutian glanced at the wide sky. Outside of the ever-present lightning, there was a shimmering light growing as it fell, like a tunnel for him to ascend and leave this world behind. I wanted to have a blast fighting you some more. What a shame I'm running out of time and you out of power. As a fellow warrior, I shall send you off myself, out of respect. Bailey Yutian eased a breath and raised a hand. The air grew heavy and the lightning around Shuafan focused on him. I'll be honored to fulfill your final wish. Boom! Shuafan slashed his demonic sword, sending golden flames around to obliterate the lightning. You're too kind, invincible sword, but that should be my line. I'll be sure to take your head before the call pulls you away. Allow me to fulfill any of your last wishes. Ha ha ha, Shuafan, you're really something. Do you really think you have a chance? Bailey Yutian mocked. Your sword is strong, but can no longer hurt me, for everything around us is under my control. There's no hope for you. That's why I didn't want to fight you as a Spirit King stage cultivator. It's boring. Whoosh! A scarlet sword wave flew at Bailey Yutian's neck in reply, unleashed by Shuafan with all his power. The invincible sword wasn't as hard-pressed, merely extending 2 fingers to cross them. Under the frightened eyes of many, the air warped and Shuafan's attack got deviated by a meter from Bailey Yutian, letting it explode somewhere behind. Bailey Yutian stood there with a tranquil expression. This is my world and you can no longer touch me. Dan Shun's side lamented, hanging their heads and feeling disgruntled. Why is it that a man appeared that can take the invincible sword down, but the monster had to advance as well? Now everyone will die, all plans wasted. All their efforts had been in vain. The invincible sword really is invincible. Bailey Jingwei's side had a victorious smile and stuck out their chests. None noticed that Shuafan wore a sinister smile as well. He sometimes touched his covered eyes with a calm expression. I should go all out as well, ha ha ha. Thunder Cage. Bailey Yutian raised his hand in Shuafan's direction and grabbed at air. A shame I'll be the one going to Devil Mountain. Shuafan, farewell forever. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, like the space was cracking as the lightning around Shuafan boxed him in like a claw from all directions. Purple lightning was prevalent everywhere he looked, blocking any means of escape. Shuafan was fated to be blasted into thousands of pieces. Watching their only hope about to shatter, the rest sighed. Luo Yunchang teared up as she cried, Shuafan! Master! Big Brother Zhua! Steward Zhua! All of the Luo clan was worried, yet powerless to do anything more than shout. Chower and Gu Santong were his children, and the only ones calm. They just watched like it was all just a show. Ouyang Lingtian gave them an odd look. Aren't you the least bit worried your father's about to die? Why should we be? You call that dying when Dad didn't even go all out? Gu Santong scoffed. Wait until Dad's out of tricks and can't do anything. That's where the real danger is. Until then, this is nothing, he. Ouyang Lingtian gave him a long and dull look. Your dad didn't go all out yet? He used all of the 4 sword arts and even that wasn't enough to deal with Bailey Yutian. Now a stage above him, a Spirit King. How can he still have a way of pulling off a win in this desperate situation? Ice King, you just don't know our dad. Chower teased. Dad only focused on the sword for the last 100 years. But it's not like he didn't beat others before that. You know most of Dad's power is in his eyes. Anything short of that means going easy. Eyes. Ouyang Lingtian's side blinked, turning to the white figure in the sky and found him to be unfazed from all the deadly lightning crackling around. He gave a casual pull at the eye cover and showed eyes encased in ice, along with a strange mark on his forehead. I understand the heaven sealing sword art fully and know how to use sealing. The eyes shouldn't lash out again. Ha ha ha. Shuafan made a sign and brought 2 fingers to his forehead. The mark on Shuafan's forehead glowed an intense blue as it faded slowly from his skin. As its power disappeared, The frost on his eyes melted. Shuafan became excited, eagerly anticipating the result. Rumble. The lightning was right next to him now. Bailey Yutian flicked his hand and the area crackled hard. Shuafan was surrounded by a flood of lightning, the purple color so blinding and the power terrifying. As it spread, everything in its path died. Shuafan! Luo Yunchang wailed, with the rest sighing. Bali Yuyu hung her head forlorn. I should have stopped you from meeting the patriarch. But now, Ouyang Lingtian made a weird face, turning to Gu Santong. Where's your dad? Dead. The two still looked undisturbed, puzzling the other Dharma kings. Bailey Yutian sighed at the white glow becoming stronger and bigger. A poor ending, but at least I got my pass for Devil Mountain. Now I can go without qualms. Ha ha ha. Aren't you afraid I'll be laying waste to your empire if you go? A wild laughter came. Bailey Yutian's heart jumped, turning to where the lightning was most focused. Rumble. A crackle far louder and terrible than the purple lightnings covered the sky as black thunder flames exploded into existence. The purple lightning put up no resistance in its path, revealing a most familiar figure, unaffected by the encroaching black flames. But now his eyes were opened. The right eye glowed golden with 4 rings, while the left eye glowed faintly blue with sparks around the sucking abyss of flames. Bailey Yutian gasped, Why are you not dead? I told you I should be the one to fulfill your will. How could I die before that? Shuafan smirked. Bailey Yutian stared at him hard, then chuckled, Humph! It won't change anything regardless. You are in the Genesis stage and can't do anything to me. I'm truly invincible now. I don't know how you lived through that, but you can't harm me. You can survive every time you want, but you'll never win. Shuafan gave a deep smile in reply. True, against a spirit king, the Genesis stage is worlds below. Bailey Jingwei snickered, filled with disdain. You got out alive, but the patriarch's the ultimate existence of this world. What could you possibly do? Humph! Bailey Yutian's eyes shone and sent a palm attack. A sword king's lashing. Let's see you deal with this. Whoosh! The whole sky crackled and was littered with purple sword waves as they rained down on Shuafan. Unlike the last time, not only the range was way bigger, but the power had multiplied as well, as did their numbers. The thick hail of energy blades came down on Shuafan, to skewer him and bury him. Invincible Sword watched for anything he might pull this time. It was quite baffling how Shuafan just stood there, not budging an inch. Whoosh! Shuafan flickered out of sight, the wide attack hitting nothing. Where'd he go? Bailey Yutian started. Whoosh! A fierce gale blew out just then from his side. Bailey Yutian flinched and slashed with sundering sword in reflex. Bam! With a scarlet glow and the familiar ruthless power coming into his heart, Bailey Yutian's hands went soft as he got flung into the air. His blood was boiling as he stopped in the air, finding Shuafan in his previous position, with his right eye shining in one golden halo. The space is under my control. How did you get next to me? That's impossible. Thunder flame void annihilation. Shuafan's reply was a quirky smile, his right eye shining in 2 golden rings while his left flashed with the black thunder flame. Whoosh! A broken beam of black flames shot from Shuafan's eyes and at Bailey Yutian. Thanks to Shuafan's boost in power, his eyes grew stronger as well, to a terrifying degree. Even Bailey Yutian, a fresh spirit king, was slow to react against the thunderflame-empowered void annihilation as it came for his life. Bailey Yutian could only use the ability of a spirit king, extending his fingers to warp space in front of the attack and deflect it. It didn't help. Bam! The attack hadn't deviated even an inch, the black beam of flames shooting for the invincible sword still. As void annihilation was the bane of any spatial skills, no spatial attack could affect it. The move wouldn't be so named otherwise. The thunder flame was also capable of burning anything in existence. The invincible sword ended up a powerless spirit king before this kind of attack, forced back despite his overwhelming power. The divine eye of the void was a sovereign's ultimate skill as well. There was hardly any skill more qualified in the spatial field in the whole sacred domain. Bailey Yutian's eyes twitched at the incoming beam of black flames, his heart shaking. It went beyond his comprehension how he was in a stage beyond any mortal's grasp, yet a punk like Xuefan defeated him. So he stopped trying to make sense of it all, calming himself down and raised the sundering sword out of instinct. Bam! The invincible sword's hands trembled, and he got sent flying from the mighty attack, only coming to a stop a mile away. The black flames spread over the blade, and onto his shaking hands as well. Staring hard at the snickering figure, Bailey Yutian turned grave. He had just used his advantage as Spirit King, yet it still proved useless against such an attack. It showed the possibility of losing this fight against some Genesis stage brat that could break his stage advantage. The audience was speechless, with Bailey Jingwei's group dumbstruck. They couldn't wrap their heads around how their patriarch, the peak existence of this world that had just gone a step higher, was pushed back. What the hell is Xuefan? Darkness comes and Sword Star wanes. Someone from the Devil Palace began, and it turned into an endless flood as all disciples cheered, singing the song that had spread throughout the lands. More and more sang, stronger and stronger, the fervor igniting their spirits. He was the Dark Demon Lord, their Devil Palace Lord, and he was going to crush the undefeated nation. The fanatic shouting raged in the others' ears. Bailey Jingwei heard it too, his face bleak as he gnashed his teeth. The soldiers hesitated, not knowing what to do. It can't be true. The patriarch losing, the empire falling. As doubts spread through the battlefield, a barrier was placed around Bailey Jingshi, Bailey Jingwei, and their sword kings. The invincible sword looked at his divine sword wrapped in black flames and felt fear. It soon turned into raging battle lust, flicking those flames off. He exploded with power, reaching every corner of the world and making it tremble. The deadly aura descended like the end of day was upon them. Divine Eye of the Void's fifth stage, Void Wall. Knowing what was happening, Xuefan's right eye displayed 5 halos. The Dharma Kings and the Sword Kings on the scaffold were covered in 7 invisible barriers. Xuefan raised his hand and traced along the demonic sword, making every inch he passed release black thunder flames, bolstering the demonic sword's power. Whoosh! He flicked it at the man in front with an evil smile, though his eyes were craving battle still, his power at its peak. Ugh! What are they doing this time? All the soldiers felt the space tremble with each barrier set in place, then looked at Bailey Jingwei's group and at the scaffold with tears in their eyes. Dude, you're both setting up for some absurd move, I get it, and you protected your main guys. But what about us? We're just small fries, so we can just die, is that it? This is discrimination. I tell you, discrimination. The Dark Demon Lord not included us nobodies, since we're enemies, but the Patriarch, you too? What's worse? You're the one who started this damn showdown. All were downcast and despairing at how easily they were cast aside. With no choice, they fled every which way. Run! Rumble! They only raised a leg when suddenly the sky, earth, air, everything, exploded with lightning. It disintegrated everything, the soldiers, the rocks, the remaining 10 million soldiers, all were gone just like that. The invincible sword shouted as he slashed at Xuefan, the world becoming sword waves as they came at Xuefan. Such a move was enough to do in a sword king from the pressure and errant power alone. All the lucky survivors witnessed such godly power from the safety of their barrier. Is this the fully unleashed power of a spirit king? It's dreadful. It's like fighting the world itself. He controls the air and everything in it. Who could ever hope to overcome all that power? That's why they set up barriers. It's the only reason we can witness such might without turning to ashes as well. Having front row seats at the untold destruction, everyone felt a chill down their backs. They gasped at their fortune of being important enough to not get kicked to the curb. Some looked worried at Xuefan. How was he going to face off against the world that had now turned on him? It was beyond merely sending waves of soldiers like they did with the invincible sword back in the last war. But against such incredible danger, Shuafan smiled. Even with the world under Bailey Yutian's control, he won't ever get to control my surroundings. Shuafan huffed. His right eye displayed for golden rings and his left flickered with thunder and fire. Divine Eye of the Void's fourth stage, Thunderflame Space Crusher. Boom! The space around him hummed as black thunderflames darkened it, turning it into Shuafan's dark world. He was no spirit king, unable to control the air and space around him, but this small area answered to him and him alone. Crack! The violent purple thunder blades shot for Shuafan, but all were erased upon entering the black domain. Bailey Yutian narrowed his eyes, finding the mass attack useless, so he switched tactics. He gathered his power and slashed hard, opting for a focused strike to break the enemy's defense. Whoosh! A purple wave once again streaked the sky, turning 300 meters big as it got charged with the lightning it crossed along its path, looking to destroy the unstoppable domain Shuafan erected. Shuafan's soaring sword art wasn't any weaker, though. His right hand flared and slashed hard with the power of a qilin. Whoosh! A black wave shot, inspiring dread and death as it met the invincible sword's attack. Rumble! The two waves exploded with noise and power. The pressure filled the world with purple lightning and black flames, sent everywhere like a meteor shower, destroying the already ruined place even more. Those behind the barrier watched this incredible showdown between mammoths. Glancing at the destruction around, they all felt their blood run cold. Curses! Their clash only gets more unbelievable and world-ending. The shock had yet to subside, with Shuafan wielding the demonic sword rushing at Bailey Yutian. His eyes maintained the Thunderflame Space Crusher, but instead of making it focus on himself, he made it turn into a mile-long black dragon. He stood on its head, charging with all his fury. With the space under Bailey Yutian's control, lightning struck him constantly from all over, to no avail. Against the mighty black dragon, all the thunder blades fizzled out as he charged to take down the head. Bailey Yutian's heart shook, turning grave at Shuafan's bravery. He now noticed that even with all his power, while he controlled the fate of everyone in his area, only Shuafan was immune, a monster among monsters, running amok. Bailey Yutian steeled his heart and relinquished control of space around, focusing all the power of the world. Success. The power rose sharply as it was focused. Bailey Yutian pointed his sword, with all the purple lightning focused on its edge. In practically an instant, endless amounts of purple lightning focused on him, bringing about a frightening display of raw power. With a sharp cry, the amassed purple lightning turned into a 300-meter huge bird carrying Bailey Yutian and the divine sword. Thanks to all that unimaginable power crammed in there, the huge bird was blinding in its glow, like the sun. Bam! Shuafan and Bailey Yutian's blades once again met, only this clash did not resume at their own power as they had further amplified their strength through different means to new heights. Shuafan's Divine Eye of the Void and Apocalyptic Thunderflame tripled his power. While Bailey Yutian used everything at his disposal, his control of the world included, to focus the lightning into a bird, a tenfold increase. Shuafan could handle a third of the invincible sword strength with it being spread out. But now, with all that wild power concentrated, Shuafan had no chance against it. Whoosh! Shuafan got flung 2 miles along with his black dragon of Thunderflame. The invincible sword shuddered and fell back half a mile. As they came to a halt, they charged again with their blades. The skies thrummed with their booming attacks as a black dragon and purple lightning bird kept colliding all over the place. In but moments, their blades screeched 100 times, shuddering the world around them. The audience, that was still alive, kept getting more shocked. The two of them had the literal power at their fingertips to kill millions of soldiers. They were weapons of mass destruction in and of themselves. No human should hold so much power. No wonder the world can't have both of them. The two spared no effort in securing victory. At last, the sounds of their clashes, strong enough to raise the dead, ceased with the smash of one of them into the ground, leaving a crater dozens of miles wide. Dan Xingshen's group panicked while Bailey Jingwei's group lit up. It was Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan rose from the deep rubble he was buried under and spat blood. He was gasping and weary. Shriek. The purple lightning bird hovered above his head. The invincible sword sat on the bird's head, gazing at his strongest opponent of his life. Weary as well, but his eyes were smiling. Zhuo Fan, you lost. No matter how strong your soaring sword art is, you're stuck at the Genesis stage, limited by Yuan Qi and unable to match a spirit king like me. Going all out against me so many times was your mistake. Humph, aren't you the same? Zhuo Fan huffed. Spirit King stage can control the power of space and air, but doesn't enjoy such a great increase of his own strength. Old man, focusing your control into a limited space only drew faster on your Yuan Qi reserves. Faster than even me. Not to mention, how long can your aged body last taking on so much power? I bet you can hardly move. Bailey Yutian grinned, his body swaying, with a popping sound coming from his bones. But his eyes were still focused on the fight. Why the hell would you care? I'm standing while you've fallen. The invincible sword glanced at the curtain of light coming from the heavens above, his mouth forming a smile. Once I'm through with you, I'll have no qualms going there, ha ha ha. Bailey Yutian laughed, heaving the now heavy divine sword. He was ready to end his strongest opponent. Everyone watched tense and riveted. Zhuo Fan showed a weird grin. It's too soon for you to go, ha ha ha. Thunder Flame Dragon Nest. Zhuo Fan plunged the demonic sword down. A surge of black energy exploded like a tide, turning the earth black as night. Roars upon roars came from it as it roiled like the sea. Black dragons flew into the sky, powered by the thunder flame, all aiming for Bailey Yutian and his lightning bird, drowning him in blackness. Everything now took a much bleaker and darker hue. Zhuo Fan snickered. Invincible sword, you shouldn't have focused all that control of the space on yourself. Just so you know, I have a domain soul, and by relinquishing control, I can use it for myself. Now you're in my dragon nest. Let's see you come out now, ha ha ha. Roar. Thousands upon thousands of black dragons breathed fire on the lightning bird and chipped away at it, bit by bit. Bailey Yutian held a cold smile. What can a mere domain do to me? Bailey Yutian shook hard and the lightning bird cried out. Purple lightning flared and the dragon nest suffered an explosion as it collapsed. The bright sun once again blessed this wretched battlefield and his aged face. Success. But the invincible sword had no time to react as a figure flashed in his face. Ugh! The invincible sword was frozen, looking down to find that his lightning bird had a thin and long hole running through it. All the way to him and through him, the invincible sword looked with a stiff face at the black flames on his abdomen, while his legs were engulfed in it already, slowly eating at him. Invincible sword! A cold voice came to his ears. I told you my sword arts are for devouring. The dragon nest wasn't so it could whittle you down, but to engulf your senses. With a spirit king able to control space, I had to be on high alert all the time. Not even my domain would have escaped your range. A shame you focused it all on you and lost your advantage. So I used this chance to blindside you with an attack. Bailey Yutian's brow shook, looking back to find Zhuo Fan's calm face as he wielded the black sword flickering with flames. The invincible sword gripped his sword, looking at the light above, feeling unreconciled. But then he gnashed his teeth and threw the sundering sword, roaring, Zhuo Fan, you win. You get to go to Devil Mountain. Take the sundering sword and reach the summit. Do not disgrace that sword. Bailey Yutian sighed and closed his eyes, the flames burning him to ashes. Feeling the purple blade trembling in his grip, mourning for its master, Zhuo Fan sighed. The invincible sword, a worthy opponent. Pa! In the sacred domain, in a little shack, a youth sat before a chessboard about to put a piece. His hand shook and the piece rolled among the others. It's gone. He took a deep breath. The spirit king in the mortal domain is gone. What a pity. He was about to arrive at the world they always yearned for. The shadow at his side stood, The spirit king this time was off. He should have long since come but suppressed himself to stay for something. Might it not be the same again? No, this time he's gone for good while last time his signature was merely weakened. Someone killed him before he could come. The mortal domain had 2 spirit kings? No. Someone jumped stages to do it. The man gasped. Jumped stages? Any spirit king birthed in such a wasted place, like the mortal domain, is a priceless talent. Yet one was killed by someone jumping stages? This hasn't happened ever. That was because for so many years he never thought of returning. Now that he wants to, none could stop him. Ha ha ha. Pa. A piece slammed on the board and the youth let out a mad laughter, chilling to the bone. Patriarch. Bailey Jingwei slumped to the ground, his feet giving in, with a look of utter despair. The rest of the Sword Star Empire's people were numb, while the Emperor fainted. The heart of the Empire, their god, the Patriarch, the invincible sword, had died. This can't be happening. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief, coming out of the illusion they built around the man. The invincible sword's ashes scattered in the wind, while the divine sword, having been his lifelong partner for thousands of years, now rested in Zhua Fan's hand. This reality could not be denied. Bailey Jingwei closed his eyes, tears trailing down his face. The Sword Kings kneeled and slammed to the ground. Only Shangguan Feiyun just stood there, frozen. Shit! I made the wrong bet. He believed that the invincible sword would help him in his goal, only to find this always undefeated man finally meet his match. Shangguan Feiyun's heart sank into hatred. While some wallowed in despair, others rejoiced at a new lease of life. Bailey Yutian fell, marking the decline of the Baileys. As for the convicts, they were celebrating. The monster Bailey Yutian is gone. Ha ha ha. Zither's Sword King watched the sky, at the new dawn rising, welcoming it with a smile. Darkness swallows the stars, bringing about a new dawn. I never dreamed it would come true. Ha ha ha. Lu Mubai was moved to tears. The weight of the past, the hatred of his clan, had been carried for years and years with no hope of being relieved of such burden. Now it was over, making all his toil as Sword King for 1,000 years all the more worth it. Everyone was engrossed in their own raw emotions, some of joy, some of sorrows. Zhua Fan held the sundering sword and placed it in his ring. The demonic sword shook in request. Zhua Fan smiled. I know, but later. You won't be sorry. Let's return first. Ding. The demonic sword rang as he slipped into Zhua Fan's body. Zhua Fan smiled and descended, taking away the barriers and releasing the convicts' bonds. In an hour they were all free. Palace Lord. Wu Randong was the first to bow, filled with endless gratitude and reverence. The other Devil Palace disciples followed suit, looking at Zhua Fan like he was the shiniest jewel. But fear remained still, of disturbing this great man, never daring to meet his gaze. Ignoring their excitement, Zhua Fan spoke to Wu Randong. All obstacles are removed now. Finish the Imperial Capital project within the month. Yes, sir. Wu Randong bowed. Ling Yuntian brought the 4 lands captives, with a bow. Thank you, Sir Zhua, for your timely rescue. We'd have perished for sure. It's fine, since I didn't come for you. It was meant for the Empire and I to fight. He stood in my way and I brushed him aside. Nothing more, nothing less. It was nothing personal. Zhua Fan shook his head. Ling Yuntian nodded. Yes, Sir Zhua has always been walking alone, above the disputes of the lands. You never had anything against the Empire. It's only that our goals aligned, that we faced the same enemy. But, Sir Zhua, you should have told us of your plans against the Empire and we would have worked together to make it easier. Why did you insist on having us suffer like this? You have the nerve to ask me that? You had Bailey Yutian on the ropes 100 years ago. So why did you stop? Ling Yuntian was lost for words. Zhua Fan said, Sect Leader Ling, it's not that I don't trust you. What I don't trust is human nature. Central Area had pushed you into a corner. making me your grand marshal. After the lands war, what use would my word have? The same applies now. If not for the empire waging war with the lands, you'd have never even thought of listening to my orders. Bailey Jingwei's spy aside, people only ever group up to repel outsiders. Right? Ugh. Ling Yuntian gave a nervous chuckle. Then he rushed to change topics. Sir Zhua, speaking of the spies, curse you, Bu Xingyun. I'll have your body scattered in the wind. Ling Yuntian rushed to the spies, shouting and cursing, looking smug like he had just earned a hard victory. Bu Xingyun's side panicked and fled, but Ling Yuntian's group caught them and started laying it on them hard and fast. Zhua Fan sneered. Those geezers. Big brother Zhua. Master. Luo Yunhai and his wife came with the Luo clan, all excited. Zhua Fan smiled and cupped his hands. I ask that you forgive me for the trouble I shove it where the sun doesn't shine. A raging voice echoed as a charming figure stormed over and jabbed a finger in his chest. You rotten bastard. Where have you been all these years? Not so much as sending a hello for 100 years? You were better off staying dead. You could have at least let us know you were safe. Everyone was worried sick. Zhua Fan staggered under the assault, able to face Invincible Sword's mighty aura, yet couldn't take the pokes from a pretty lady. All he could do was shrug. Young miss, I did want to let you know, but I've always been busy and didn't want to involve you. I feared. So that makes it fine to blow us off? Didn't we get dragged into it anyway? Whatever comes, it'll come, regardless where you are. What doesn't, won't, but you still aren't there either. What's there to fear? Luo Yunchang kept yelling and taking it up on him for all those years, only to finish in tears and catch him in a strong hug, leaning her head on his chest. Her eyes were red as she sniffed. Answer me and don't go. I told you, no matter what it is, we'll do it together. Please don't leave, all right? Zhua Fan froze, looking down at her fair face and shook his head as he didn't know what to do with his hands. Young miss. Hand down. Luo Yunchang had his hand placed on her waist, then lay happily on his chest, smiling and crying. Zhua Fan scratched his nose, looking at the others who were happy staying out of it, looking for an excuse to get away. Palace Lord, I'll gather the men and start working. What's the hurry? I just rescued them. Can't they relax for a few days? Hey! Zhua Fan saw Wu Randong run off. Zhua Fan looked down at the young miss glued to him and sighed. Young miss, I need to look for my wife. Luo Yunchang shook, but held on still. She spoke after a pause. It's fine if you go after Miss Qingqing. I won't stop you. But you can't stop my feelings for you either. Young miss. You don't have to say it. Luo Yunchang stood straight and looked him in the eye with a smile. I told you. I won't stop you and neither can you stop me. We're a family. Let's go back, Steward Zhua. Your seat has always been saved for you. No matter what you do, we do it together, even finding Miss Qingqing. We'll always be by your side. So long as you don't throw us away. The Luo clan nodded, showing their sincerity. Zhua Fan felt warm at their intention and sighed a nod. If you so wish, the Luo clan's head steward has returned. They all cheered and jumped in joy. But seeing them like this, Zhua Fan might be smiling, but his eyes showed sadness. Meeting only to part. Our days together will be short. The path of ascension is almost done. Stop. Don't touch him. If you have something with him, take it up with me. A shout drew Zhua Fan's attention. He frowned and looked over with a start. Nodding, he walked over. Bam! A convict kicked a brawny man to the ground, mocking, Ha ha ha! So this is what the mighty Sword King has come to. Ha ha ha! Stop! We surrendered. What are you trying to do? Bali Yuyu glared at them, gnashing her teeth. The youth sneered, giving her a most unbecoming leer. What, you ask? Weren't the Sword Kings always acting so high and mighty? With the invincible sword dead, any kind of lashing out won't do you any good. Surrendering is your only hope at living. So play along or else. Or else what? A steel grip had twisted his wrist. The man whipped his head with a scowl, only to pale hard. Marshal Joie. We've got all the prisoners sorted out for you to handle. Bali Yuyu shook, observing the man she had been daydreaming about day and night for the past century, and her heart raced. Shuafan sneered. You actually know they're my prisoners? Others who didn't might think it was you who got them. You must be so amazing taking down the central area's sword kings. I'd never, Marshal Joie. You're our Grand Marshal of the Four Lands just as it was 100 years ago. We're doing it all for you. Humph. What a pretentious excuse. You never did anything for me 100 years ago, and now that I got the central area you wanted to step in. Shuafan flung the man into the air, vanishing in the distance. I'm fine without it. The rest acted oblivious, lowering their heads and clearing the area. Ignoring the profiteers, Shuafan turned to Bali Yuyu, who never took her eyes off him. He snapped his fingers and her bounds came undone. I saw how you never got a wound on you when you fought Shower. How did those ants even catch you? I sealed my own cultivation. You did. Yes, you've won and we lost. Those bastards used Brother Lei to threaten me, so what could I do? Or did you expect me to be as fearless as the patriarch and have you cut me down? Bali Yuyu glared. Shuafan shook his head. My fight with him has been in the works for a century. An honorable duel bearing no grudge from either party. Along the way I took the empire for my own purposes, still nothing personal. Now that the empire is mine, I want nothing else. You're free to go. Free. Bali Yuyu started. You're letting us go free? What if we'll take revenge? Shuafan chuckled. Can you really, with just that much strength? Don't make me laugh. Not now, but who's to say later? Neither later. Shuafan cut her off. Since I overcame all of you, I hold no fear for the future. If, by some miracle, you do succeed, that proves I've been idle and deserve to die. A real man isn't afraid of any challenge. Moreover, I'm a challenger myself. Challenging myself for my own goals is all the more reason I can't let others catch up to me. Or I wouldn't have needed him to step in and would have died at your hands instead. Bali Yuyu's eyes grew hazy. You're just like Patriarch, no stronger. Patriarch always yearned for the top, but feared being overtaken. You don't have such fear, and that's why you won. You flatter me. What I fear is something you can never reach. Shuafan waved, walking away. Take them and go. We've had a nice run once, and this is my thanks for it. Bali Yuyu gave him a long look, then pointed at the others to remove their binds. A sudden roar then shook the heavens as someone shot for Shuafan. Shuafan! What now? Whoosh. Shuafan clutched the neck of the attacker. Bailey Jingtian. Revenge for the invincible sword, is that it? I told you that none of you have it in you. But since you challenged me, I'll answer with the same coin. Shuafan gripped harder, cutting his breath. I'm a man of principles and can overlook the boiling hatred you all nurture. But the moment you try anything, you have to own up to your actions. Wait! Bailey Yule shouted and rushed over, pleading. Sir Joie, please let the crown prince go. If you must kill him, take me instead. Shuafan squinted. Bailey Yule, we were on better terms 100 years ago. Though it was to help another and thus you helped me, I still consider it a favor. But what is your deal with the crown prince to go so far? It's about that time 100 years ago as well. He knows I had let you go yet never revealed it. Holding his word for 100 years, he earned my friendship. Didn't you stop to think that maybe he had his reasons? Shuafan raised an eyebrow. Your Highness, you're no saint. I see. Knowing to use gratitude to your own means. Bailey Jingtian said, as the crown prince, I've learned how to rule. Gratitude has nothing to do with it, just business. But yes, when you had your black flames on me, Thunder Sword King did save my life. He did right by cutting my arm off. I had the same thought but couldn't do it because that would mean everything would be over. My throne would no longer be mine. Have you ever heard of a cripple sitting on the throne in humanity's long history? So Thunder Sword King had solved my crisis and my life. But later, I helped them hide their connection with you, not really thinking over the implications. But without an arm, I was fated to be alone, so why then insist on making an enemy out of a sword king? It's all to protect myself due to what happened, and I had to keep it to myself. See? He had it all figured out and didn't do it for you. I bet you looked after him these years, so you should be square. Zhuo Fan snickered. Bailey Yulei's brow shook, yet his voice was firm. Regardless, I still feel friendship for him, keeping it a secret for so long, and ask that you stay your hand. Sure, since you felt friendship for him, I felt the same for you, but only this once. At least wait until you have the strength before coming at me. Zhuo Fan smirked and let go, walking off. A month later, I'll be leaving this world, to where your patriarch yearned to go. Anyone is welcome to come since I lack manpower. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingtian squinted. What's his angle? Trying to get us on his side after killing the patriarch? As if. It's hard to tell. With her heart already made up, Bali Yuyu muttered. The patriarch and Zhuo Fan fought an honorable battle with their lives on the line. When the patriarch died, he held no hatred. Among cultivators, what grudges could there be among challengers? Your Highness, you'll never grow strong without at least this much aspiration. Look at yourself. After 100 years, you couldn't even defeat the likes of Yilin and Ouyang Chongqing, the same ones you once beat. A missing arm shouldn't have affected your strength as much. Think back at what you've been doing this past century. The only thing that came to Bailey Jingtian's mind was hate. He hated Zhuo Fan for taking his arm, losing his status, and everyone for mocking his deficiency. The hatred had taken over his mind to such extent, he almost let the sundering sword art waste away. Bailey Jingtian sighed long and hard, closing his eyes. The first step to become stronger and defeat the man he hated all his life was to let go of the hate and set his eyes on the top. Bali Yuyu glanced over and showed a sneaky smile. Let us all go then, to the world of the strong that the patriarch wanted to see. At the very least, we'll ease his spirit, right? Ha ha ha. You just want to be at the kid's side. Bailey Yulei snapped his eyes on her, shaking his head. In another part, following the ruckus, Bailey Jingshi and Bailey Jingwei were shoved and sworn at. Bu Xingyun and the other spies were beaten black and blue. Luo Yunhai's brow shook. They are still the prime minister and emperor. Even as captives, why must they be scorned so? The winner gets the spoils, and they lost. Zhuo Fan walked by. But aren't I supposed to be the winner here? These people from the Four Lands were mere captives, and now they think of themselves as the bosses. Luo Yunhai pleaded. Big brother Zhuo, Bailey Jingwei is vile, but never trounced our dignity. I hope you will let us handle him. Yeah, I always pay back with the same coin. I may kill him, but never shame him. Zhuo Fan nodded. You're the clan head, so do what you will. Luo Yunhai perked up and rushed into the fray. Zhuo Fan shook his head. See, this was my last lesson to you on good and evil, righteous and demonic. Now who here is right and who is wrong? Miss Murong. Humph, so this is the loftiest emperor and greatest prime minister in the whole wide world. You got cocky, you showed off. Now look where that got you. Beneath my boot. Hi. You finally got yours. Now it's our turn to toy with all these big shots. Ha ha ha. Bang. Bailey Jingwei's group gnashed their teeth without a word, taking all the abuse they threw at them, be it physical or emotional. The abusers grew wilder, stopping only when Luo Yunhai came over to break them up. But even so, they left with a wide and scornful smile, like some prized underdog. Murong Shui shook her head, disappointed. These dignified people cast away their people, shirking all duty in face of disaster. Yet they now prance around high and mighty as they take it out on the defeated enemy. Even Bailey Jingwei, the greatest mastermind and our enemy, wouldn't fall so low. Zhuo Fan smiled as he left with a dark glint in his eye. Good and evil begin from thoughts. In this world, who could reign in his wild nature? Ha ha ha. The imperial capital fell. Aside from Shangguan Feiyun and the spies, taken away by the other land's leaders, the rest of the captives were handed to the Luo clan to be dealt with. The news spread like wildfire throughout the empire, crushing the morale of all the forces still trying to fend off the invading Three Lands armies. The empire fell and the central area fell as well. This became the new reality. The Eastern Lands rebellion soon won as well, with the Shangguan clan reinstated as its ruler. The Five Lands regained peace, the Dharma kings returning to their old jobs, handling their lands. Zhuofan put everything aside, going with the Luo clan to rest with the others. Luo Sifan and the other two kids were torn from worry. They welcomed her parents back with utter joy, while the oldies from the Luo alliance noticed the first great steward returned as well. Everyone gave him a deep bow of respect. The kids became aware that Steward Zhua was a monumental existence to the alliance. Also, he wasn't blind. It left them baffled. Zhuofan caught up with his old friends, offering a different kind of comfort. 3 days passed and Zhuge Changfeng was with Zhuofan in the Luo clan's backyard, enjoying idle talk and playing chess. Luo Sifan was engrossed seeing the pieces fly across the board, glancing at Zhuge Changfeng and seeing him frown hard. She raised her hand to propose, "Grandpa Zhuge here. Ha ha ha, young miss, if I place it there, then I'll burn my own foot," with Steward Zhua not even needing to land the killing blow. Zhuge Changfeng rubbed his beard, chuckling and cupping his hand. Steward Zhua's chess skills have grown sharper. I admit complete defeat. Luo Sifan pouted, "Grandpa Zhuge, you lost 10 rounds already, but weren't said to be the best at chess in the Western Lands? Why? That's when Steward Zhua wasn't around. Since I lost to Steward Zhua once 100 years ago." Ha ha ha. Zhuge Changfeng laughed. Zhuofan smiled. "Prime Minister Zhuge, you're still holding on to that grudge? Ha ha ha. Big brother Zhua. Master." Luo Yunhai and his wife came over, bowing to him. Zhuge Changfeng and Luo Sifan rose up and greeted them. "Clan head, madam. Mom, dad. Yunhai, you're the clan head. I should be the one to visit you. What are you doing here so early in the morning?" Zhuofan gathered the pieces on the board while talking casually. Luo Yunhai chuckled. "Big brother Zhua, you jest. I'd never try getting you to visit me. I heard you are back and many of our old friends from the Western Lands are here to see you, even the exalted." "Exalted double dragons?" Luo Sifan jumped. "The exalted have hardly gone around the land and even I never met them. To think they'd show up at our door. That's a given." Zhuge Changfeng smiled. Steward Zhua defeated the invincible sword, the best in the world. He is now in the Luo clan and it bolsters the Luo alliance's fame and value. They say the Luo clan has replaced the Bailey as the best clan in the world. The exalted have to show respect and can no longer stay haughty like before. Luo Sifan oohed, looking at Zhuofan like a prized pony. "Uncle Zhua is so grand." Zhuofan stood and walked. "Since we're friendly, let's meet them. I won't get the chance again. Wait." Zhuofan turned back at the sharp shout. "Schwanger, it's been a while. I've been in the Luo clan for days yet never saw you around. Where have you been? Ha ha ha. Holy maiden." Zhuofan chuckled in good humor. He was still feeling odd, since Schwanger should have known he was with the Luo clan yet never came to see him. Luo Yunhai's group smiled. Yun Shuang smiled back and took Zhuofan's arm. "Come with me." "Why?" "My patriarch wants to see you." "Your patriarch?" Zhuofan asked curiously. Schwanger's eyes glimmered. "Yes, my Yun clan patriarch, Sovereign Yun. One of the 10 ancient sovereigns wants to see the demonic Emperor Zhua Yifan." Zhuofan's heart tensed, looking grave. The missing Sovereign Yun was in the mortal domain. 10 days later, in a thick forest, a man and a woman dashed through the woods to land among some ruins. Every rock was covered in vines or hidden by the wildlife. "This is the Yun clan's ancestral home?" Zhuofan asked. Yun Shuang nodded. "The Yun clan left this place ages ago, and it came into ruin, making it look bleak. If not for the last 5 lands war growing to such a scale, I might have never come back here to seek my patriarch's blessing. I then stayed here under his guidance to cultivate." Yun Shuang made a sign and the random rocks scattered about rippled, and the air shimmered in front. "Let's go." Giving Zhuofan a smile, She pulled his hand as she took the lead to enter the shimmering air. The two ended up in a dark cave and found themselves unable to control their bodies, floating in space. The only presence there were the endless stars casting a mystical glow. Boom! The image of a 300-meter-tall old man whooshed in their sight, releasing a white aura and shedding light in this dark space. Welcome to my star space, demonic Emperor Zhua Yifan. Why your sovereign Yun? Zhua Fan's heart shook, finding meeting a sovereign still shocking. He bowed and offered his respect. Greetings, senior. Yun Shuang bowed as well. Greetings, patriarch. There's no need for that. I am but a trace. Sovereign Yun looked stern. Demonic Emperor Zhua Yifan, do you know why I asked for you? Zhua Fan never looked up, bowing still. I do not. Please enlighten me, senior. Because you lost something. Without it, you will die. Sovereign Yun was grave as he shouted. Boy, your death isn't important, but it will involve the fate of every living thing, bringing misery to us all. You have to get it back. Understand? Zhua Fan pondered and said, Senior, what am I looking for? You know fully well what. Sovereign Yun shouted. You were operating outside of fate and I could not see your destiny, but I could still see your past. But all these years, I had been blind to you. Do you know why? It's because you had something on you that helped you in all your cunning endeavors. Do you know what that is? Zhua Fan guessed. Is it that what Senior is referring to? Only you know what you're to find. I'm only giving you a reminder. Sovereign Yun was being cryptic as his hand shone white and revealed a black sphere, throwing it to Zhua Fan. This is a 6th grade sacred weapon I made with all my power, World Bridge. No place is out of its reach. As long as you think of somewhere, it will take you there, helping you find what or who you want. It will also guide you towards what you're looking for. Taking a closer look at the black sphere, he noticed energy swirling within, like the primordial energy that made the world, followed by endless stars surrounding it. His mind felt like he was in a vast and endless world, aware of his insignificance in the face of such a universe, an ant squashed by forces unseen. He was jolted to his senses the next moment, sweat trickling down his brow. His heart was filled with fear and unease. His pride and arrogance as a human was squashed then and there. Yun Shuang said, Big brother Zhua, are you all right? I'm fine. Easing a breath, Zhua Fan stared at the black ball. Senior Sovereign Yun, how do I use your treasure? The sovereign smirked. Figure out yourself. No matter who or what you're looking for, this world bridge will help you. That's all I had to say, boy. You can go. Sovereign Yun flicked his hand and an astral wind sent Zhua Fan flying. Yun Shuang started, Big brother Zhua. Shuanger. Sovereign Yun shouted, as did Yun Shuang. She turned back and said, Patriarch, I'm about to fade away. Sovereign Yun turned transparent, yet he smiled. Since ancient times, this trace remained because of Worldbridge's help. All I've been doing was waiting for a man to appear to give it to him. Now that time has come and I shall vanish. The rest is up to him. Don't let it all go to waste. The voice faded as well in this dark place. With a boom, everything collapsed, turning into fading glimmers. The sun shone within, revealing just an ordinary cave. Patriarch. Shuanger lamented, bowing at the deep cave before leaving. With a start, Zhua Fan plopped on the ground, thrown among rocks and kicking up dust. Finally straightening himself, he said, I was clearly in the mountain and now I'm at its foot. The senior sure doesn't see his guests out. Talk about rude. Big brother Zhua. Shuanger came over and saw him covered in dust. Are you all right? Patriarch's dismissal can be a bit harsh. Zhua Fan patted the dust off his clothes. It's fine. But are all sovereigns like that? Do all of them have weird hobbies? Shuanger giggled. Big brother Zhua is going back to sacred domain? Can you take me along? Why? You need help and I can lend a hand. Oh, that. Zhua Fan hesitated. Put on the spot. Peak Genesis stage isn't bad. But I know you're bad at fighting. Sacred domain is too. Xianxia was firm in this. Don't underestimate me. Xianxia's eyes shone an eerie blue and an astonishing power came out. With rumbling combing from everywhere, the entire mountain range crumbled on the spot. But it wasn't due to the shaking, it was because it was flattened. Xuefan felt heavy as well and sank into the earth. Everything in 100 miles sank 300 meters. Xianxia stopped and looked in pride. Well, big brother Xue? That's a third of what I can do. I refrained from flattening 1,000 miles around since there are people living here. And that's not even my special skill. You're practically a different person after receiving Sovereign Yun's guidance. Xuefan's face twitched. But why didn't your patriarch train disciples to protect your clan? Xianxia shrugged. Patriarch cared for the world. He only waited here for you to give you something. He doesn't care what befell the clan, or how it fares. He only taught me because he sensed your aura 100 years ago, and wanted me to help you. I see. But why would he help me? Is it because of the sovereign path? Xuefan frowned, looking at the black ball in his hand and then patted Xianxia's shoulder. We'll meet in Swordstar Empire's capital in 20 days. Don't be late and don't tell the Luo clan. You're not taking them? What's the point of being in so much danger? Xuefan sighed. They are kings in the mortal domain and have a stable position. They should enjoy retirement. By going to sacred domain instead, they will have to start over, facing danger upon danger. In short, there are many horrible men there, and even more hidden experts unaccounted for. I even feel scared. Taking them along will make it hard to protect them. Xianxia nodded and sighed. The two returned to the Luo clan and stayed for a few days, meeting old friends from western lands before leaving for the empire's capital. At that time, a dozen days passed already, with most of the people Xuefan gathered already there. Gu Santong and Shower were obvious, with Yi Lin and other Dharma kings, Bali Yuyu, Bailey Yulei and Bailey Jingtian present as well. Even Murong Shui was going. Miss Murong, you're coming along? Xuefan asked. Murong Shui nodded. My sight has broadened and I wish to see the upper world, if you don't mind. I don't, not since you're your brother's problem now. If he doesn't mind, why should I? Ha ha ha. Xuefan came before the Thunder Pavilion. There was not a trance of lightning as before, turned into an average place. That was because a month back, Xuefan threw a casual seal over it when he was here. Glancing at the bowing Wu Randong nearby, Xuefan said, After we leave, you are to watch over the mortal domain. At my signal, activate the second array. Got it. Krista Klurl, Palace Lord. The Empire is gone and my hatred has quelled. I only wish to fulfill the Palace Lord's orders. Wu Randong bowed sternly. Xuefan nodded and made a sign. The space around them rippled. World's Arts Combine. Seas of spiritual clarity. Aid me in activating the array. Open the path to heaven and guide me on my journey. Boom! Every land began shaking. The sky filled with the cries of the frightened. The tunnels dug throughout the lands and packed with sacred stones intertwined as they activated and linked the 5 lands into one gargantuan array. Whoosh! A white pillar shot into the sky from the former beast-taming sect. Violent and volatile power gushed from it, racing through and into the array dug underground, all the way to the imperial capital. Rustle. More pillars of light shot out, from Ultimate Clarity sect, North Sea, the former Flying Cloud Manor and more. It was like they connected heaven with the earth, unleashing tremendous power. The people near these locations blanked out on the spot. Even Genesis experts could barely breathe from the pressure. They could barely crawl on the ground, horrified at the development. 7 pillars in all, scattered throughout the 5 lands, rose into the air. The thick spiritual energy from the sacred domain came pouring in from the whirlwind tunnels, fueling the huge array and coming to the imperial capital. Dragon Ancestor roared in joy. Ha ha ha, at long last. The time of our freedom has come. Ha ha ha. Finally completed. The kid is about to return, ha ha ha. Safe travels, old friend. In the All-Beast Mountain range, vaulting Kuanping felt the spiritual energy around changing and saw the 7 pillars of light with a wide smile. It all went according to plan. A plan in the making for eons. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. All that power focused in one area. Zhuofan's eyes shone and made another sign as he pointed. All paths converge. Ascension path. Open. Boom. With one last strong worldwide shake, the Thunder Pavilion let out its own white pillar into the sky. Boom. The heavens above then manifested a dazzling light, the same one that was calling the Spirit King Bailey Yutian. The path to the sacred domain was finally open. Drip. The earth shook and water dripped inside a dark prison. A weary middle-aged man sat on a filthy bed, bleak and forlorn. Crack. Noise came from just outside, with a man bowing. Greetings, Your Majesty. Open the cell. Yes. A man in royal garb stepped in, looking at the prisoner in ruined clothes. Imperial brother, did you hear? That's the sound of old friends leaving. But even as the ruler of a nation, I still had no suitable parting gift. Who is leaving? The prisoner looked up, staring at Tianyu's emperor, Yuan Song. Yuan Song sighed. My sworn brothers, of course, Zhuofan and the Luo clan. They're going to a bigger world and reaching new heights we could never even dream of. I can only stay here and wish them safe travels. Ha ha ha. For Your Majesty to come see a traitor in person, is it just to show off? Yuan Yong mocked. I sided with the Sword Star Empire, the greatest power, only for Zhuofan to later destroy it. Now you have caught me and must be mighty pleased. Now there's no chance of me fighting back. I am at your whim to kill, to maim. Yuan Song looked saddened. Second brother, to be honest, I'd have truly removed you if this happened 100 years ago. But now everything changed. I felt my power waning with the Luo alliance hanging overhead. I've been depressed and forlorn. But then Luo Yunhai returned to me my full authority. I thought I'd be happy, but all I found within me was an endless void. Void! Yes. Yuan Song sighed. What's so great about imperial power, when all is so futile? For this power I killed my elder brother, harmed my father, and then became a puppet just so that someone would throw me back out like trash. The moment the power returned to me, I cried. What the hell is this? Kings and officials, fathers and sons, tear at each other, and for what? So that one man can stand alone, in the cold, harsh emptiness. Yuan Song teared up, leaving Yuan Yong in shock. Yes, just what is authority? To make me, the foolish and chubby third brother, so ruthless to kill our father and first brother, then hunt you down as well? Second brother, I am confessing here, but you shouldn't pin everything on me either. It was in fact the Crown Prince who killed our father then. I only joined later and killed the Crown Prince, on the charge of patricide. The Crown Prince killed our imperial father? Don't spout nonsense. Why did I hear then that you killed them, teaming up with the Luo clan to take power? That's the truth. You're my prisoner, so why would I bother making everything up? Yuan Song sighed. Imperial father drew outsiders to fight the Luo clan and set the stage for the Crown Prince's death. Also he could leave the lands to me. In the end, the Crown Prince struck first, the Luo clan had shockingly won, and with them in the shadows, I became their puppet emperor. If it weren't for the Luo clan, it still would have been me who inherited it. For Imperial Father never planned on giving power to the Crown Prince. Yuan Yong's face shook. How can that be? I thought you killed them and I've always sought revenge. When the Imperial members vie for power, who doesn't seek revenge? Yuan Song sighed. Everyone went insane, trying to cull everyone outside of their control. Be it our Imperial Father or the Crown Prince who won, neither would have let you, the imprisoned second brother, free. I as well was a threat to the throne and removed. Yuan Yong squinted in a daze. Then he slumped powerlessly. What have I been doing this last century then? Helping those trying to kill me for revenge? Ha ha ha. Guard, release Yuan Yong. Yuan Song shouted and a soldier obeyed. Yuan Song gave him a long look, then smiled. I had a drink with Zhuofan a few days ago and realized a problem. He never cared for power, but winning against the world. We fought hard and bitterly, but won the rights to a life of solitude. Second brother, the other lands condemn their traitors, with Shangguan Feiyun, Bu Xingyun and the others having a sordid end. You are still my second brother, my only remaining brother. Zhuofan had been a true friend to give you to me, and none other cared much either. Now, Yuan clan has another member left alive. Yuan Yong could finally move and doubted. Aren't you afraid I'll come back to fight you? Fight me? I'm but the lord of a third-rate empire while you climb to be a valued minister in the Sword Star Empire? Why would you come after me? Yuan Song mocked, turning to leave. Zhuofan left. Luo clan left. All old friends left. I have no brothers and I'm going to live a life of solitude. And with your crimes, even if I succeed the throne to you, would the Double Dragon Manor agree? If you can take down the Double Dragon Manor, why come for my throne then? Funny, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Yuan Yong's eye twitched as he watched the emperor leave. Nothing mattered in the end. It's all nothing but pure bias. Why even fight anymore? Ha ha. Yuan Yong walked out with a hunched back, feeling like centuries caught up with him. Meanwhile, Zhuofan finished the signs and regarded the light pillar. He turned to the others. This is the path to the upper world. Follow me. Once we arrive, you have to listen to all I say, lest you get on someone's bad side and never see the light of day again. Yes, everyone shouted. Yilin took the first step to Zhuofan. Big brother, isn't it a recoil array to break open the mortal domain? Why did it change into a path of ascension? What about Master and others? They'll wait for a bit. Zhuofan squinted. Yilin, do you have that much trust in those old bones' words? Air. All we got from what happened is from their mouths. Who can prove it's real? Zhuofan's eyes shone, emphasizing every word. You saw every aspect of humanity in the Five Lands War and can tell. Central Area defeating the Four Lands did not mean their destruction. For lands defeating the Empire didn't mean Central Area's fortune. Each power fights for itself. There's no morality involved, no good, no evil. By letting those old monsters go, can you guarantee it won't blow up in our faces? Ugh. Yilin frowned in hesitation. Pa. Zhuofan had a grave look, putting a hand on his shoulder. We'll go first to see the situation in the sacred domain. If it's like those guys said, I'll give Wu Randong the signal and he'll activate the recoiling array to free them. But if it's a lie, painting themselves as victims, for their sake and that of world peace, they'll be locked up for the rest of their lives. Don't give me that and get a move on. Zhuofan pushed and threw Yilin into the pillar, gone before he could scream. Zhuofan turned to the rest, beaming. Who's next? Me. A roar of anger came as a girl flashed in his view. Zhuofan started. Why, young miss, what? You foul cretin? You're taking off again and leaving us behind? And no, it's just that there isn't suited for you. Big brother Zhua, no matter what you say, we agreed to stay together. You have no right to slip away. Luo Yunhai smiled. Look, I've brought the whole clan to fight alongside you. Li Jingtian's venerables appeared, Li Jingtian and the power couple, as well as thousands of Genesis stage veteran soldiers. Even Luo Sifan and the brats came. Zhuofan shook his head. Aren't you afraid of leaving the Luo alliance's core empty? No, out with the old and in with the new. Luo Yunhai waved. We built the Luo alliance here, then we can do it again there. Big brother Zhua, I'm still young and have ambition. I fear nothing. Let us do this together. Yeah, Steward Zhua. Let us follow you. The others shouted their agreements. Zhuofan sighed, yet he felt gratified inside. Just as he was about to speak, someone pushed him into the pillar. No more talking. Let's all go. Someone held Zhuofan and dragged him inside the pillar with a sweet smile. Everyone vanished one after the other. Wu Randong made a sign when he was alone, and the gaudy pillar of light faded away. The other 7 pillars in the 5 lands followed suit. Wu Randong smirked, looking at the sky. Take care, Palace Lord. Until next time, Brother Zhua. Xianxia and the others watched them go from a distance with cupped hands. I really want to go as well and see the wider world outside. But you had sect matters to attend to. I also have my clan to consider as well. Shangguan Qinyan shrugged. What's more, we have to watch over the Grand Array. He took a century to set up and receive him at any time. He gave us harsh warnings about this. It may very well be related to his survival. Xianxia nodded and smiled. Yes, he has a lot of trust in us, with his life even, to give us such a task, to cooperate with Devil Palace in guarding the Grand Array. We are not about to let him down. Ha ha ha. The others smiled broadly, while they watched Shuafan go, filled with respect and trust. In Ultimate Clarity Sect, the dragon ancestor blinked at the sudden disappearance of the light pillars. What the hell? The mortal domain isn't open yet, so why did it stop? Then it hit him and he raged. Rotten cretin, you have the nerve to throw us away? Just you wait. You're going to pay for this. We'll wreck you so hard you'll come back crying, begging us for help. Curses. He left for good this time. In the North Sea, Heaven Xianxia peeked his head out of the water, sensing the world settling, shaking his head in boredom. Boy, take care. Who knows when you'll be back? The huge head dipped back under the water. Being around Shuafan for 100 years made him recall those ancient times he interacted with humans, filled with warmth and joy. Now he was back to being alone. Whoosh. The mortal domain's people each had their thoughts regarding Shuafan's leaving. But in the sacred domain, in a scorched area, a beam of light appeared and people walked out of it. The thick spiritual energy slammed into their face, flooding their every fiber and making their yuan qi run wild without even focusing on cultivating. They all were left speechless. Is this the world the patriarch wanted to see? It's incredible. The degree of spiritual energy here is scary, no different from a sacred stone mine, no, 10 times denser. With the sacred stone mines sealed off, the amount mined was very little for everyone to enjoy. But here and now, this was a cultivator's paradise. Everyone was overjoyed, with Bali Yuyu giggling. Shuafan, is this devil moundish? Her joy was short-lived as she turned to him. Young miss, we've arrived. Can you let go? Shuafan sighed, laying on the scorched earth with Luo Yunchang clutching to him for her dear life. Luo Yunchang smirked, happy to hold him with closed eyes. No, or you'll just be running off again. This place is foreign to me. I couldn't find you in the 5 lands and this will go double here. So you better stay put, for I'm not letting you go. Get off already. A dainty hand grabbed her collar and yanked her off Shuafan. Bailey Yuyu looked mighty jealous. Have you no shame, woman? Throwing yourself at a man in broad daylight. He's my steward. Why do you care who I throw myself to? If you hate it so much, will engaging in such activity at night be to your liking? Damn you. That's enough. Bali Yuyu was fuming mad, but Shuafan interfered. He brushed off the dust and stood up with a stern look. We have arrived and I have to give you fair warning not to wander about and draw trouble. We can't take any of it, understand? All were just as grave as him. Shuafan continued, first off, this place is called the Sacred Domain. Compared to mortal domain, everything is a few stages higher, with treasures at every step, making this place teeming with experts. I'm sure you've already felt the outrageous spiritual energy density, making it easy to cultivate. While in the mortal domain, a supreme genius of 12 achieving bone-tempering stage can be praiseworthy, and reaching the profound heaven stage would be monstrous. Here, however, radiant stage kids are running all over the place, with more talented being in the ethereal stage, and the true monsters at the Genesis stage. Especially you 3 brats, listen up. Your parents might have let you come to set up shop in this great place, but this is no paradise. It is hell. Walking about as you are, any other 16-year-old will wipe the floor with you. So be careful. For those days of lording over with status and power are over. Success. Everyone gasped in shock. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. In the mortal domain we were at the peak, but here we're at the bottom, no different than common people. Zhuofan spoke coldly. So in the sacred domain, if you want to hold any kind of power, you need to be a spirit king at the very least. Anything in the mortal stages are ants. That's why none of us have the right to show off and must keep our noses down. Everyone grew heavy, feeling apprehension. They were among the top in the mortal domain, and now they ended up scraping the barrel. Zhuofan smirked. But there's no need to be discouraged. You're at the bottom because the mortal domain's conditions were too poor. Based on talent alone, you're sacred domain monsters as well. Especially the sword kings. Reaching spirit king stage should be easy, taking only time. So all we need to do is endure for a while, and then we can leave our mark on sacred domain. Truly? Everyone's eyes glimmered. They were all men who enjoyed status. Even though they sank to rock bottom, they now had faith they could make a comeback. What of Devil Mountain? Is it the same as sacred domain? Bali Yuyu asked, getting the attention of everyone. Right, he always says he came from Devil Mountain, so why are we in sacred domain? Zhuofan's eyes shone, giving a sinister smirk. Of course it isn't. Devil Mountain is but a part of sacred domain. Don't be quick to think Devil Mountain is friendly either. From now on, Devil Mountain is in fact our greatest opponent. Everyone shuddered. It's not his sect? Why? Rumble. Thunderclaps sounded from the heavens as lightning snaked about the black clouds. Flinching, the people panicked. But then their power started boiling, like breaking through. They all cried out. Zhuofan exclaimed, yes, mortal domain was not just barren of spiritual energy, but also being suppressed. Coming to sacred domain is like overcoming all adversity, and thus our cultivation will soar. Especially a sword king's, who had been kept at the peak for too long. He'll be rushing to advance, without a moment to lose. Damn it! Why is it so bad? Isn't advancing a good thing? What do any of you know? Zhuofan frowned hard, looking at the roiling thunderclouds. Other stage increases aside. Reaching Spirit King stage means you're shedding the mortal coil, being remade. That means a lightning tribulation will fall on you to rebuild your meridians and purify yuan qi. One breaking through is fine, but the issue here is that there are so many at peak Genesis stage. With all calling forth lightning, the power will multiply. The issue isn't you withstanding it, but Yunhai and the rest suffering as a result. Everyone got restless at his words, with Murong Lai saying, all Genesis stage cultivators with me. We'll draw away the lightning tribulation. Too late. Glancing at the thundering clouds above, lightning struck nearby, leaving behind a black crater 50 miles wide. Zhuofan squinted and shook. Black energy came out of him, covering Luo Yunhai and thousands of others below Genesis stage. I'll protect them with my domain, while you get some distance and take on your tribulation. Murong Lai and the rest shot away. But another boom sounded as lightning slammed overhead and cut off their flight. But recalling the many innocent lives behind, they kept forcing themselves to fly. Boom. Lightning snaked and struck down on them. Zhuofan held the fort, ignoring the lightning striking him as well. He worked his energy to keep the others safe. At the same time, black energy was released around, absorbing the lightning's power to increase his own cultivation. His meridians and yuan qi were being refined with every strike. He was only in the 7th layer of Genesis stage, but ever since he arrived here and felt the thick spiritual energy, his cultivation grew as well. While he was defending the Luo clan and the rest, he was also taking in the heavens' power, strengthening himself several times. With a muffled sound, he reached the 8th layer. Zhuofan grinned. Boom! Another lightning came down on his head and he shook all over. His demon transformation art was revved up to the max, working to remove the lightning's power, but still a fraction got loose within him, roaming through his veins and making his body spasm. Blood spilled from his mouth. He chose to contain it and endure. He could, in fact, use more of his focus to absorb the violent lightning, but then who'd defend the little guys? He could only bear it in silence. Boom! The deadly lightning struck again and again, thick as a bucket or thin as a plate, crashing down like a mountain, 81 times. Zhuofan bore through it, and while his body smoked now, he was still fine. His meridians at least had strengthened and his cultivation reached the 9th layer. Ha ha ha. Looks like I'm close to Spirit King as well. Zhuofan looked at the scattering black clouds and sighed. Never mind. Taking 81 lightning strikes almost burned through all my body. Taking another round right now to advance to the Spirit King level will most likely kill me. Next time. Zhuofan felt his aching body, but his power surged with vigor through his limbs. Only a monster like Zhuofan, able to fight a Spirit King, could take something like that. Other Genesis cultivators would have breathed their last around the 30th strike. Just as Zhuofan was about to let the others out, booming sounded again and looked up. The deadly lightning echoed in his ears once more. His brow jumped, his face twitching. You don't mean it's still coming, do you? Boom! Another explosion was his answer to that challenge as an even thicker lightning slammed into him. The dreadful power made him tremble all over as he spurted blood. What is this? That's no lightning tribulation. No such lightning has that kind of power. Zhuofan peered at the sky in shock, finding the thunderclouds weren't just black, but laced with crimson. Soul-sucking blood lightning? This is Scarlet Lightning Valley. Looking at the burnt soil below, Zhuofan finally knew where he was in sacred domain. Lightning constantly struck it and on a different level than outside this area. Each lightning was devastating in might, turning a brighter red the stronger it was. Once a red lightning fell, even a saint would have to be wary, yet a white lightning could press hard a Spirit King. That was what made this place so desolate. No one wanted to come in here just to die the next second. What's with our rotten luck? We just came to sacred domain and landed in this place. Zhuofan gnashed his teeth. This place wasn't up to Lightning Canyon, but it wasn't far behind either. Right? Thunder Pavilion. Zhuofan exclaimed in realization. The 8 world wind tunnels in the mortal domain corresponded with Sacred Domain's 8 extreme locations. Thunder Pavilion was linked to this Scarlet Lightning Valley. Since they came through the Thunder Pavilion's location, they ended up in this godforsaken place. All the constant lightning around the Thunder Pavilion was due to this place as well. Zhuofan held his head. This is fricking fate, I tell you. The recoiling array needed to draw spiritual energy from all around. The crucial thing is balance. Its best location was the heart of the 5 lands, which was Thunder Pavilion, which made coming from mortal domain to the sacred domain always going to be here. The Scarlet Lightning Valley couldn't be avoided. Now we just have to get the hell out of here under a shower of lightning before a scarlet one drops on us. Zhuofan's eyes shone and a demonic sword appeared in his palm. Shining scarlet. Soaring sword art. Soaring heaven. Zhuofan slashed and a scarlet sword wave shot at the thunderclouds. Rumble. White flashed just then, striking the wave. Scarlet and red collided and dissipated. But Zhuofan's art remained, its power piercing the clouds and punching a hole through them. Zhuofan grinned. This works. Now I just have to break down the clouds and the scarlet lightning can't form. But he then watched as the clouds flickered with lightning and sealed back the hole like it never happened. Zhuofan's face twitched, his hand waving the sword around as he sent attacks at the clouds. I'll just have to be faster than its recovery. Booms sounded constantly, the sword waves clashing with the lightning, yet the art's power reached the clouds many times and punched holes in it. But then the lightning grew in strength and Zhuofan's soaring sword art lost its advantage, until it could no longer even block it. The following lightning struck Zhuofan and numbed his whole body while the holes in the sky were patched up as a trace of scarlet flashed. Zhuofan started. Once they start turning red, I'll have no chance. Zhuofan's hands were sweaty. Ding. A ringing reached his ears and Zhuofan flinched. His thunder ring flashed purple and the sundering sword appeared in his other hand. Oh, sundering sword, what are you up to? Zhuofan asked. Whoosh. The purple sword released a powerful lightning wave, then took Zhuofan to face the heavens. Zhuofan blinked, but still chose to follow the spirited sword into facing this challenge. Boom! Lightning thundered and a huge strike came down at Zhuofan. It even contained a trace of red. Damn it! The lightning changed. Shuafan panicked, wanting to block with the demonic sword. But the sundering sword moved first, slapping it out of the way and releasing a strong purple wave, carried Shuafan's arm and struck hard. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the purple lightning wave blasted the incoming attack into harmless motes of light. The purple sword then shot into the thunderclouds and blew a huge hole in them, greatly weakening the charged lightning clouds. To the point the snaking lightning glowing red turned white. This is destruction, the power of the sundering sword art. Shuafan's eyes shook. I see, the soaring sword art might be tough enough to break heaven. But clouds are formless, merely pushed back and not dissipated, letting them recover fast. But with the sundering sword art, containing the power of destruction, the thunderclouds were greatly weakened. Ding! The sundering sword hummed softly, as if to confirm his words. Shuafan snickered. Then, sundering sword, rise with me and break that lightning. Tear a hole in the sky, so that I can use apocalyptic thunderflame to make sure it never recovers. Ha ha ha! Bam! The sundering sword put a stop to his mad cackle, smacking his head with the wide part of the blade, making his nose swell. What was that for? Rubbing his poor nose, Shuafan snapped back, irate. I wield you now, you're my sword. I'm your master. Is that how you treat me? See how I pulverize your sword spirit. The sundering sword paused, then struck again. Only this time it did on the demonic sword. Ding! Wanna fight? Don't mess with me. The demonic sword was no pushover, reacting by floating in front of the sundering sword and taunting it. The sundering sword just stood still. Shuafan said, You're saying to put all my skill aside and use just you to face the thunderclouds? Ding! The sundering sword shook again. Hey! Don't just ignore me. I'm made of sterner stuff, for swords in fact. Yet a newbie like you tries to take my place? Why should master use just you? Trying to replace me, is that it? Ha! Keep dreaming, hunk of rust. In a few days you'll be a part of me. Hi hi hi. The demonic sword had enough of the sundering sword's arrogance and brandished its edge, trying to pick a fight. Shuafan nodded. All right, I'll give you this chance. Demonic sword, return. The demonic sword stalled, looking stumped at his master's decision, even depressed. Master, you already got a new flame and forgot your trusted sidekick? I'm made of 4 blades here. Demonic sword didn't make a fuss, noticing Shuafan's determination, turning into a black light and slipping in his body. Shuafan gripped the sundering sword, and it took him towards the sky to fight the heavens. Lightning struck constantly, yet all Shuafan did was swing the sundering sword around, destroying the attacks as purple glows flared on every contact. The utter destruction of the lightning had the thunderclouds growing weaker. When Shuafan used the soaring sword art, he only scattered the lightning power in the clouds, only delaying its growth and not stopping the source. Now though, he had the means to destroy them. Boom! Shuafan charged into the thunderclouds with the sundering sword, with lightning coming from all around now. If I used Thunderflame Void Annihilation now, the clouds. Bam! Shuafan indulged in a flight of fancy, but the sudden knock to the head brought him back to reality. Shuafan sighed and shook his head. Fine, I get it. No other skills but you, happy? But how is a lone sword supposed to remove all the thunderclouds in a 1,000-mile area? Time waits for no one, and once red starts appearing, the sundering sword was silent, for a lack of a better word. Then it started moving and took Shuafan's hand with it. Its blade shone a deep purple glow. Shuafan shook all over, as a figure suddenly appeared in his mind as he wielded the sundering sword. Sundering, one day I will take you to the top, become the focus of everyone. Ha ha ha. Bailey Yutian cackled among the flaring lightning clouds as he hacked at the incoming attacks with pride and arrogance. Only I am worthy of such a divine sword, not those common folk. But, Bailey Yutian paused, showing fear. There will always be someone better out there. If one day someone can take you from me, it proves I'm not worthy of you. and you should have a much stronger master. He will be just like me, taking you to the top and not disgrace your sundering name, of splitting the heavens. By then, I shall be dead, but you must pass on all my knowledge and insight in the way of the sword to him. If I can't take you to the top, then my path will. The sundering sword shook to console him. Ha ha ha. I'm only assuming here. Who in the world could ever defeat me? Don't worry about it. Ha ha ha. Bailey Yutian wielded the divine sword with burning battle spirit. Zhuofan finally understood the sundering sword. It passed on Bailey Yutian's legacy. There was none out there better than Bailey Yutian when it came to understanding the sundering sword art, not even the sword sovereign. While he had made the 5 divine swords by combining their arts with the 5 sacred beasts' powers, he was not the least bit aware of what changes that brought. Bailey Yutian, however, was a man immersed in the sundering sword art all his life, having understood the core of the sundering sword art. Why else would the sundering sword's inheritance have Bailey Yutian's image and not someone else's? There had to be countless people wielding it through eons, including the sword sovereign. But only one man truly understood it. Zhuofan's gaze steeled, slashing around based on Bailey Yutian's example. Wind picked up and purple lightning flared as the sword fell. The thunderclouds around shone and then faded away. From just the sword's intent, lightning exploded in all directions and the world crumbled. Zhuofan forgot himself in this state, his form following Bailey Yutian's actions to perfection as he unleashed devastating and brutal sword strikes. By the time he finished the entire set of strikes, the sky was clear of thunderclouds and the sun shone brightly on the scorched earth for the first time ever. Zhuofan felt a tear come loose at the display. Not due to him, but induced by the sundering sword spirit, having their minds linked. The sword spirit might not speak, but it could send Zhuofan its deep emotions. Purple flickered from the sundering sword, blending with the world's spiritual energy. Zhuofan saw as the sword spirit scattered its own energy to return to the earth once it passed on the sundering sword art. A true sacrifice for a true friend. With the death of the invincible sword, it wanted to follow him as well. But his wish to pass on his legacy kept it here. Now it could pass on as well without remorse. The sundering sword now became just an empty shell. Zhuofan reached the top. As the last purple energy faded, Zhuofan saw the invincible sword shout in his mind and knew it to be the sword spirit blessing him instead of its former master. Zhuofan smirked and nodded. Like master. Like sword. Like sword, like master. The sundering sword spirit was as carefree and heroic as the invincible sword. Tracing the purple divine sword's blade, Zhuofan smiled and placed it in his ring, his eyes firm. I will reach the top, along with your sword art. Whoosh. Morong Lai and the others popped up next to Zhuofan. Sir Zhua, are you alright? Yes, what about you? Zhuofan flicked his hand and the domain faded, revealing strong auras. Luo Yunhai's group had broken their restraints and entered Genesis stage, while the 3 kids were now in ethereal stage. Zhuofan nodded, turning to the Sword Kings with a glint in his eye. Morong Lai's group had been kept for so long behind that now they were at peak Spirit King stage. Even Li Jingtian and the elders reached mid-Spirit King stage. They were all thrilled at the boundless yuan qi they felt. Steward Zhua, your cultivation fell again, to the 5th layer of bone-tempering stage. Li Jingtian gasped. Zhuofan now focused on his own cultivation and cried out in astonishment. Mid-Spirit King? Having met with lightning tribulation the peak Genesis stage Zhuofan, due to Sundering Sword's inheritance, his heart grew as well as making the true self art bring his cultivation down to the bone-tempering stage, while his true cultivation lay at mid-Spirit King stage. Though reaching Spirit King brought lightning tribulation, Zhuofan had been waving Sundering Sword around without restraint. Thus he unknowingly cut his own tribulation down before he could feel it. He felt down at the realization. I missed the chance to toughen my body. But since he got a taste of the others' tribulations, his regret faded. What's the point of going through all that again when I already got a Spirit King's body the first time around? Ha ha! Everyone! With all safe and sound and Zhuofan gaining the Sundering Sword's insight, A bargain to be honest. His eyes flashed. With our Spirit King's cultivation levels, we now can form a group. Sword Kings, having gotten a Divine Sword's insights, will be more than mere Spirit Kings. I dare say that we can now jump ahead and carve our own slice of the sacred domain. Come right up. Top spirit ores, black crystals, and other top goods. 12th grade pills. The peddlers were shouting their wares in the market of a small town, having put them on a dazzling display for all interested parties, making this place buzz with activity. In front of the town there was a towering guard post, with the word on it spelling Joy Town. A girl led her 12 imposing Genesis stage guards up to the entrance. She also had one thin youth right next her. The bustling little town fell utterly silent. Everyone turned their heads at the unfamiliar faces, each pair of eyes glimmering with hidden intentions. It lasted merely moments, as they all resumed the chatter and activity like the previous unnerving pause never occurred. Luo Yunchang found it strange, giving Zhuofan a look, but the latter smiled as he signaled them all to enter the town. The market was just as busy as before, yet it now had a strange vibe to it. The eyes of all the people found themselves resting on the newcomers at one point or another. Luo Yunchang was unnerved, her face grave as she clutched Zhuofan's hand. Zhuofan, this town is creepy. We wouldn't be here otherwise, ha ha ha. Zhuofan snickered, his eyes taking in every last face around, showing the same hunting gaze as the townfolks. Zhuofan took Luo Yunchang and the others to a tavern and bowed. Young miss, it's getting late. Could we rest here? Luo Yunchang nodded, following his intention of going inside after him. Whence you came and where you're hailing, travelers? Will you be stopping by or resting? A dolled-up middle-aged woman smiled the minute they entered, asking and scanning them like a hawk. Zhuofan said, "Have 5 of your best rooms ready. Young miss will take 1 and the rest are for us 13. Oh, 5 rooms? The host looked troubled. Forgive me, but my meager establishment does not have so many empty rooms. How many are there then? 1. 1 isn't enough. Zhuofan shook his head. We can't have young miss take it and have no one watch over her. Young miss, let's just find another tavern. Luo Yunchang gave him a look and nodded. We'll do as Steward Zhua says. This is the only tavern in Joy Town. Going out to find more, and you'll be left sleeping with the stars overhead. A shout came. They all jumped, looking to find a middle-aged man covered in fine attire and glittering decorations. The hostess lit up and bowed. Steward Fong. Owner, this doesn't concern you. I'll take care of our new friends. Steward Fong smiled and sent the hostess away before he cupped his hands towards the group. I am Fong Ding, the steward of Liao Clan. How may I address you? Zhuofan gave a curt nod, smiling back with cupped hands. I am Zhuofan, Luo Clan steward. Here is my young Miss Luo Yunchang and her guards. Trading brought us through this area, and we thought of resting after noticing the darkened sky. Oh, you're a steward? Fong Ding's eyes shone with suspicion. Brother Zhua, if I may be so bold, your cultivation is a little. Zhuofan caught his meaning and looked crestfallen as he sighed, not willing to talk about it. Luo Yunchang intervened. To be honest, Steward Zhua was born with incomplete meridians, unable to compare with other fellow cultivators. But his intellect is beyond reproach. My father especially had him take over our affairs. A steward isn't a fighting role, so what's the point of a high cultivation, wouldn't you say? Ha ha ha. Luo Yunchang held Zhuofan's hand, giving him a compassionate pat on the hand. Well, I'll be. The pretty boy is mooching off her. Fong Ding reached an instant conclusion. A 20-something-year-old guy in the bone-tempering stage is worse than a toddler. Might as well spare him from a crippled life. No matter how sharp he is up there, there's no way to become a steward. While a steward is no fighter, he is, after all, the face of a clan. He clearly curried favor to reach his position. Humph, the kid is garbage. Fong Ding was smart enough not to speak his mind, though. Brother Zhua, there's a master in every walk of life. Now you're a steward and tomorrow a leader. Fong Ding patted his shoulder as he laughed. Since I find you so close and you all have nowhere to stay, why not spend the night at the Liao Manor? Luo Yunchang perked up, but was looking immensely gratified as she bowed. What a great idea, but we wouldn't want to impose on your clan head. Young Miss Luo, my master, is a most hospitable person. Everyone in 100 miles knows him for his generosity. My master would help any in times of need when they knock on his door, be it stranger or fellow townsman. Fongding smiled. Why else would this town be called Joy Town? I'm sure you've noticed our people's cheerful nature. This place is under my master's supervision. He is sure to go wild with joy having you staying over at his place. The hostess then giggled, coming over and complaining. Master Liao is a man of honor and integrity. He stole so many of my guests. I'm scraping a living here, ha ha ha. Fongding smiled. Luo Yunchang and Zhuofan shared a look, then said with respect. Then thank you so much, Steward Fong. Excuse us for imposing. Young Miss Luo is too kind. Fongding returned their gesture. Fongding lead them out of the tavern. The hostess' face went dark just then, showing a cruel smile as bloodlust boiled in her eyes. Fongding brought Zhuofan's group minutes later to a large manor. He greeted the guards and walked in. The guards beamed and bowed, unlike any guards from the usual lording clans. Luo Yunchang felt her hair stand on end, noticing the disdain hidden behind the facade, gripping Zhuofan's hand tighter. Young Miss Luo, please wait a moment while I fetch master. In the large hall, Fongding bowed as he made his escape. Zhuofan smiled back, looking around the place. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yunchang whispered, Zhuofan, something definitely not right about this place. Of course there isn't. Who in their right mind set up a town at the edge of Scarlet Lightning Valley without a good reason? From what I know, there's been a large war here once, turning it into a wasteland with no people or resources. Who would ever want to stay here? Zhuofan's eyes shone, looking at the manor with a smirk. The ones coming here can only be those with checkered past no one wants. They only know how to live by harming others, through means no one would speak of in the open. Not even demonic cultivators dare to step in here. For all they know, that bright and cheerful smile could be hiding a bloodthirsty monster. Luo Yunchang shuddered. What the hell are we doing here then? Let's run before. Run? We came here to scout and check their limits so as to choose the best way to make our move. Zhuofan mocked. In a lawless corner like this, just how bad could it get? He wants to be the hunter. But time will tell who the real prey is, humph. Luo Yunchang nodded. Zhuofan, are we really going to steal another's turf? Of course. Zhuofan nodded. The sacred domain has long since been split up and the borders are not about to change overnight. For outsiders like us who want to keep low, we can only do that by assuming another's place. There's nothing remotely honorable about Joy Town, but someone still knows it. That gives us the certified identity we desperately need. In a dark room, a used rocking chair creaked as it swayed at the motions of an elderly man with white hair and a dim expression. Fongding bowed. Clan head. I've looked into them on the way and they're merchants. The highest level cultivator is their clan head. A spirit king, holding a bit of sway in a small town. They have nothing else to their name. We can begin. How are the goods? The elderly man spoke in a jittery tone. Fongding was solemn. Clan head, be assured they're exquisite. The young miss and the 12 guards are in Genesis stage. Only that pretty boy steward is a waste at bone tempering stage and can be ignored. Let's take a look. The elderly man coughed and walked out with Fongding behind him. With a light coughing, the elderly man entered the main hall. Luo Yunchang's group stood up and greeted him. The elderly man's black and blue face, like a freak's, had the women frightened, and they let out an, "Ah!" Zhuofan squinted, sizing him up. Is my face that scary, young miss? The old man coughed twice and smiled before taking the main seat with Fongding at his side. The women strained to keep a straight face as they bowed. Clan head Liao, forgive our loss of composure. It's fine, I know better than anyone just how ghastly I look. Everyone jumps the first time, ha ha ha. The old man waved off their concern. then sized them up with a glimmer in his eyes. Luo Yunchang felt a chill come over her, like she was being put on display for others to judge her worth. The old man restrained his piercing gaze and showed a wide smile. Steward Fong has been telling me young Miss Luo's father is a lord over a city. Which was it again? Magical City. Luo Yunchang smiled. The old man pondered. Magical City is nothing special, occupying around 100 miles, far smaller than my town. Any spirit king can take the lead there. The Luo clan shouldn't be a tough nut to crack then. The elderly man continued. Magical City? Under whose administration? Liao clan head. Please, everyone knows the 8 emperors of the sacred domain. Half of sacred domain belongs to the 8 emperors while the other half to the 7 sacred mountains. The bits and pieces stuck in between are at the discretion of the tougher spirit kings to fight over. They're places no one cares about and, unfortunately, housing people they care even less. Luo Yunchang sighed. Father offered a gift at the start of the year to the Lord of Tempest City and hoped to get his recommendation to gain the Sword Emperor's help. But even the last of the Sword Emperor's 72 city lords did not deign to see us. He even threw our gift out the door, forcing Father to come back in disappointment. It's not easy to get on anyone's good graces. The old man sighed. Yes, in these times great danger awaits any who do not have a strong backer. You have managed to get a city lord position today, but tomorrow someone else will take it from you. Yes, these are harsh times, eh? Luo Yunchang gave him an odd look. Liao clan head? I beg your pardon? What do you mean by that last part? The old man had an eerie grin. That I'm so relieved your father has no one to turn to. It'll give me that much sweeter sleep once I take you. Ha ha ha. Luo Yunchang started in shock and jumped to her feet. The 12 guards and Zhuofan moved to defend her. Don't waste your energy, insects. The old man sneered, and with a flick of his hand, the group felt a gale coming at them and flung them into the air. They then vanished the next second and reappeared in a place where there were piles and piles of bones. Luo Yunchang shrieked, then looked for Zhuofan. Ah, Zhuofan, save me. Barrier. Zhuofan squinted at his surroundings and said, to think the town had such a place. On the surface it looked flourishing, but beneath it hid a mountain of bones. Luo Yunchang clutched to him for dear life as she looked around in worry. How do we escape? There is no escape. Your meager strength won't ever get out of my first-grade sacred array. A laughter came from everywhere in this morbid place, and the old man re-emerged in front of them with a snicker. Fong Ding and all the town folks were here as well, laughing at the Luo clan's flustered and panicked looks. Bang! Luo Yunchang's anger-fueled fist let out muffled sounds as it landed on the invisible barrier that's surrounding them, roaring, Geezer! Let us out right now or you'll be sorry. Let you go? Why, on account of your third-rate city's lord of a father. Ha ha ha! The old man cackled. Please, not only do I not fear him, but would you believe me when I tell you that he won't even suspect me, woman? Luo Yunchang's face fell, her eyes staring hard. Zhuofan smiled. True enough, with Scarlet Lightning Valley being so close, any disappearance would immediately think it is the main reason. Who'd ever think such a joyful little town would hide a den of bloodthirsty monsters? I must say, you're more than you look, kid. You got good eyes on you. The old man cocked an eyebrow as he gave Zhuofan another careful look. I can see it's not just your pretty looks that got you the steward job, so you do have skill after all. Yes, I picked this place because of Scarlet Lightning Valley offering a perfect excuse for any and all kills that I make. No one would ever think it was me. Zhuofan smiled. Right, you're quite cautious, looking into all travelers that reach your town. You're letting those with backing go while striking at the nameless ones. It mattered little if those little groups the victims belonged to had the power or not, especially since you have Scarlet Lightning Valley as cover. Let's say your cover is blown. But even then, as Peak Spirit King you'd make light work of them. You've made a killer living in this place, and it's safe too. You know me so well, kid. Despite being a cripple, I'm starting to like you. The old man nodded, offering, why not join me and I'll spare you? Zhuofan smirked. Luo Yunchang was furious. hammering away at the impervious barrier while screaming like a banshee. You could be the lord of your own area with your strength, so why did you choose to do such things instead? Even working under the 8 emperors should be easier than attacking in the shadows. The old man gnashed his teeth, then eased with powerlessness. Because he has no other choice. No matter how much the 8 emperors love talent, they'll never take in someone who uses the soul-devouring array. They'd rather avoid repeating the age-old scenario of being hunted down by all of sacred domain. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone as he shouted. The old man shuddered from shock, glaring hard at Zhuo Fan. Who the hell are you? How do you know? As for the town folk, they were equally overwhelmed. Soul-devouring array? What's that? Luo Yunchang frowned hard. With an evil smile, Zhuo Fan stared at the other party, opening the sordid past hidden for so many years. Soul Eater is a demonic cultivation art that took everything from another cultivator to further their own power. Only what it's absorbed also contains regret and hatred, taking its toll on the user's mind while rotting the body from the inside. Therefore, restraint is an absolute must with this method, to purge all the hatred first and strengthen one's core before using it again. That is, if one doesn't want to end up becoming a walking corpse. Zhuo Fan pointed at the old man's ghastly face and laughed. The old man's face twitched, boiling mad. That's because of the art? Luo Yunchang gasped. Zhuo Fan grinned. Yep. This is where those absorbing constantly without moderation get. Young miss, have another look at the piles of bones. He sucked them dry, so much so that the hatred and death festered beneath his skin so much that his body couldn't take it. He's a spirit king, but with a withered look, he's getting very close to keeling over. The only thing prolonging his miserable existence is doing it over and over again, which also further amplifies the problem. To survive, he has to absorb many more people, leading to more dangerous absorption. This vicious cycle would invoke the wrath of all cultivators. There's no emperor out there who would take such an unnecessary risk. It's like committing social suicide, which is why he would be hated like that patriarch, Liao Tianding, in the past. How do you know so much? The old man looked at Zhuo Fan like he was a monster. Luo Yunchang's brow shook. Liao Tianding? An even more suicidal fool. Zhuo Fan smirked, his face grave. That guy wasn't as subtle as his grandson here in avoiding genocide. He had no qualms about killing scores of people. He was a demon among demons, the first ever to be called a demon king. City after city turned into ghost towns with their only residents being piles of bones. His frozen cultivation also jumped from spirit king all the way to saint, just short of becoming a sovereign. All he missed was a sovereign path, otherwise he would have lived forever. Too bad he first became a public enemy, inciting the wrath of the entire sacred domain's dark and white factions. For the first time ever, they joined hands in destroying him. It ended with his death somewhere around Scarlet Lightning Valley, here in fact. His clansmen then vanished into thin air, never to be found. Not that it mattered, since this art was something only he knew and it died with him. But by the looks of things, he had passed it on. That's why you're all so sneaky in setting up a town here. The old man's face twitched hard, overwhelmed at having his secrets spilled. He pointed a shaky finger at him, stammering, Who the hell are you? How do you know a 10,000-year-long secret? 10,000 years? Zhuo Fan mused. That bastard got me killed around 5,000 years after the Great Battle. I see, so that means that my rebirth through the 9 Serenities secret records took me 5,000 years. The old man roared at having received no answer. What are you? Why do you know? Because I was there as well. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone with malice. The old man gave him a baffling look. No, impossible. Just how old are you? How could a mere bone-tempering cultivator have been in that battle? Geezer, I have to say, your patriarch was insufferably arrogant and died, while you have learned from his lesson and kept your head down. It's a real shame how much you've fallen. You are now in the presence of the head of the 8 emperors in your sword, Emperor Ao Changtian? The old man cried out. Zhuo Fan's face sank. Since when did that old coot take the throne? I am demonic emperor. Demonic Emperor Zhao Chan? The old man didn't know restraint, crying over and over and cutting him off. Shuafan gnashed his teeth. Geriatric fool, are you even listening? In the battle to hunt Liao Tianding down, that rotten punk hadn't even been born yet. I'm the head of the 8 emperors of that time. Has there ever been a demonic emperor as the head of the 8 emperors? The old man blinked, looking utterly lost. Shuafan's face twitched and sighed. Old man, how old are you? Over 3,000 years. I see, Pipsqueak. You truly deserve getting killed. Shuafan laughed. You've only come 2,000 years later and you've already forgotten my name? That's a death sentence right there. Then again, you ought to die regardless. Being so obscure, so withdrawn from society with no friends or relatives in the world, no one would even notice your passing. You're practically made to die. That first reason only made it more obvious. Everyone sank in confusion. Shuafan snickered. I'm saying that I'm copying your style and killing all the insignificant targets to replace them. From now on, Joytown will be the Luo clans and you will sink into obscurity. What? They all stared blankly, then cracked up. Ha ha ha. Take our town? Who do you think you are shouting such idiotic dreams as a bone-tempering cultivator? Just because you know some old events, you think you can play the senior to intimidate us? Can't you even tell your stage? A bone-tempering cultivator gets 2 centuries at best. Who are you trying to fool by saying you were there 10,000 years ago? Hee brat, you almost had me with your big talk. But you're now in my trap and I will suck you dry. Yet you still have the nerve to say you'd take Joytown from us? What a joke. Everyone laughed, looking at Shuafan with nothing but scorn. No matter how much of a smooth talker you are, you should never say such idiotic things. Even calling yourself some long-lost third cousin of an emperor's second sister would have been smarter if you wanted to live. At least that would intimidate us enough to get you released. But that brash talk? No one's going to buy that obvious lie. Bam! A sudden explosion rang in their ears even as they laughed, cutting it short soon after. The soul-devouring array had just gone from pristine to total destruction in just a moment. In its place were black flames licking at the edges. Ugh! Their smiles got frozen on their faces and their laughter got stuck in their throats. Their eyes were the only things betraying the fear and shock they felt inside. Shuafan's left eye flared with the black thunder flame. His smile insufferable. Sorry, but I'm no comedian. I only know how to follow through with what I say. You're doomed. Shuafan flicked his hand and a black wave shot into the sky, followed by a loud explosion and a shower of black flames. Who? Terrible energies drew near the town folk, enclosing them and the sinister town beneath the joyful facade. A spirit king. The old man gasped, his mouth trembling. 1320. How in the hell did so many of them come here? Who have we messed with? Sensing all those raging energy signatures, and none of them on his side, the old man was in despair, with the others struck with dread. Just what emperor had they irked to send so many spirit kings to their little town? Mommy, who the hell are they? Is this an entrapment? The old man was a wreck inside, howling, Everyone run! We can't take them, just run! A boom cut him off and the sky above roiled with black flames. Fong Ding and all other townfolk got reduced to ashes. The old man shook all over, turning a stiff head at Shuafan, to see him smirking. Flooding the space with your power and controlling it, you're a spirit king as well. You got that right. Shuafan grinned, raising his hand and shouting, Die! The old man gnashed his teeth, roaring, I'm a peak spirit king. You won't kill me by being in the same stage as me. 1,000 soul possession. Wraiths howled and the air grew cold as they flouted into existence. Despite having the space under his control, the wraiths still appeared. They didn't get to survive for long, as the black flames burned them down to nothing a second later. The old man was dumbstruck. What the hell is this? I'm at peak Sword King stage, so why on earth are my actions so damn useless? Geezer, you may be higher in cultivation than me, but I trump you in quality. Ha ha ha. Shuafan grasped and black flames howled on the old man's side. slamming into him and covering him completely. Ack! His mournful cries filled with pain and horror rent the sky as he twisted in futile attempt at survival. His eyes, however, contained nothing but confusion as he roared in defiance. Just who the hell are you? The head of the 8 emperors 5,000 years ago, demonic Emperor Zhuo Yifan. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. Now the Luo clan steward, Zhuo Fan. You should be honored for dying at my hand. Ah! With one last cry, whether in regret and defiance, or maybe even fear, the old man breathed his last, and his existence burned from this world. Roar! Draconic roars littered the sky as Dan Xianxia brought the few Luo clan spirit kings from the north side of town, killing their way in. The dragon and sword energies flared unrestrained and took down all people that tried fleeing this disaster. From the south side, Bali Yuyu turned into a demon, spreading death and destruction with her rain of swords. Murong Lai was in the east, standing guard and unleashing hell with his flames. Ouyang Ling Tian came in from the west like an ice wall, freezing anyone that tried getting out and turning them into crystallized works of art. As howls and cries of agony resounded, the town's population was purged with the closing of the net. By the time the mortal domain residents entered the town proper, there was nothing but blood and body parts all over. Murong Shui felt it unbearable and searched for Zhuo Fan. Are these people as bad as you thought? Are their crimes so heinous? Ask her. Zhuo Fan shrugged and walked to the others, shouting, Clean up the place. It will be our home for a while. The men cheered and started working. Murong Shui turned to Luo Yunchang, having more pressing concerns, like morality. Luo Yunchang gave her a smile as she explained what happened. Only then did the woman's worries ease. The town's cesspool of pointless killing. Like the saying went, evil beget evil. Though imps had no chance of fighting against the likes of a demonic emperor. Murong Shui turned to watch Zhuo Fan giving orders with a smile. This demon was right. He's only going after those that deserve it. The housing was distributed according to each individual's strength, placing the Luo clan's leadership and the spirit kings in the manor. They just had to touch it up a bit first, like putting up the Luo clan signboard, marking as official the switch from the Liao clan's town to the Luo clan's. Zhuo Fan found a few hidden arrays and other secret tunnels, quite convenient in fact, such that he didn't need to make any new ones. So after he handled the basic organization, he went into seclusion. It was not to cultivate, but to fulfill the dear wish of his trusty guardian. Ding! The demonic sword made its appearance in a shower of black light as Zhuo Fan worked on setting up a refining array. It hovered about, shaking with excitement and entering the center before Zhuo Fan's even said anything. Zhuo Fan chuckled. Blood spirit? You were supposed to be my vital blood infant, and I only let you inside the vaulting sword to keep its nature. I'm also curious to see if I can do the impossible and combine the 5 divine swords said to never be melded as one. Even if not a sovereign weapon, the union of the 5 sword arts are best suited for me. I should be the one getting excited here, so why are you so eager then? You didn't look to have gotten much out of the combination of the first 4. Ding! The sword rang, its patience non-existent as it urged him. Fine, fine, let's see what tricks you can do. But let me warn you, you better hang tight as the apocalyptic thunder flame burns you again. It won't be pretty though. Zhuo Fan smiled. The demonic sword swayed in excitement. Smirking, Zhuo Fan made the signs to start the array. Sword spirit renewal. 5 become 1 as a sacred weapon, ascends to give birth to a sovereign weapon. Who? Zhuo Fan's left eye released black flames, melding with the array. The air around the array warped as the black thunder flames covered it completely. The demonic sword was being cooked under the ravaging flames, shaking now and then. It was good that it couldn't speak or the room would have been echoing with its screams of torment. Zhuo Fan held out the sundering sword, now without a sword spirit, and threw it in. Crackling sounded as the demonic sword and the sundering sword melted and slowly fused. Demon transformation art. Zhuo Fan shouted and released a flood of black energy into the array. The black smoke engulfed the crackling flames, and as the last wave of black smoke came, it enveloped the two swords in darkness. The array turned into a black cocoon, with black energy swirling around its outer layer as explosions of thunder and flames echoed from within. Taking a deep breath, Xuefan observed every little change in the array, his heart tense. He had never heard of a sovereign weapon even existing or anyone attempting to refine one. Although he was piggybacking on Sword Sovereign's 5 sacred weapons, he lacked an ounce of confidence. I just can't tell what will become of the fusion of the 5 sacred weapons. Will it be as before, just adding another sword? Or will it go through a change? Uniting 5 sword arts has to be at the level of Sword Sovereign's sword path, right? I'm really looking forward to it. Xuefan stared hard at the writhing ball of darkness, pacing around and sweating out of anxiety. Time slipped away and flashes kept coming from within. Only about 8 hours later did they show signs of growing weaker. The flames were strong still though, while the sword was nowhere in sight. The only reason he knew it was still there was because Xuefan's life was connected to the blood infant. After much hesitation, Xuefan reached out, hoping to peer inside. But what if the fusing is at a critical point and my interference would ruin it? So Xuefan halted, pushing down his curiosity and waited. It took 3 whole days before Xuefan ran out of patience, with the ball showing no obvious sign of stopping in the meantime. Just as he was about to stop the array, the black ball gave a mighty shudder and caused the ground to do the same. Xuefan almost fell. Boom! Even the sky started rumbling and warped, with some strange cloud forming, as if in a frown. Plop! In the 7 sacred mountains, an old man with white beard was perusing a script in a refined pavilion. The world then shook around him, the peak itself as well, and the sky showed multicolored clouds. Everyone cried out, "Why is this happening again? Didn't this end with the one 100 years ago? We didn't even get to understand that, and now another is coming. This is different from the last." The old man floated and turned to the others. "Look, a century ago, we couldn't even use our cultivation, unlike now." "Oh, that's right." The other elders floated at once and could finally stand upright, but the sky's changes had them confused. "It's unlike last time, but still quite similar." Pa! In a small bamboo house, a chess piece landed on the board as he turned to look at the sky outside. After so many years, someone challenging the sovereign stage appeared. "Who?" Another man spoke in a rough voice. "Do you remember the one who has the highest chance of dragging down a sovereign? Patriarch Blood Demon? Him. He had a shot but not his own path and was unable to advance. No matter how strong, he was still no match for a sovereign. Only, Pa." Another piece fell on the board and the man said, "It can't be said the same about his blood infant. A spirit." Yes, spirits are born in this world, within the scope of the 10 paths, with none having its own true path, yet having the chance of forming a sovereign path. Once one has this, one can gamble with a sovereign. If the blood infant stood independent, that's not possible. Who would just let their vital blood infant fly free? The other man denied it. The first man lay another piece and sneered. Yes, one can't gain without giving up first. This was the reason why that old man could never match a sovereign. But that's in the past. There's no sovereign path appearing yet the change is still here, showing that someone out there has the potential. I wonder who? Is it one of his friends he brought along, perhaps? Aha, how amusing. The mortal domain is filled with talent. The more barren a place is, the more miracles it enjoys. Boom. The shaking kept up for 6 hours. From his room, Xuefan had no way to see the changing skies, looking startled as he stared at the black ball, afraid of doing anything and ruining it all. The black ball began hissing and shrunk down to just half a meter in size, revealing a strange shape that made Xuefan tense. As the ball shrank even more, the shape became clearer. Xuefan's eyes jumped wider as the black ball vanished. What was revealed was a thin 7-year-old child with a darker skin tone dressed in pitch-black robes. The ball shrank only because he was absorbing it. Shuafan was struck dumb. Master! The child was so sharp that he kneeled and cupped his hands. Shuafan's eyebrow jumped, staring hard at him. Master? Then you're my vital blood infant. Yes. Thank you so much, Master, for giving me such a strong body and offering me a vessel. The kid grinned and said in gratitude, after the 5 sacred weapons combined, I became a sovereign weapon, and sovereign weapons can take human form. This is the reason behind my appearance. I shall never forget your grace and favor for as long as I live. The child kowtowed 3 times. Still out of it, Shuafan mumbled to himself before snapping out of it. A sovereign weapon taking human form, which means that you, as its sword spirit, are now this body's soul. I see, so that's why you were so eager to combine with the last sword. It was a way for you to become human. The child scratched his head, laughing at being found out. To be honest, Master, humans are the ultimate beings of the world. All spirits aspire to take human form, to live as they do, to dance, laugh, speak, and create. However, becoming human is fraught with dangers and perils, doubly so for spirits who are less sentient than even common spiritual beasts. I was fortunate enough that Master gathered the 5 sacred weapons and merged them, thereby creating a sovereign weapon, and giving me the means to become human. I have you to thank for all of this, Master. The child kowtowed again, filled with gratitude. Shuafan pondered and then sighed. My vital blood infant, you were once, but now we've grown apart, like our ties have been cut. No wonder you no longer need me to survive, as you now have a sovereign weapon for a vessel. Master, you have built me this body, making you my parent. How could I ever abandon you? Reading between the lines, the child puffed up his chest as he declared, henceforth, I am your sword, guarding you and never leaving you, just like old times. The only difference is that I can now exchange actual words with Master. The child shone and turned into a pitch-black sword, floating towards Shuafan as it glittered. Unlike its previous form, when it had a trace from every sword, all signs of the other swords were removed by adding the 5th one. Shuafan paused before growing solemn. You have your own body and your fate is yours to decide. You have finally gained freedom after following me for so many years. Are you content with never wandering the great world outside? Just tell me the truth. We've been so close for so long, so I won't make it hard for you. Master, your cold treatment is because you don't believe me, or that you don't believe yourself. Whoosh. The demonic sword turned back into a child, his gaze firm. Shuafan paused and found it to be the same look he had. I am Master's vital blood infant and never had a sense of self, my survival depending on Master. Only with time have I gained a personality within you, Master. That means all my habits and quirks have come from you, even your heart. I am another Master while you are yourself. If Master owes no favor, does that mean I do? Master is giving his all to help the Luo clan, and I will give my all to be at your side every step of the way. Nothing more, nothing less. Shuafan jerked, giving him a long look. Everything this child knows comes from me. He's like another me. I am never one to be an ingrate, and neither is he. He is a replica of my own personality, so what's there to doubt? He ceased to be my blood infant, but became my strongest companion, a loyal guardian sword. Shuafan smiled. Then you will be my sword child, guarding my side. Yes, Master. Sword child nodded with a bright smile. Shuafan nodded then paused, giving him an odd look. Sword child, would you still be loyal to me even with all the heinous and treacherous acts I'll be doing? Oh, that, like I said, I learned everything from you and I am just like you. You betray, then I betray. Or maybe, even if you might not let me go, I'll just off you and go my way. Then I'll do the same as you, resort to heinous acts to get what I want. It's that simple. Success. Shuafan gasped, his heart shuddering. Then he patted his chest. All right, at least I'm a man of principle and won't stoop so low and wallow in filth. Or I wouldn't just be losing a divine sword, but gaining a powerful enemy. Shuafan walked out, his thoughts racing, trying to recall if he had ever betrayed himself. The kid better not have copied that as well and treat me the same. Talk about getting what I deserve. Sword Child beamed behind him, though he was a little restless. Sword Child, how is your strength? Before refining, I've been growing alongside you. If you got stronger, so did I. Therefore I am a mid-stage spirit king like you. Oh, then do you know any special skills? Don't tell me you know all of mine as well. No, I can't use Divine Eye of the Void nor the Apocalyptic Thunderflame. Though I took all of the 5 arts you comprehended and combined them into a 6th. 6th? The Apocalyptic Sword Art. Zhuofan talked while walking. I need to be cautious, not only against enemies, but also taking precautions with myself. It's a must. The two left their room and met with the Luo clan's higher-ups waiting at the door. Seeing Zhuofan come out with someone half his size left them stunned. Hasn't he been in there for 3 days? Why is there a child by his side? Did he make him himself? That's no laughing matter. Like 3 days are enough to bring a child into the world. It takes 10 months at the least. Knock it off. You think that's the problem, how a man birthed a child that grew up so fast? Maybe there's a hidden tunnel in his room through which the kid sneaked in. Not possible. I've been on guard every minute on the hour ever since Steward Zhua entered seclusion. There's not a fly going past me without my knowing, let alone a child. Everyone started a heated debate over this very crucial topic. Zhuofan snickered. What are you all doing here? Did something happen? Steward Zhua, the world started shaking and the sky changed colors. We came to see if you were fine. Li Jingtian bowed. Zhuofan waved his concern away. I'm fine, so you can return. Our cultivation has been soaring recently and needs time to stabilize. After that, we have big things ahead of us. We know. They all nodded, with no plan on leaving, their curious eyes glued to Sword Child. Catching on to their obvious curiosity, he made the introduction. He's my personal guard, the Apocalyptic Sword Child. Personal guard? They all started, Steward Zhua, you need a guard at your level? That means he can't be too far behind your strength. A pipsqueak. Yeah, Dad. If you really wanted one, pick me instead. Gu Santong gave Zhuofan an odd look. Bang. Zhuofan knocked on his head, chiding, You dare say that about others? Which 6-year-old? I wonder. Lorded about in Tianyu like he owned it. How is that the same? I'm a Qilin. Gu Santong puffed up his chest in pride. Pa. A dark and thin palm landed on his shoulder. Young Master San, a spar will make everything clearer. Ha ha ha. Gu Santong shook, meeting a pair of black eyes and an evil smirk. Mommy, he has the same look as Dad. Is he some long-lost son out of wedlock? Gu Santong jumped in fright. Place your bets. No take-backs. The Joy Town that had been bathed in blood was once again filled with noise. Only this time, it happened 100 miles outside of it, in a valley. Qiu Yanhai even had a stall set up as he shouted. We're all friends here, people. So don't be shy and place your bets to make this place livelier. Our young Master San has a 1 to 3 odds. And on the other side we have Steward Zhua's secret guard, the Apocalyptic Sword Child, 1 to 5 odds. All bets are now open. People already gathered around and started taking out all their valuables. The stall was packed with pills, spiritual weapons, and all kinds of super rare ingredients. With a bang, a large scarlet wine jar creaked the stall's boards. Everyone knew then and there who was the weirdo behind such an exotic bet. Qiu Yanhai's face twitched, turning to the wine sword immortal's red nose. Senior, while I did say there's no limit to make it livelier, but you can't just take out some jar of wine? That's like 10 spirit stones, tops. You call this 10 spirit stones? What you see right here is an aged and fine wine of the Murong clan. I made the trip to their home just to get it before coming with you all. It's always on high demand. The only reason I'm willing to part with such a great wine is seeing you all so fired up. Wine sword immortal patronized. Qiu Yanhai shook his head. Fine. I'll write down 10 sacred stones, on account of your seniority. Now who will you be betting on? Isn't it obvious? Steward Zhua's young Master San. The wine sword immortal chuckled. With all the action going on so far, everyone knows of Gu Santong's strength, no less than ours. And since we've gotten to the sacred domain, everyone reached the Spirit King stage while his power had to have improved as well. As for that sword child, he doesn't look like much. So I'd rather be on the safe side and stick with young Master San. Everyone nodded in approval. Rather than taking a risk on an unknown fighter, they'd play it safe by betting on Gu Santong. A zither then slammed on the stall, followed by a casual voice. I'm betting on Sword Child. Lu Mubai. The wine sword immortal gave him an odd look. You know his strength to bet on him? Lu Mubai snickered as he shook his head. Nope. But for Zhuo Fan to make him a personal guard, that should be proof enough, right? In fact, I find young Master San awfully rash for taking on his challenge just like that. Knowing the enemy is what gets you victory. While he is an open book, the opponent is sealed shut. That's why the Sword Child has a higher chance at winning. Makes sense. Exactly what I'd expect from the Zither Sword King, who bid his time to exact revenge for his clan. Calculative and observant. The others lit up and switched their bets from Gu Santong to the Sword Child. The wine sword immortal licked his dried lips as he moved his wine jar as well. Lu Mubai. I'll trust you on this, but you better pay me back if I lose. Sure, and my zither is also among those bets, ha ha ha. Lu Mubai didn't mind it, looking at the fighters on their peaks with a smile. Ever since the empire fell, he had felt so relieved having his wish granted and also brighter in his demeanor. On the side where there was constant cheering, Zhuo Fan, Luo Yunhai and the rest were standing on a hill and watching the two filled with battle lust. Luo Yunhai said, Big brother Zhuo, who is the sword child? Can he take on young Sanzi? He should. Zhuo Fan said, Young Sanzi became an early-stage spirit king after coming to the sacred domain, but the sword child is my demonic sword transformed, with half my skills. In fact, he should have all my skills besides my eyes. He shouldn't lose out against young Sanzi. What? They all shouted. He's that divine sword? Sure is, and precisely because he's not human, but a spirit in a sword, we can't see his cultivation. Zhuo Fan nodded. In his words, he's the same as me, a mid-stage spirit king. As for his strength, we'll just have to wait and see. Letting young Sanzi fight is the perfect chance. The others nodded, with Chower sadly staring at Gu Santong. Brother, do be careful. The kid is father's sword and not human. In a fight between a divine sword and sacred beast, victory might not be so easy. Gu Santong was totally in the dark about his opponent's nature, judging him by his young appearance, that he was still too young. If he's a sacred beast, his form means he's not matured yet. If he's a human, then that makes him weak as a lamb. So he boasted, Kid, we're on the same side, so I'll give you the chance to walk away. I won't judge you for it, nor make it hard on you, for father. Young Sanzi, you're as cocky as ever. The sword child smirked, even as a sacred beast. You're now in sacred domain and only an adolescent. There are plenty of people that can kill you. I'll just help father by giving you a fair warning, so the next time you go out, you'll be a bit cautious and not lose your life. Eh? Gu Santong shook, giving him an odd look. Is he really Dad's son? His tone, his style, his arrogance, they're practically the same. All the others gave Zhuo Fan strange looks. Steward Zhuo, that's a miniature version of you, in child form. Zhuo Fan smiled. The sword child had taken everything from me, resembling me more than a son. Gu Santong saw no reaction from Zhuo Fan and made up his mind. It doesn't look like the kid is close to Dad, and I can set him straight. He put on a mean face and smirked. I could accept it coming from Dad, but from a pipsqueak? It sounds more like a taunt. We'll see who beats who soon enough. Gu Santong shot forth and his fist glowed scarlet as he struck at Sword Child. Though it was obvious there was some restraint, leaving a third of his strength behind. Though Gu Santong still thought it excessive and brought it down to just half his strength. Young Master San, just let loose and come at me with everything. I can easily take it. The sword child smirked. His eyes set as a red glow shot from his finger and at Gu Santong's fist. Whoosh! A sword wave sword. It clashed with Gu Santong's first, letting out a deafening boom. Gu Santong shuddered all over and got pushed back 100 meters. His gaze now horrified as he turned to Sword Child. Soaring sword art? And at peak strength? How do you have such power? Only Dad can unleash it to this level. He inherited Steward Shua's sword skills fully, worthy of being his sword. Shangguan Feixiong's eyes shook in admiration. Shua Fan grinned. He was connected with me, body and mind till now. It's normal to know the 5 sword arts. And from what he told me, he also learned a 6th one. Now that's something I'd like to see. 6th? Shangguan Feixiong and the others nodded. Right? With Steward Zhua learning the sword arts to the peak, his divine sword spirit has to be even sharper, able to combine the 5 arts. Now I'm also looking forward to seeing it. Ha ha ha. They all laughed, looking eager as the battle unfolded. At the betting stall, all those who were about to bet on Gu Santong shifted to the other guy. Qiu Yanhai cursed. What do you think you're doing? Have you no ethics? Saying you'd take it and leave it, but now that young Master San is lacking, you switch tunes? Fat chance. Damn it. I only lost that exchange and now they've all lost their faith in me? How mortifying. I got to up my game. Gu Santong's face twitched hearing Elder Chio's shouts. Anger getting to him as he shot for Sword Child. Lousy brat. I was going easy on you. But no more. Get ready. Ha ha ha. Gu Santong's hands shook and struck at the air. Boom! It felt like the world was collapsing as the air warped from all the shaking. It got so strong, black scars appeared in space, spreading fast towards the Sword Child. The cracking sounds jarring to the ears. The audience gasped. The space fractured. Doesn't that mean letting a scar touch you would tear you to pieces? This is too much. Gu Santong's past attempt with this move only warped the air. Now though, he was at the Spirit King level and could warp space. Space was the place where everything existed. By rupturing it, then the space being occupied would be torn to shreds. Steward Zhua. It's turning deadly. Everyone turned to Zhua Fan. He was still just looking with a smile. The kid ain't human. Making no difference even if the sky got torn apart. The others exclaimed. But of course, he's a divine sword. The space rupturing won't affect him. Condense. The spatial crack struck at the Sword Child like a viper, the blackness therein promising to swallow him whole. Sword Child couldn't care less, evident by his smirk, as he shouted and flicked his hand. A cold wind blew and the encroaching scars slowly lost their speed until they froze in place, with a trace of ice even revealed on them. Gu Santong gasped. Heaven-sealing sword art? Ha ha ha, yes, I am Master Sword. Any sword art he knows, I know. That's why, young Master San, feel free to come at me with everything. The Sword Child smiled, finally going for Gu Santong. He waved a finger and flames exploded into an inferno. The black gaps in space merged with the flames and slowly healed. With the path cleared between the two, the Sword Child had an easy time shooting for Gu Santong's face to poke him with a crackling finger. Gu Santong's face twitched and stepped back while using his fist to defend. Decimating sword art and sundering sword art. How is it you know all my dad's 5 sword arts to perfection? No son could ever do so much. Who are you? I told you, I'm Master Sword. Bam! Gu Santong unleashed his full power at long last, his fist sending a scarlet wave that struck at the purple thunder sword wave. The intense clash had crushed 40 mountains around the area to dust. Gu Santong shuddered, forced to step back from the aftermath. The Sword Child laughed as the shock wave came, pointing at Gu Santong. I am a divine sword in body, not of flesh and blood. I don't fear my insides getting jolted, not when I haven't got any. That's where a sacred beast differs from me. Vaulting sword, dragon soar. With a draconic cry, the Sword Child pressed his advantage, sending another sword wave with his finger. This time, Gu Santong barely got himself steady to brace for impact. All he could do in the end was punch back. Bam! Gu Santong's hasty punch lacked his full power and was once again pushed back. The sword child smiled, standing still. Most cultivators would try to settle the rattling inside them before the damage mounts instead of unleashing strikes so fast. I don't have such a problem. I could hound you and kill you in just 10 moves, all while you couldn't even defend. The outcome is clear and there's no point of fighting, ha ha ha. What a deadly sword. The audience gasped in shock. Steward Zhua. A humanoid divine sword is so dangerous, bereft of weaknesses. His body is even stronger than a sacred beast. Unheard of. Shuofan nodded. Yeah, even I didn't think young Sanzi would lose so fast. That's why the sword child was so thankful for me refining him such a body. As a divine sword, it's truly godlike. I wonder if there's anything out there that can hold him back. Shuofan mused. He has everything I have except for the eyes. Everyone was grave. The sword child is simply monstrous. But what if he turns on us? He called himself Shuofan's sword, but that was a weapon in the end. One that had no will but to follow its master's intent. But with the kid as he is, Steward Zhua, he's got your smugness to a T, Lung Wuchang pointed out. Though he looks rather young, and youngsters tend to have overblown egos. Shuofan nodded. Yes, he's just like me. Only that in my early years I was restrained, more ruthless than brash. He has no constraints, and while he is a second me, we will most likely walk different paths, and he needs someone to watch over him. Brilliant Steward Zhua. Lung Wuchang nodded. Zhuofan's eyes turned frosty as he observed the fight. Gu Santong was a powder keg ready to pop from being pushed around so much. He roared then and, in a flash of red, the image of a 300-meter Qilin appeared overhead, its roar shaking the world. The Spirit Kings felt their hearts seize from shock. Young Master San wants to go all out, making everything shake. Can the sword child take it? I'll just bet this wine jar on young Master San. Wine Sword Immortal got shocked as well and switched his bet again, with many others following him. Only Lu Mubai and a few others were relaxed. Wine Sword Immortal. You're gonna be sorry. Check out the sword child's look. Wine Sword Immortal turned and only now noticed that despite Gu Santong raging and roaring, the sword child held nothing but disdain in his eyes. Young Master San, since you don't know a helping hand when you see one, you leave me no choice. The sword child's eyes shone and raised a finger. A black power gathered. You went all out. So you should have a look at my 6th sword art. Apocalyptic sword strength. The prideful Gu Santong's eyes shook, unable to take the other's naked taunt. He roared and his power surged before he punched with both fists. Lousy brat. Have a taste of this. Upheaval. A soaring Qilin's might. The piercing howl rang in everyone's ears as the Qilin image opened its maw. It then shot for the sword child with fury burning in its eyes, ready to burn the world if it had to. Come on! The sword child snickered, the black sword wave ready as he struck. Who? It was anticlimactic how plain it was launched, with no fuss, like a breeze tracing the air. The sword wave, however, erased everything in its path, even the dust, from existence. The sword wave looked flimsy by all accounts, yet it struck fear in the hearts of all who watched. It was not total destruction and explosiveness that was scary, but the silent yet decimating moves that could take lives without leaving a sign. Zhuofan was out for 2 seconds before he came to and understood the gap between the fighters. Sword child? Stop this right now. Too little, too late. The black sword wave reached young Sanzi's Qilin image, but there was no bang, not even a fizzle. The black wave passed through the image, making it pause before fading away, purged from this world. Young Sanzi coughed blood at the backlash, looking pale, but the black wave was coming with death behind it. Young Sanzi panicked, everyone panicked. This is fatality. Sword child, didn't you hear me? I told you to stop. Zhuofan shouted in anger. Sword child's brow shook and gave a cruel smile at the panicked face, with no intention of stopping. The space started warping then, with the sword child at its center. He looked back at Zhuofan with a frown, only to see his cold gaze and the 7 golden halos in his right eye. Master, don't. Divine Eye of the Void 7th Stage, Void Seal. Shuafan muttered. Whoosh. The space contracted, and the sword child shook as his eyes went blank and collapsed. He turned back into the pitch-black sword, with a dim glow. It showed no signs of being alive. The black sword wave coming at Gu Santong faded away just in time as well, making him breathe easier for having escaped with his life. That strike is deadly. No less than Dad's apocalyptic thunderflame. Thump. Shuafan walked over to the apocalyptic sword and picked it up with a sigh. You really are me, but only the young me. Twisted, conceited, and obnoxious. Ha ha ha, foolish boy, you thought by having a sovereign weapon body, I couldn't take you on? The 5 divine swords were affected by the divine eye of the void, and this form isn't any different. Think long and hard about this. Shuafan made a seal and the demonic sword entered his body. And you, young Sanzi, there's always someone better than you out there. This will be your lesson. Shuafan walked to Gu Santong and warned. Gu Santong hung his head, giving a heavy nod. I know, Dad. I won't be as arrogant again. You've said that 100 times already. Why would I believe you this time? Ha ha ha, you'll learn the more you suffer. Shuafan shook his head. The others came over and bowed. Steward Shua, how will you handle the sword child? He's a loose cannon. I'll handle it, don't worry. Shuafan soothed their fears. With these few days of peace, we found a temporary residence in the sacred domain. To grow bigger, however, we must first take down one of the 8 emperors. That being said, I'll be setting out to get a feel of the sacred domain's current situation to remove all unknowns. Wait for my message and be ready to move. Won't it be too dangerous to go alone? Yeah, I'll come with you. Luo Yunchang spoke up, with Bali Yuyu stepping forth. Shuafan calmed them down. It's fine. The sacred domain is my world. I know it better than any of you. I have enough strength to survive even an encounter with an emperor. Rest assured that I'll be all right. Shuanger, come over for a minute. Shuafan called Yun Shuang to remain after the others were now at ease, and whispered, Did you finish what I asked you to do? Did you divine her location? Yun Shuang's brow shook. For some reason, I am blind to Sister Qingqing's fate, just like yours. Patriarch said that you lost something. Did you give it to her? Can it hide one's fate? The sovereign path? Shuafan squinted and asked ardently, How else am I supposed to find her? Where do I start searching the big sacred domain without so much as a clue? Shuanger bit her lip. Forgive me for being unable to help, but what? You alone can find her. Me? Yeah. I know nothing of reading the stars. Didn't Patriarch give you something? It will guide you towards what or who you want to find. Slightly explained, Patriarch also mentioned that what you're looking for is yours. The two of you would be drawn to each other. By using the item, you'll find it and Sister Qingqing. Shuafan thought for a bit and nodded. I see. Sovereign Yun gave me the black sphere for this purpose. But how do I use it? Figure it out yourself. I surely don't know. Yun Shuang shrugged. Shuafan sighed and nodded, his eyes blazing with determination. I'll try it as I go. Now I need to get away so the fear of the sword child caused will fade. I must also teach that boy some manners. Shuafan cupped his hands to her and the rest, leaving. The others gave him a respectful goodbye as well, while only a red-nosed old man just wouldn't let go of a jar of wine, crying like his parents were dead, like an old woman. My precious wine, I could never leave you. How could my foolproof mind ever conceive the risk of betting on Gu Santong? Senior, betting is business. You made the wrong wager, so I can't help you. Now let go. The wine sword immortal wailed like a child while Qiu Yanhai fought to try and pry the drunkard's fingers from the jar. With their gap in cultivation, no amount of effort helped in the end. Shuafan's face twitched and gave the two geezers a long look. What was I thinking bringing these fools? Shuafan left as the rest sent him off. After a good distance, he looked around and found a deserted cave, setting up an array to hide himself as he took out Sovereign Yun's black orb. Looking into the sacred domain situation was more of a whim, while finding Chu Qingcheng was his real goal. He couldn't have said that to the guys, since they came with him to a new world to settle down, not help him find his woman. How could their de facto leader ever do such a petty and irresponsible thing? When they found out he was up to no good going on a hike, they might just as well go out and meet their fortune elsewhere. A remarkable leader had to, at all times, inspire fairness and grandeur. As for looking after my family and other private stuff, that goes behind doors, he. Taking out the black orb, Shuofan stared hard. Qingcheng, where are you? And how do you start this thing anyway? Sovereign Yun, what a guy. Giving me the tools but not the manual. Where do I even start? Shuofan whined. As he stared deep into the orb, his gaze grew hazy and the darkness inside the orb swirled, pulling him in. Who? Shuofan shuddered and his eyes went black. He plopped on the ground with eyes wide open, coming to his senses the next moment, only to find himself surrounded by stars in a black space. Stars flew by him so close, he could reach them with his hands. Where am I? What am I doing here? Shuofan jerked around and then recalled. Sovereign Yun's place was the same. My mind must have entered the orb. Is this how you used the treasure? But how am I supposed to find her now? Shuofan frowned, looking up at the glittering stars in doubt, while he paced around in thought. Yun Clan's holy maiden can read the heavens through the stars. Sovereign Yun reads mortals' fate through the stars as well. Maybe to find Qingcheng I have to understand the stars' motions? Should I go to Shuang'er for tips? But it looks more like a trait than an art. Yun Clan's leader is the only one able to do it. What to do? Shuofan stared at the sky, in a dilemma. His face began slacking as he took in the stars' glows, noticing something peculiar. Kid, humans are the ultimate beings of the world, the basic of all other things. Humans hold 360 small cosmoses within that work in tune with the universe. Each person has a protector star. When you observe the skies, you are in fact looking at their fate. Your eyes do not see the starry night sky, but the universe's cycle of reincarnation. To find what you seek, use your heart and you will grasp it. An aged voice whispered in his ears, making his heart jump and focus harder on the stars. Shuofan stared blankly, ignoring everything, time itself, as he gazed upon the stars and their movements. His yuan qi began moving along with the stars, in strange and baffling patterns. At one point he realized the stars melded with him. Looking at the stars was like looking at his body's innards. The flow of blood, breathing, all made his organs shake, understanding it all. I want to find Qingcheng. As he grasped everything, his heart throbbed and the stars followed his wish. His senses perceived as the brightest 9 stars formed a line, shooting eastward. 9 stars in a row, deceiving the heavens and changing fate, hidden from a sovereign's power. She's in the east. Shuofan lit up and shook awake. He got up and found the black orb at his side. Putting it away, Shuofan was in high spirits as he shot out of the cave. He noticed it was dark then, with the stars in the sky being the same ones he saw in the orb, and the brightest 9 forming a line. Was it the black orb affecting the stars, or did they reflect what was in the black orb? Or maybe Shuofan was controlling them. Confused, Shuofan felt stunned. Hot damn. I advanced again. I'm now a late-stage spirit king. What's more important was that his surface cultivation level had dropped to the first layer of bone tempering stage. My heart grew once more. Whoosh. Beneath the sunny and clear sky, Shuofan darted across the land, his eyes holding a strange light as he used the stars to be his guide. Glancing at the sky, he squinted and smiled. He was getting close to the last of 9 stars' position, close to the one he wished to see. Shuofan got excited. Ever since he saw the stars inside the black orb, he felt odd, like there was something connecting him with every little thing in the world. He could even see the stars in broad daylight. Senior Sister Master had us take the purple gold glazed cup and meet up with Senior Ants Group in Mist City for a treasure competition, to make sure we get our hands on the map to the Nether Sea. But I just don't feel right leaving junior sister behind all by herself. And why not? That dumb girl is as plain of talent as she is of strength. Not just I, but even all of you are stronger than her. What's the point in bringing a dead weight? She's just relying on Master's favor to come along and get a share no matter how much in the wrong she is. But Master said so. Quiet. That sickening girl must have strung Master along with her sweet words. All she's good at is sucking up. There's no way I'm about to share credit for such an important mission with her. We'll just say she was too slow and couldn't keep up. Their nagging echoed through the thick forest, reaching Zhuofan's sharp ears. Nether Sea? Isn't that the Nether Sovereign's place? Although I've caught a glimpse of it in the Mortal Domain's world wind tunnels, I had no idea how to enter it. But could such a map be real? Zhuofan paused and rushed over to the forest. He got his clothes in order and casually walked through the vegetation. Rustle. Who's there? A sharp cry came as 6 sharp swords glinted as they shot for the bush. Zhuofan felt their bloodthirst before he saw their faces. Zhuofan snickered, but still faked panic. Wait! I lost my way and don't mean any harm. Zhuofan rushed out of the bush, shaking in fear. Before him were 6 pretty girls, all perfect beauties in their own right. Yet their cold eyes ruined the image. They sized him up and noticed him in the bone-tempering stage. They sighed with ease and the leader, their senior sister, mocked. You're so old yet only in the bone-tempering stage? Never knew someone like you existed in sacred domain. Humph. So weak and yet you're wandering around a forest? A spiritual beast might pounce on you at any time and leave only your bones behind. Very true, I also know this is dangerous, but I have to earn a living. There's nothing else I can do besides picking herbs. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan gave a silly laugh, his face foolish as his sharp eye inspected their cultivation. Oh, 3 spirit kings, 1 mid-stage, 2 early stage, with the rest being at peak Genesis stage. Quite a strong team. Zhuofan snickered and bowed again, pretending to be confused. Mrs., may I ask you what is up ahead? I've been in this forest for 3 months, unable to come out. A mere bone-tempering cultivator got what he deserves being stuck out here when you can't even fly. The senior sister relished in his predicament, with the other girls shooting him mocking smiles. She said again, feeling proud for some reason, Boy, you're better off turning back before you meet your end in this forest. And don't go any further, lest you want a painful death. Why? Ahead is the Ruby Cloud sect, the senior sister sneered. Zhuofan exclaimed, his face sinking. I was wondering why this place felt familiar. It turns out to be close to the Ruby Cloud sect. Humph, I've been following the 9 stars for so many months, ignoring the places I pass, all so I can find my wife. Oblivious to his reaction, or better yet, never even registering anything about Zhuofan's person, the senior sister arched her slim eyebrow and kept on patronizing him. You must have heard as well of my sex rules. Any man that dare come uninvited is to have a fate worse than death. Dying in a spiritual beast's mouth is heaven compared to that. So be smart and get lost, humph. Haha, you think I don't know that? Who doesn't know of those old biddies and their menopause? Zhuofan snickered inside, showing a weird smile on the outside. Does that mean you're all Ruby Cloud sect disciples? Yes, scared now. The 6 girls thrusted their chest out in pride, their eyes holding nothing but loathing. We're on a mission right now, and even though we're on a tight schedule, you should be honored for us to look after a nobody like you. If you had met our master, he... Clang. Zhuofan's smirk grew wider, clenching his fists. If I really had met your master, it would have been really bad indeed. As for you... Zhuofan's Qilin arm gave a cold aura. Senior sister, please wait up. A gentle voice sounded and a girl of around 20, dressed in white, huffed as she entered their sights. Just another corpse. Zhuofan huffed inside. The others were annoyed. How did this girl even follow us? She's worse than a ghost. Senior sister. The girl giggled as she landed on the leader's side. Why didn't you wait for me and went ahead? I could hardly keep up. The senior sister rolled her eyes in disdain. Junior sister. The road is dangerous and we didn't want you to tire and meet with danger. You should go back. Master cares for you so much and won't punish you for returning. Just say that I told you so. Senior sister, don't say that. We're close sisters, and I can help you when you're in trouble. It's also my very first mission outside the sect. I can't just fail it. The girl was quite lively, totally oblivious to her senior sister's disdain. She was like a sheep raised in the pen that had never braved the dangers of the wild outdoors. Shuafan snickered, giving her a long look. Your senior sisters only think of you when they say you should stay in the sect. The world is fraught with dangers. Ha ha ha. Shuafan clenched a fist behind him, his eyes gleaming coldly. Hey, who are you? You can also tell they're nice to me? With a pure smile, the girl turned to Shuafan. Shuafan held the same odd smile as he nodded. Yes, they're so nice to send you to hell, but now I see you came for death yourself. Ugh. Shuafan shuddered just then, looking deep in the girl's eyes and felt his heart racing. She's really plain. No amazing beauty, but delicate and innocent. Those eyes gave him a familiar feeling. The girl looked into his eyes at the same time, lost for a moment. Have we met before? What is your name? Shuafan's heart jumped. Xianxia. The girl spoke without hesitation, considering Shuafan as one of her friends on the spot. Chu Xianxia. Shuafan froze as he took her in fully and muttered like in a dream. Chu Xianxia. Still the same name. His numb mind looked in the distance, then turned to the girl's lost eyes, the fist behind relaxing as he smiled. Xianxia. I found you at last. The rough hands held Chu Xianxia's soft cheeks, his eyes looking only at her and appreciating her for who she was with a soft gaze. Chu Xianxia showed no revulsion to this stranger. She felt an odd sensation inside, like she knew this man but could not recognize him. Bam! Shuafan drew closer as he held that cute face, but then a palm sent him flying and into the ground. Chu Xianxia jumped and blushed hard as she recalled what happened. Damn punk. You got some nerve going after a Ruby Cloud sect disciple. You must have a death wish. The senior sister started cursing at Shuafan on the ground, about to stomp on his legs for good measure. Chu Xianxia saw it and managed to stop her. Heavens damn it, nosy crow. Shuafan's brow twitched as his anger boiled. The couple finally got together after so many years, but they couldn't even enjoy the reunion as the retarded biddy had to ruin it. Shuafan wanted nothing more than to flatten them to a gooey mush. The only thing holding him back was knowing Chu Xianxia was from Ruby Cloud sect, so he took a deep breath to bottle the rage. It just wouldn't do for the husband to waste his wife's besties in a fit of fury. Why did Chu Xianxia end up appearing in Ruby Cloud sect of all places? Checking the 9 stars direction and recalling the familiar feeling he got from this girl, Shuafan was certain beyond any shadow of a doubt that she was Xianxia, and not just in name either. Making a monumental effort to restrain himself, Shuafan put on a pained look as he crawled to his feet. He saw the angry shrews and raised his hands in a rush to explain. Sisters, please. The striking similarity young miss has with my late younger sister made me lose myself in emotions. It won't happen again next time. Next time? You think you can just touch a lady's face? The senior sister was outraged, about to smash him into the ground again, but Chu Xianxia jumped in. Senior sister, please. He must have loved his sister dearly and didn't know that he was doing something improper. It wasn't with intention, so please don't blame him. Humph. Blame him? For what? It wasn't me who he was hitting on anyway. Since you don't care, why should I? The senior sister flicked her sleeve with a snarl, flying away with her other sisters. Let's just go and not waste time with that fool. She deserves being taken advantage of for falling for a rotten man's lies. Senior sister. Chu Xianxia cried after her, but the women were gone, and she hung her head sadly. She then blinked her big bright eyes at Shuafan. Did you do that because I looked like your little sister? Or was it on purpose? Under her hopeful and intense gaze, Shuafan knew she was looking for comfort, to justify her act of kindness. It would have been so much easier to just nod and play along. While he didn't mind with others, towards Xianxia he could lie. Now that the extras were gone from butting in, he could come clean. No, I really couldn't help myself, but not because of my little sister since I don't have one. It's because of my lover. Wah! Chu Qingcheng went red on the spot. Then she glared before turning to leave. I was wrong about you, thinking you were nice, but it turns out you're just like senior sister said. You did it to take advantage of me and end up making them call me a fool. Chu Qingcheng looked hurt, following after the women when Zhuofan shouted, Wait! What now? If you try anything, you'll be sorry. Chu Qingcheng paused, then looked back at him hesitantly and threatened. Her tone only made Zhuofan chuckle. She's in Genesis stage and I'm in bone tempering stage by all appearances, yet she is using that shy tone? How is that normal? Zhuofan shook his head, giving her a long and deep stare. Miss, I was not toying with you, nor did I try to take advantage of you. It's truly because I see you as my lover. My wife died and seeing you resemble her, emotions overwhelmed me. Chu Qingcheng started, looking in Zhuofan's honest gaze and blushed as she gave a weak nod. You must really love your wife. Then I won't hold you to what happened. The naive young miss turned around, wanting to leave with the matter settled. Wait! What is it this time? Chu Qingcheng paused and looked back curiously. Zhuofan sighed. Miss Chu, I can tell you're a good person. Could you do me a little favor? I got lost in this forest and could you give me a lift? Take you with me? You can't. I guess I can. She looked conflicted, but against Zhuofan's request, she just couldn't find it in her to refuse. She shyly got to Zhuofan's side and looked to see if the coast was clear before she reached out around his waist. I'll fly you out. Jay, just don't move. Chu Qingcheng jumped and they were in the air. Pa! Zhuofan took this moment to reach around her waist. Chu Qingcheng panicked and blushed harder. What are you doing? Hands off. Miss, I'm a bone-tempering cultivator and I'm scared for my first time flying. With a wide grin, Zhuofan took all the advantage he could. Chu Qingcheng was left succumbing to his sly hand and focused on making the trip as short as possible. Pa! At one point, Zhuofan's head up and leaned on the girl's shoulder. Chu Qingcheng jerked and cried again. What are you leaning on me for? First time flying is scary. Zhuofan smiled wider, to which Chu Qingcheng gaped. She was simply powerless against Zhuofan's slick tactics and reasoning. Despite it all, she still couldn't find a reason to hate him, taking a deep breath to warn instead. Hey, have some manners. Try anything again and I'll drop you. This time Zhuofan went for the kill, moving from simply leaning on her shoulder to hugging outright. Chu Qingcheng's heart was in chaos, her cheeks steaming from how red they were. What are you doing? Let me go. No, I'm scared of falling. Closing his eyes, Zhuofan was at peace holding the one person he hadn't seen in 100 years. He was too content to let go. Chu Qingcheng was frantic and landed on the ground before someone saw them. She could never let her senior sisters see her like this. It was too damn mortifying. Whoosh. The two touched down, with Zhuofan holding onto her like an octopus. Chu Qingcheng's face twitched and snapped. Hey, we're on the ground. Now get off. No, you're lying. We're definitely in the air and I won't fall for it, The young miss had met the biggest rogue of them all, with the thickest skin ever as he used every trick to stay glued to her. Chu Qingcheng squinted and huffed before she used force, throwing Zhuofan off, hard. He landed on the ground with a bang. Chu Qingcheng glared. You definitely took advantage this time and you dare lie to me? Young Miss Chu. Zhuofan dusted his clothes before he smiled. Before I answer, would you answer me 2 questions first? Is there anyone you fancy? Zhuofan went right ahead before she could reply. Chu Qingcheng shook her head. Zhuofan smiled. Are you engaged? Chu Qingcheng started then shook her head. Why is he asking me this? Great. Zhuofan got the answers he wanted and laughed, coming before Chu Qingcheng and reached out to hug her close as he looked longingly at her. Now I'll answer yours. I did it on purpose because I like you. You have to be mine. Dong. Chu Qingqing's mind blanked out, her eyes hazy. What on earth is going on? How am I yours just like that? She finally reacted after a few long moments and shoved him. You're crazy. We only met a couple hours ago, and I have no idea who you are. I am Zhuo Fan, there. Now we're no strangers, Qingqing. Come with me. As if. I am a Ruby Cloud sect disciple. When it comes to marriage, I have to tell my master. An old crow meddling in my affairs? Qingqing, come with me. No one can stop us. Zhuo Fan shouted, his voice filled with power. Chu Qingqing gave him a long look, her eyes twitching. She then shook her head and put on a cold face as she walked away. Do you have any idea who my master is, you lunatic? Braggart. I know, one of the 8 emperors, the one called Enchanting Empress, but ever since demonic energy had affected her hard in the battle at 9 Serenity's tomb, she aged. That's why we call her the Crone Empress. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. Qingqing, come with me and I promise the biddy won't ever get to you. Chu Qingqing covered her ears and shook her head. Be silent. Don't sully my master's name. Just who do you think you are? Those senior sisters of mine are enough to flick the life out of you. Let alone master. If you care for your life, stop talking. Not even I can save you then. Save me. Zhuo Fan was touched, beaming. Qingqing, you'd take my side before that biddy? That means you do care about me. So why not come with me? Chu Qingqing hesitated. Me and my big mouth. Just what was with her? Why did she blurt that out? She barely even knew the guy, only finding out his name just now. Her heart was conflicted, while her face icy, glaring back. There'd be no point in the end. Not when you're using me to replace your wife. This isn't love. There's no such thing as love at first sight. Now go. I've taken you out of the forest, so you're safe. Qingqing, you have to believe me. You are my wife, not a substitute. You and her are one and the same. Zhuo Fan spoke with determination. Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes, laughing. Sure. Then chase me. We'll talk again when you catch me. Chu Qingqing pulled a smug look, like she outsmarted him, then flew away. Zhuo Fan smirked. Dear me, if you don't take me flying, I'll just have to do it myself. Everyone says, flying as a couple is so much better, while flying alone is so boring. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan had no trouble going after her, treating it like a game. An hour later, Chu Qingqing was rushing in her senior sister's direction, but having caught no sight of them for so long began to weigh on her mind. Ugh. I'm not strong enough to keep up, and with that delay I'll never catch up. Why can't they just wait for me? Fang Min, as the head senior sister of Ruby Cloud sect, you should be showing at least some remorse seeing your fellow sisters in peril instead of ignoring their fate. Hand over purple gold glazed cup, or else. A coarse laugh echoed across the sky, startling Chu Qingqing. Looking over, she noticed in the distance her fellow sisters surrounded by 24 men in black. 5 of them were even late-stage spirit kings. As for her sisters, all were injured, with 5 taken prisoners and only her head senior sister barely hanging on. Chu Qingqing shot straight for them, striking with a cold palm at the man's chest. How dare you harm my senior sister? Bam! The man snickered and pointed 2 fingers at her. The power between the fingers shot through her cold aura and into her body. Chu Qingqing coughed blood, collapsing on the spot. Ha ha ha, the broads of Ruby Cloud sect are so mighty, for even a 7th layer Genesis cultivator to strike me, a peak Genesis cultivator. What a moron! The guy mocked and his team laughed. Fang Min shook her head, glaring at Chu Qingqing. You fool! You saw us surrounded, but instead of going to the sect for help, you charged right in? You thought your meager skill was going to save the day. Senior sister, Chu Qingqing hung her head low, the words wounding her. Fang Min scoffed and shouted at the men in black. Arrogant bastards. You knew we're from Ruby Cloud sect yet you still came for us? You've just signed your death warrant. Why do you think we're masked? The leading late-stage spirit king stepped forward and shouted. We'd much rather avoid having the Crone Empress hounding us till the end of days. If you want to live past today, hand it over and we'll let you go. When we get violent, at the end there's just us. Men, and you, girls, ha ha ha. The others laughed, showing greedy smiles. Fong Min grounded her teeth, with the other girls putting a tough front when they were all afraid of those creepy smiles. These filthy mongrels don't care. Hesitating, Fong Min was put on the spot. By handing it over, the blame of failure would fall entirely on her. But if she didn't, they would never be able to live with themselves after today. Fong Min was on the fence, weighing her position in the sect or her future. Her eyes wandered back to the depressed Chu Qingqing and lit up. She shot before her and threw a prismatic cup to her. Junior sister, take this and run. I'll hold them off. You can't let me down. Senior sister? Run! Fong Min shouted again, looking ready to die for the cause. Chu Qingqing sniffed and nodded. She took the treasure and ran. She would give her life to protect it, to repay all her senior sister's trust in her. The men in black saw her run off and shouted, "Girl, give it here if you don't want a really good time." Whoosh. The men ignored the other girls and shot after Chu Qingqing. Fong Min gave a token of resistance, looking at the frail figure almost overrun with men with a creepy grin. "Girl, get back here." Boom. Powerful palm struck at Chu Qingqing from behind. She tensed up and noticed him to be the peak Genesis expert she went after before. Her heart sank. Despite the peril and certain doom, she was set to carry on her sister's mission. Chu Qingqing gnashed her teeth and held the cup tight with one hand, while using the other to launch an attack in reply. The man in black snickered. "Ha ha ha, Missy. You're still acting tough after that defeat? Die!" Bam! All they knew was that the guy's power had the clear advantage. Yet as the two of them clashed, the man in black up and got pulverized into a bloody mist, his very trace gone from this world. Ugh! The other chasers halted on the spot, looking dumbstruck. No way! How can a 7th layer Genesis cultivator be that much stronger than a peak one to kill him in one shot? Why the hell was she hurt in the first place then? Was it to bait us? The Ruby Cloud sect disciples blinked in disbelief. They knew all too well about their little junior sister's strength, and it was clearly nowhere near that level. That guy was a peak Genesis expert, only beneath a spirit king. They all had suffered at his blows, yet now, everyone was dumbstruck, even Chu Qingqing, staring from her palm to the bloody mist in shock. Was my palm that strong? This never happened before. None noticed a shadow lurking in a bush just off from the conflict, watching. An eye was particularly eye-catching, shining in 8 golden rings. Divine Eye of the Void 8th stage. Blink. Zhuofan muttered as he put away the fingers, his smile cold. Sending a move through space, right in front of the opponent before they react, is in the realm of a Spirit King's spatial control skill. Catching anyone off guard. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan glanced at the stunned Fong Min, his face hard. This woman knew Qingcheng couldn't handle them, yet still handed over the treasure and faked holding them. What a twisted heart. She did it to save her skin and shirk responsibility for failure, letting Qingcheng take the fall. For messing with my wife, her fate is death. Qingcheng might look innocent as a lily now, but her man ain't just going to turn the other cheek. Girl, you've been holding out on me. Once the reality of the situation sank in, an aged man in black shot forth as he released his deadly aura. Never would I imagine that I'd have to step in against some lousy girls. Now it's time for you to join my brother. The man raised his hand and the air around Chu Qingcheng warped. Chu Qingcheng cried out, "A spirit king! I may be at the early stage, but I'm a spirit king nonetheless. Against a 7th layer Genesis cultivator like you, it's more than enough. You can hide as much power as you want, but it still won't touch upon a spirit king's might. Ha ha ha." The man's eyes shone with pride. Chu Qingqing's face grew hard, her heart sinking as she took out a 12th grade spiritual sword, as she stood on high alert to all movement around her. However, the trembling gave her unsettled mind away. Deep down she knew an attack could come from anywhere, especially since she was up against a spirit king, who could control the space around her. What was she to do? She was wound tighter than a violin, tense and anxious. The men in black snickered at her being so jumpy. The Spirit King laughed and grabbed. "Say goodnight, girl." Whoosh. The space shifted just then, and a rain of arrows launched for Chu Qingqing. She panicked, her face paling. A Spirit King could attack out of the blue, giving her no time to react. She clutched the spiritual sword harder, feeling like she was about to fall. "Qingqing!" Her fellow sisters shouted in worry. Wounded as they all were, they had no hope of providing any help, only staring helplessly as their little junior sister was about to meet her end. Whoosh! The downcast Chu Qingqing up and vanished from everyone's sight, leaving the arrows to miss their target. The Spirit King shouted, "Where is she?" "Above." From behind his cozy little bush, Shuafan grinned to himself as his right eye shone in one golden halo. Divine Eye of the Void, first stage. Shift. Chu Qingqing popped back into their sights just half a meter above the Spirit King's head, looking as dull as ever. What just happened?" The man in black panicked, his eyes filled with confusion. "What was that? I had control of the entire space, so why did this chick appear next to me without me sensing her? Just who am I dealing with here?" The guy and Chu Qingqing shared an equally dumb look of stupefaction, forgetting who they were. The rest just stared at them like statues. Chu Qingqing's sisters were overwhelmed. What supreme skill was that? How did she do that? The Spirit King clearly didn't notice her either. One senior sister cried out, "Qingqing, now's your chance, attack!" Chu Qingqing woke up from her daydreaming at long last. Right? She couldn't get a better shot than this and slashed down. The Spirit King had no way of taking on a 12th grade spiritual weapon with his body and surviving. Chu Qingqing perked up and went for his head. The man reacted fast, flicking his sleeve and revealing sharp fingers as they aimed to grip Chu Qingqing's wrist. With his power, it wouldn't stop as a mere seizure of the hand, but breaking it completely. The girl sighed inside. Even with Qingqing so strong, a Spirit King still has the upper hand even at such close distance. Their gap in experience shows. Chu Qingqing knew this as well, and her heart sank. For some very peculiar reason, though, the man's claw and the entire arm up and got flung in the air as it sprayed blood everywhere. The guy was frozen stiff with an utter dumbfounded look in his eyes. What the name of all that's holy going on here? Can anyone explain it to me? He would never get to know the truth, not like anyone here knew anyway. As he lost his golden chance to stop Chu Qingqing, her sword came down with ease. The Sword King got split in two, his innards and spilling out like molasses, soaking the dirt in his blood and guts. His separated eyes were still as confused as before, unable to unravel the profound mystery of his death. The shock outcome was so great everyone was in denial of what they saw. Chu Qingqing handling a peak Genesis expert was unexpected but understandable somewhat, but doing it to someone a stage above? That guy had shed the mortal coil and became a Spirit King, and yet he got done in with a sword, something not even a peak Sword King could do. Everyone's eyes twitched as they looked at Chu Qingqing in fear and confusion. Her senior sisters as well were slack-jawed with popping eyes. Thump. The late Spirit King and leader of the men landed before Chu Qingqing. While his features were covered, the cloth couldn't hide the naked bloodthirst in his eyes. Appearance is an illusion. A chick like you looks harmless as a puppy, yet a true expert hides underneath all that facade. He cupped his hands to her, shouting, "Please oblige me a few moves, young miss." He unleashed his power and the space all around started fracturing. The men in black cried out and cheered. Chu Qingqing was shocked to the core, forcing herself to breathe under that stifling power. Even as it pushed against her, she managed to stand still. The man grew grave. "Young miss, you're not going to show your true strength? You showed great power by dispatching my people with frightening ease. Yet you can't even handle my pressure." He ramped up the aura by a third. Chu Qingqing coughed and sank to one knee, feeling like something was crushing her. The others were mocking her. "These broads are something, but not enough for our boss. He's the strongest. Ha ha ha. The leader never left Chu Qingqing out of his sight, on high alert. The 2 deaths before were just too bizarre. Curses. You dare mess with my woman? Zhuo Fan wore a cold smile. Since you insist on wanting me to step in, then you better be ready for it. Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed in 8 golden rings. Divine Eye of the Void 8th stage. Blink. Who? Chu Qingcheng felt uplifted out of the blue, the pressure gone as she stood back with ease. She was perplexed. Did he stop? Looking around, though, told a different story. The air around her was still shimmering. The grass beneath her was flattened and the rocks pulverized. Yet 10 meters around her was right as rain. Chu Qingqing was stumped. What's he playing at this time? The guy cracked up and looked ready to fight. So you're finally giving your all? Let's do this then, young miss. See that? She's standing under the boss pressure. Only spirit kings can do that. Yeah, that's why she killed 2 of our strong men, because she's on another level. We were too careless, taken in by her average appearance, when she was nothing but a spirit king expert. She must have been baiting us for the right moment to take the treasure back. The other men in black bobbed their heads, commenting on Chu Qingqing's performance. She must be the real head senior sister of Ruby Cloud, sect to guard the treasure. Fong Min's face twitched and ground her teeth. This lousy brat. This is absurd. I'm the real head senior sister here. Ignoring the comments, Chu Qingcheng was tense enough as it was due to the opponent's challenge. But she still raised her sword to point it at him and looked tough. Come. I'll never hand over the purple gold glazed cup. Neither do I want you to, for it will be the winner's spoils. The leader's hand released a gray energy, his eyes sharp as they made the young miss cower. Whoosh! Before the leader even got to strike, however, Chu Qingqing's sword acted first. A sharp sword energy went by the leader's head, striking another spirit king somewhere behind. Blood spurted everywhere as the victim was removed from this world. Ugh! The leader stiffened, frozen on the spot, as if he regarded Chu Qingcheng like a monster or a creature beyond any comprehension. He had no time to even flinch as the attack flew dangerously close to his own head before taking down a brother of his. Just an inch to the side and it'd have been him instead. Gulp. The leader was sweating buckets just as he saw the young miss looking perplexed at what transpired. Her sword moved by itself. Whoosh! Chu Qingqing's sword acted up again, sending another sword wave, whizzing past the leader's scalp to pop another spirit king into a cloud of bloody mist. Everyone shuddered as they jumped back, looking at Chu Qingqing like she was a devil. A twitch of the sword nailed one down. Such simplistic and efficient killing was that of an expert killer. What was even worse, she was mocking their leader, the one she was actually facing, while culling them instead. Just how outrageous is this chick's power to even slight a late-stage spirit king? Is she an emperor? As blood leaked out of a slight cut on the leader's cheek, he now saw Chu Qingqing with nothing but fear. He never saw a faster sword in his life. The girl wasn't innocent by a long shot. The strikes were shot with brutality, meant to execute with impunity. Miss, who on earth are you? Unable to get even his voice under control, the leader shuddered in front of Chu Qingqing's guileless gaze. Chu Qingcheng mused, then replied according to the custom, with cupped hands, I am Ruby Cloud's sect 362nd generation disciple. Chu Qingcheng. May I know who you are? 362 ND, the youngest? How do you have such power and skill? Incapable of getting an answer, the leader frowned in thought. He regarded Chu Qingcheng again with utter shock now. That's. A shadow grew behind Chu Qingcheng, dark and shifty, and he only realized it now thanks to his Spirit King level cultivation. The force he felt from it left him weak in the knees and he staggered back. He hastily cupped his hands. I am in awe of Miss' incredible feat of strength. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Let's go. The leader waved and was the first to flee for his life, his back soaked. The rest of his men were right behind him. The Missy must be really something for the boss to choose retreat over attacking. Chu Qingcheng was absolutely perplexed, just saluting back on reflex. Yeah. Later? Humph, what frickin' later? You came for a fight, so don't think of getting out alive. Chu Qingcheng didn't care about them. While Zhuofan snickered from his cozy little bush, Chu Qingcheng's shadow shot out and her sword acted up again. Whoosh! A sword energy flew at the men in black, running through the chests of 3 people. Plop. They all turned to a bloody mist, all Genesis stage experts. The leader snapped at Chu Qingcheng. Miss, we never touched any of your people. We're even leaving, yet you would be so cruel as to kill us. Fleeing men. No, it's the sword. Chu Qingcheng looked hurt at the accusation, lamenting as she turned to her sword. Her words got cut off, literally, as her sword had a mind of its own. Sword energy flew galore, each robbing a wail of agony from a man in black, along with his life, sending them to the great beyond. The leader looked at the heavy casualties and roared, "Curses! This chick is an oddity and bloodthirsty like a banshee. Run, we'll pay her back later. Well, aren't you a ray of sunshine, so optimistic? Humph! There won't be any loose ends." Whoosh! Zhuofan flicked from his bush with an insidious smile. Chu Qingcheng's shadow moved her hand and sent more sword energy flying, making it so it was all her doing. The sky was filled under the gaudy lights of the sword waves, soon covering the ground in fresh and bloody corpses for the new grass to grow. The Ruby Cloud sect disciples looked startled. Since when was junior sister Qingcheng so cruel? Chu Qingcheng watched as lives were mowed down like grass on the verge of tears, shouting, "Stop! Please stop! No can do, Qingcheng. I'm ending this here and now for your sake." Zhuofan muttered from the bush. Chu Qingcheng held the sword with both hands, trying her best to get it under control. She cried, "Stop this instant or I will cripple my meridians. Without my yuan qi you can't do anything." Zhuofan listened at last, with a shake of his head. "Fine, since you said so, and if it'll make you happy." Chu Qingcheng's shadow settled and the flood of sword energy slowed down to a halt, though only 3 men in black remained, including the leader. Glancing back at the she-demon, the wretched thieves ran for their lives while the girl was downcast. They came here thinking it was an easy gig, but luck had it they got almost all of their men killed. "We need backup to deal with this hellspawn." The Ruby Cloud sect disciples glanced at Chu Qingcheng, slumped on the ground, with dull eyes. They couldn't recognize her, only feeling fear. "Senior sister, are you all right? I kept the purple gold glazed cup safe." Chu Qingcheng jumped back to her feet like nothing happened, beaming at the girls. "You're all hurt. Want me to heal you? Pa." Fang Min yanked the cup from Chu Qingcheng's hand and mocked as a form of thanks. "Little junior sister, you sure kept to yourself all this time, but now you showed us. Without your help today, junior sister, our lives would have been forfeited. All of us are so useless, needing junior sister's protection." "Senior sister, don't say that. It's my duty." Chu Qingcheng was worried as she spoke obliviously to the sarcasm. "Senior sister, why aren't you pleased that we have overcome this disaster?" Fang Min chuckled with scorn. "Oh, I'm pleased as punch, of junior sister's glorious future. You alone had finished off 24 people and many spirit kings among them, making us fall short. But junior sister, when did you become so cruel to kill people on a whim? We all saw them leaving, so why did you go after them still? If I didn't know any better, you'd have to be from Devil Mountain than Ruby Cloud sect." "Senior sister, I really didn't want to kill them. It was my sword. It just moved? That's rich." Fang Min snickered, her tone biting and mean. "Sisters, let's keep going. We don't need to worry about little junior sister anymore. She has an almighty independent divine sword and can do away without our help." Fang Min was the first to fly off, with the others taking healing pills before giving Chu Qingcheng looks of fear and then following. Chu Qingcheng was left alone and in guilt, looking at her baffling spiritual sword with conflicted emotions. She liked the sword for coming to her and her senior sister's rescue, but hated it for going out of control and isolating her from her senior sisters. It was never the sword, however, but a man, the one wearing a creepy smile just off to the side in a bush. Chu Qingqing lowered her head, depressed, looking at her sword with a sigh. Senior sisters are wrong about me. I'm no killer. Ah, they have the treasure and might meet other mean people. Chu Qingqing started and spoke to her spiritual sword. Cerulean, we have to protect senior sisters. But you have to behave and not kill whenever. You have to listen or... Chu Qingqing's voice drifted, not knowing how to threaten her rampant spiritual sword. Or I'll just get another one. Ding. The sword slightly shook in ridicule. You call that a threat? Besides, that wasn't me, so why are you threatening me? Humph. The oblivious Chu Qingqing was deaf to her spiritual sword. Of course, looking relieved as she chased after her senior sisters. Ah, save me. Someone save me. A sudden cry reached her ears. Shriek. She also heard the sharp shriek of a bird. Chu Qingqing looked back in panic. 100-meter big bird, covered in blue flames, was holding a man in its beak. 8th level spiritual beast? Firestorm eagle? Chu Qingqing shouted. How did this guy end up caught by a spiritual beast like this? Cerulean, let's go save him. Chu Qingqing shot for the 8th level spiritual beast and slashed. Bam! A white sword wave hacked into the blue flames, freezing the air and making the fire fizzle out. Shriek. The spiritual beast cried out, and Zhuofan used this chance to get out of its beak. The spiritual beast didn't fight the girl, choosing to flee instead. Chu Qingqing beamed, then recalled Zhuofan and went to him, only to find his legs sticking out of the ground. Chu Qingqing grabbed one at random and pulled. Sorry, I was so focused on the fight with the beast I forgot about you. Are you all right? Ha ha ha. I'm perfect. I am in the bone-tempering stage after all and won't die from something as simple as falling. Zhuofan grinned and wiped his face of dirt and dust. Qingqing, thanks for saving me again. It must be in the stars to meet. We have to be fated to be together. Chu Qingqing's face fell and threw him. Humph! A scoundrel only knows how to spew lies. I wasted my time saving you for nothing. You're just trying to make your move on me. I should have just let that bird eat you. You'd never, since you can't go on without me. Zhuofan was sickeningly corny, though he was also right as his words made Chu Qingqing blush, her heart racing. She shook her head of those random emotions and gave a smirk. You're nothing to me, braggart. So why would I ever stick around with you? Humph, now off you go, Shu. I still need to find my senior sisters. Bye. Chu Qingqing left. Ah. Zhuofan howled and his forehead was covered in sweat, straining to speak. Qingqing, don't worry about me. Just do what you have to do. Leave me here in the wild outdoors for another strong spiritual beast to come around and take a bite out of me. Again. I won't blame you, since you don't care about me. Just go do you. Chu Qingqing looked back to see Zhuofan grimacing and looking pale while his leg bled. Chu Qingqing rushed over and took out a gauze to bandage him. Weren't you a bone-tempering cultivator? Why did you get a broken leg from falling? It's that spiritual beast who snapped it in its beak. Zhuofan gasped. Bone-tempering stage isn't enough to withstand those sharp fangs. Here, a healing pill from my sect. She fished out a vial in a rush and fed Zhuofan a pill. Chu Qingqing's heart felt forlorn for some reason. But as we're all Genesis experts, we only got pills for internal wounds. It will take a week to heal your leg as is. Zhuofan nodded, looking distressed. Not moving for a week. I'll be a sitting duck for spiritual beasts to gobble me up. Stop saying that. You'll be fine with me around. Chu Qingqing glared at him, but then she looked in the direction her fellow sisters went. Zhuofan smiled. Qingqing, aren't you going after your senior sisters? Just go and forget about me. How can I just leave you with your leg like this? Puffing her underwhelming chest, Chu Qingqing spoke with honor and righteousness. But then she hoisted Zhuofan's arm and helped him up on her back, smiling. Isn't this better? I'll carry you to find my senior sisters and let you down in a safe place. That's mighty clever of you. Zhuofan lit up and nodded. Chu Qingqing smiled and cried. Of course, now let's go. The two were gone like the wind, but the pure girl failed to notice the big eagle looking at them from a distance. Thank heavens that prick is gone. Brother, what's with that cut on your back? Another eagle shrieked in teasing, many times bigger. Did a human play with you? Want bro here to set them straight? The first eagle flayed its wings and squawked, looking panicky. No, definitely no. Please don't. I never want to see that guy again. Is he that tough? From the wound, he doesn't look much to me. The slash barely dented your feathers. You know nothing. It's not the sword wielder, the tough one, but the guy forcing me to hold him in my beak. Its eyes were filled with fear as he recalled Zhua Fan's black orbs. Its feathers even trembled from terror. The bigger eagle looked stumped. Who on earth did this guy meet to make him shake like a leaf? The escaping men in black arrived at a barren mountain, where a refined elder was enjoying his tea in his chair. The three men in black slumped weakly at the old man's side, bowing. Clan head. Well, where is it? Clan head. We failed to take it and suffered heavy casualties. The leader hung his head. Crack. The cup broke in the old man's hand, his voice laced with fury. Failed? More than 20 experts and a late-stage spirit king failed? Weren't they just 7 girls? You couldn't even deal with them? Are you morons or simply garbage? Clan head. The others shivered, with the leader speaking. Clan head. Let me explain. 6 of them were nothing, but the last girl was simply horrible. She killed without blinking and had an uncanny power about her. None of us could handle her. Even WW would have ended up dead if we were any slower. The old man eyed them and rose from his chair, his eyes sharp. For you, a late-stage spirit king, to fail against her, then she must be something else. That leaves only me to step in. Clan head, you're going to go after them yourself? The demonic emperor entrusted us with this task, and I'm not about to botch it. The old man snapped back. If just one of you had shown even a bit of promise, I wouldn't have deigned to steal from some nobodies. The old man covered his face with black cloth. The demonic emperor said not to harm anyone if possible, as to not stir up the old hag. All that matters is that we ruin their deal in Mist City. Let's go. Yes. They all got excited. With the clan head stepping in, that girl is finished. He is a mighty expert in the sacred domain, a true emperor. Whoosh. Under a clear sunny sky, the 6 disciples of Ruby Cloud Sect were the only ones flying. The leader had a nice face, but the grimace ruined her image. The head senior sister looked angry all the time these past 3 days. One looked worried. Senior sister, aren't we going too fast? There's been no sight of junior sister all this time. Maybe she's lost. Humph. A spirit king is beneath her, but she can't catch up? She must have been playing around since it's her first time outside the sect. Why do you care? Fong Min spat with venom. The disciple's heart shrank but still tried. Yeah, it's her first time this far from the sect and might not know the way. Should we leave her some signs to follow? You talk too much. Fong Min barked. That girl's so tough now, so why would she need your care? Are you leaving signs so the enemy can find us instead? Is that it? The girl shrank under head senior sister's harsh stare. Fong Min glared at her, then looked back ahead, brooding and furious as they went on. Boom! A sudden pressure came out of nowhere over them and their flight was cut off, falling to the ground. An aged voice laughed from everywhere. Ha ha ha! You think I need some signs to find you? Whoosh! 50 men in black landed before them, with 20 spirit kings among them. Their leader wore black, his scary eyes making the girls tremble. Imperial descent. He's an emperor. Fong Min gasped, full with dread as she looked at the older man. Her heart was beating so hard it might jump out of her chest. The other girls could barely breathe. The old man mocked. Juniors of the Ruby Cloud Sect. I'd rather avoid having any real altercation with that biddy so hand over the purple gold glazed cup. I'll be letting you all go without harming one hair on you. What do you say? As a mighty emperor, senior must be of great renown in sacred domain. Why would you lower yourself to some petty theft? Ack. Fong Min tried the diplomatic way, her tone shaky, but an even stronger pressure descended and forced her to shriek and cough blood. The old man snickered. We all have our sordid past, or do you not already see our covered faces? Girl, give it here and we'll be out of your hair. No fuss, no mess. But if it gets to it, I'll just have to pry it from your cold, dead hands. The girls tensed, all looking towards Fong Min and awaiting her decision. Head senior sister, what do we do? Senior. Fong Min's eyes darted around, smiling. Sorry, but you're getting ahead of yourself. You really want me to kill you all? Ha ha ha. Kill us? Fong Min laughed in his face. Senior, you got me all wrong. I'm not so stupid to fight the impossible. The treasure just isn't with us. You can just kill us and see for yourself. The old man's face twitched as he gave her a hard look. Not on you? Do you think I'll buy that? Search ahead then. Fong Min grinned as she forced her feet under her, taking out her storage ring. I'll go first. All I have is in there. Take a look. Why, still don't believe me? Haha. You can just search me as well. Fong Min started undressing under the fixed gaze of the old man. As her dress grew lighter, her curves grew more obvious. The other guys behind were enchanted. Many gulped and drooled, having forgotten about some lame treasure, engrossed in having her take off everything. That took priority by far. Senior sister. Her fellow disciples were tense and jittery. When senior sister finishes, it won't be us next, will it? We'll now lose both the treasure and our purity. What is senior sister thinking going so far? All right. Fong Min was left in a most enticing and revealing inner garment when the old man stopped her. His men hung their heads at having lost a good show, whining inside. Clan head, can't you mind the timing? Only just a bit more. I know you're withered, but you could at least think of everyone else. The old man already believed this last somewhat for going so far, not even bothering with the throne ring as he shouted, I'll believe you for now, but if you don't have it, who does? My junior sister? Your junior sister? Junior sister is the strongest, so the treasure can only be in her care. We're nothing but bait. Even if you kill us, you won't get anything out of it. Fong Ming held out her head. The old man looked back at the previous leader and he attested. Clan head, the strongest girl is indeed not here. They must have split up and had her deliver the treasure. Where is she? The old man fixed his gaze back on Fong Min. Speak and you may go. Otherwise. Fong Min paused. 3 days ago, after the attack, junior sister took a different route, just to be safe. I have no idea where she could be by now. You could just trail back and maybe still find some clues. Find some trackers and get me her direction. The old man's piercing gaze never left Fong Min. Girl, lie to me and I'll be back at any time to send you all to hell. Let's go. He shot into the sky, gone like the wind. The rest gulped and gave the 6 pretty girls one last look before leaving as well. Even with all the danger gone, the girls still looked to be in despair. Getting dressed again and picking up her ring, Fong Min had a smile of utter scorn on her face. Humph, here's what you want, you old fart. Come and get it. Senior sister, are they gone? Will they come back? One girl was still shaken up from the deadly pressure even now. Fong Min grew grave. Yeah, once he finds junior sister doesn't have the purple gold glazed cup, he'll be sure to storm back. Sisters, we're detouring to Miss City. Leave not a trace of your energy on your way so they can't find us. Yes, head senior sister. They all cupped their hands, but then one girl shyly said, what about little junior sister? When they do find her, that's her problem. It was either sending them after her or us dying instead. What would you prefer, her or us? Fong Min snapped a cold glare on her, shutting her up. She had a cruel smile as she then took the lead, all the rancor eating her up these past days gone. Girl, you won't be missed, Humph. 5 days went by, with a girl carrying on her back a thin man and taking a totally different path from Fong Min's group. In flying she spoke her worries. Shuafan, is Miss City this way? Why haven't we met with the others yet? Not to worry. My sense of direction is perfect. Shuafan grinned, feeling warm and gooey inside as he gazed upon her adorable and worried face. Perfect direction. Ha! Well, of course, I've been roaming the sacred domain for ages that I know it like the back of my hand. While omitting the fact I'm taking the wrong way is a different story. Rather than catch up to those third wheels, a world just for the two of us is so much better, haha. Huff. It had been a week already, yet no sign of the girls as Chu Qingcheng carried Shuafan with ragged breath. Worry plagued her innocent heart, making her not stop for even a second all this time. Even for a Genesis stage expert, the long travel took its toll. Shuafan was feeling a bit guilty, wiping her sweaty brow. Qingcheng, my leg is healed now. Let's take a rest. No, I've yet to catch up to my senior sisters. We can't stop now. It will only make us lag further behind. Chu Qingcheng was stubborn. You won't ever catch them, not by taking the wrong way at least. Shuafan sighed. Qingcheng, what difference does it make if we can't reach them? They're faster than you anyway, so there's no way you can catch up. Aren't you gonna just meet up in Mist City? You'll just see them there. So just take it easy. But this is my first time outside the sect. How should I know where Mist City is? Don't you have me for something this simple? I'll show you the way. You? Chu Qingcheng started, looking back. Weren't you out looking for herbs? Won't I give you more trouble for guiding me all the way to Mist City? Shuafan chuckled. What does it matter? I'm just a drifter. We'll just go to Mist City, then you can drop me off on your way back. Oh, then thanks. Qingcheng's cheeks went pink thinking she would carry him back as well, though her heart did not seem to mind it. Shuafan snickered, his breath tickling her ear. You don't want to carry me? Chu Qingcheng blushed harder, shaking her head. Would you carry me then? The guy was taking all the advantage he could from her back, making her flustered. Then hold me all my life, all right? Shuafan spoke in an emotional and heavy tone. Chu Qingcheng shuddered, her mind blanking out as she stared deep in those black and tender eyes of his. She just did not know where Shuafan's confession even came from to say something like that. Shuafan looked at her with nothing but love, leaned over and pecked her lips. Dong! Chu Qingcheng froze solid, her mind blown away. Feeling the strange yet familiar male scent, her heart raced. With one shudder they both fell to the ground. Each left a 2-meter wide hole. Chu Qingcheng crawled out of hers, panicky and blushing, looking over as Shuafan held on the edge of his hole. Why, you're just toying with me again. Yeah. Sorry, I just can't help it. Shuafan scratched his head, yet showed no remorse as he smiled. Since I took unfair advantage, why don't you do the same? I'll even let you kiss me for 10 whole minutes. I won't mind it one bit either, haha. Why, you're so crude. Chu Qingcheng glared at him and walked out on him. I'm ignoring you. Qingcheng, don't go. You don't know the way, so let me guide you. I don't need you. I can just ask someone, humph. Shuafan snickered as he gestured for the way ahead. Chu Qingcheng had lost faith in this rascal, huffing and flying into the air in anger. Shuafan scratched his head. Too soon? Was I pushing things too hard? Ha ha ha. Guess it's not easy chasing girls. I just can't understand how Qingcheng stood so loyal for 10 years and endured so much bitterness. Guess I get what I deserve now, with me doing the chasing this time. Shuafan sighed. Let's see what I should use this time for our next meeting. Last time I was getting chewed by an eagle, so that's out. I'm in the bone tempering stage, so I can't just go after her. Whoosh. Shuafan was going through his bag of tricks to hook girls when black streaks flew overhead and darkened the sky. Thanks to his meager cultivation, he was ignored by these powerhouses. Shuafan, however, grew grave from their direction of flight. How did they catch up so fast? Qingcheng is all alone, so they should be looking after those broads instead. Take their stuff and just leave. So why are they here again? Casting blame. Shuafan vanished the next second. Damn it. They even have an emperor with them. I won't be able to hide this time. Chu Qingcheng kept flying and cursing in anger. Rotten, evil Shuafan. You only know how to toy with me. Senior sister was right. There's no trusting any man. They're all evil. Boom. A resounding boom echoed, followed by an unearthly pressure slamming into her and sending her crashing into the ground. Rumble. An even bigger explosion echoed as a crater half a mile wide sprouted, kicking up dust. Xianxia coughed blood and looked pale. Men in black landed in her sights, the leader being an old man. Her? She doesn't look like anything yet she killed 24 people? Clan head. Don't let her cultivation fool you. She is a freak, the ex-leader whispered in his ear. Xianxia strained her waned face, only to cough blood again. Why you again? Girl. Hand over the purple gold glazed cup, or I'll give you a fate worse than death. Purple gold glazed cup? Xianxia looked confused. I don't have it. But I wouldn't give Ruby Cloud sex treasure even if I did. The old man scoffed. Very well. Bam. Xianxia was sent flying from a kick to the gut. She jerked and coughed more blood, mixed with her innards. How weak. Just at Genesis stage. The old man frowned, looking back in doubt. Is she the same expert that had you scared out of your minds? I don't see it. The man's face twitched, hanging his head. Clan head. Maybe she's not herself today, up on bricks. Pa. The old man smacked him hard. You think it's funny? The old man snorted. The other man lowered his head, cursing Xianxia to high heaven. Damn girl. Where has all that fire gone? Give me something, even a tenth, so that I can prove to clan head my mission failed for a very good reason. As it is now, I'm only being rebutted. There's no way we can prove our failure now. I'll deal with you later. Yes. The old man glared at him before turning to Xianxia. The ex-leader looked like a kicked puppy, on the verge of crying. The old man reached the girl and raised his foot. Lass, you killed my men, so I can't let you go like the rest. Since you're so obstinate, I'll crack open that skull of yours before looking for the treasure on your body. The old man stomped. A mighty pressure fell on her face, heralding certain doom. Xianxia felt her weakened body growing heavy and her heart sinking. Am I going to die? There's so many things I want to do. I don't even know my purpose in life, so how can I just... Boom! Her eyes closed just as the old man stomped a huge crater in front of her a mile wide. When the dust settled, the old man shook, his head whipping in another direction and shouting, State who you are. You don't need to know it for where you're going. A pitch-black figure appeared in the roaming dust, its voice eerie and chilling. Even these criminals used to getting their hands dirty felt their hearts seizing from the hellish feeling. All heads turned to where the wind blew on edge. Even the old man was cautious, taking back his foot. When all dust cleared, they saw a thin man holding a barely alive Xianxia. The men in black gasped. He saved her from under clan head's nose without any of us noticing anything. He's a true expert. The old man's eyes shone, his voice low. At least it makes my trip worthwhile knowing there's someone that can take me on. Zhuofan traced Xianxia's unconscious face, looking dark as he turned to the rest. Geezer. You must be rushing to die going after her. Humph, pretentious fool. At least you have skill to save someone from my attack. Though having an unconscious girl weighing you down won't be of much help. Whoosh. The old man looked smug with his smile, but then he heard whistling sword waves, instantly ripping apart 10 spirit kings. So fast. Everyone gasped in fright. The old man froze as well, unable to believe what he saw. How is his sword energy so fast that I couldn't even see it? It's beyond even Sword Emperor Ao Changtian's Imperial Sword Winds. What the hell are you? The old man finally revealed fear in his voice for the first time. Zhuofan grinned, with the ex-leader in black exclaiming, Now I get it. Clan head, he had to be the one who struck us before, not the girl. He's the monster. Bam. His head got split in two like a melon. Zhuofan smiled. Who sent you and why? They all gulped. the only sound in the deathly silence. The other men were horrified, glancing at the clan head for any signs of what to do. The old man was sweating now, thinking of a way out. Shuafan shook his head. Since you can't even answer, I have no further use for you. Heaven sealing sword art? Space seal. Shuafan flicked his hand and the space took on a cold glint, with all of the others stuck in place. What is this? A spirit king. Their hearts jumped in their chests. The elder looked grave, barely budging even as an emperor. With his movement slowed down so much, he began to feel the danger. He's no average spirit king to be able to freeze fellow spirit kings and even an emperor. Just what is he? Why haven't I heard of anyone like him in all my years in sacred domain? Shuafan grinned. Well, feel like talking now? You can opt for silence, but there'll be nothing left of any of you to even bury you. Who was it that said she's weighing me down? I don't even need to go all out against the likes of you. Ha ha ha. Shuafan drew out 2 fingers, the air warping from the violent forces gathering at the tips. Wait! The old man shouted in a panic. I'll talk. I don't think Sir is from Ruby Cloud sect, nor do I know why you got involved in this, but I don't think you'll tell me either way. But still, no one wants to butt in the issues of the 8 emperors, I reckon. Shuafan nodded. The old man looked relieved at his attitude. We are under the demonic emperor, tasked to go after the Ruby Cloud sect disciples and get the purple gold glazed cup. The treasure auction in Mist City has a map of the Nether Sea that everyone wants. It points the way to the Nether Sovereign's home, with the promise of becoming a sovereign or at least a saint. By taking the Ruby Cloud sect's treasure, it could no longer participate in the bidding, giving us one less opponent to worry about. Oh, pretty much what I figured as well. Shuafan nodded, flicking his hand, letting the violent energy expand everywhere. The frozen people evaporated on contact. 50 experts died just like that. The old man cried in anger. What are you doing? I told you everything, so why? You did. But I don't recall ever saying I'll let you go. With a sinister smile, Shuafan said, You hurt Xianxia and expect to live? Ha! The old man ground his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. This is absurd. I didn't want to get involved with you for fear of suffering pointless casualties. Did you really think that an emperor like me would be scared of a mere spirit king? Boom! The old man shook and flew out of the frozen space. He started making signs and golden lights spilled out of him. Imperial mark, ghost skeleton, whoosh. The golden lights exploded in intensity and a skeleton hundreds of meters big appeared around him. The golden lights focused then and took the form of a 4-sided seal high in the sky, encompassing the old man and the skeleton. Shuafan watched it all with a cold eye and a smirk. This was a skill particular to emperors, using one's soul and control of space to form the imperial mark, unstoppable and disregarding all spatial laws. Once the seal fell, the land would break along with any spirit king that tried fighting it. The soul's character would also be shown its full potential inside the imperial mark as well. The old man's soul was a ghost skeleton, of Een in nature, making the attack have an even harsher effect on souls. The moment the golden seal appeared, spilling light everywhere, Shuafan shook as he heard howls of wraiths within his mind. It dazed him for a moment with his body wobbling. Humph, nothing but a spirit king. You can control space, but can you take on the imperial heavenly brilliance? The old man was out for blood, shouting as the golden seal came down on top of Shuafan. Rotten cretin, I'll make mincemeat out of you. Now while your mind is hazy. Apocalyptic thunderflame. Shuafan's left eye flared with black flames, while deep in his soul, thunderflames sparked to life. The golden glow met with a sudden blackness, erasing it and making Shuafan's eyes shine. Looking up at the incoming golden seal, Shuafan grinned. His right eye shone in 2 golden halos. Humph, the imperial mark might be unstoppable, but even it will suffer before my thunderflame. Divine eye of the void second stage, thunderflame void annihilation. Whoosh! A dreadful black beam of flame shot at the golden seal. The old man cried out, What is that? Boom! The black flame smashed into the seal and availed itself of the void annihilation's power to enter the newly formed 1/2 meter wide and hundreds of meters long hole. The old man spurted blood and paled, proving that the imperial mark and he were connected, making him suffer when it was damaged. What was worse, the black thunderflames didn't rest with only punching a hole in the seal, eating away at the remains as well. Ah! With an unearthly howl, the man screamed from having his very soul eaten away. The pain had to be excruciating, enough to make one go insane. He was constantly pleading for mercy, yet Xuefan just stood to the side and watched as the seal was burned to nothing. The old man wailed in pain down to his last breath, his face twisted and horrible. It was a testament to a most gruesome death no one would wish upon anyone. I didn't use the decimating sword art on you as well because I needed your body intact. Xuefan walked over to the twisted body, chuckling. He hooked his finger and a head landed in his palm. Drip. The downpour had soaked the land, washing away the blood and filth, leaving no trace behind of the atrocity that happened, while giving the air an earthy scent. In a damp cave with water dripping from the stalagmites, the girl laying on a stone bed muttered as she woke up, Where am I? Oh, Xianxia, awake yet? Xuefan lit up, chuckling. I can't believe how I ended up saving you in the end. Shouldn't you pledge endless devotion now? Ha ha ha. You saved me? Xianxia was confused, trying to recall the fuzzy details. Then it all came to her in a flash, looking at Xuefan with suspicion. How did you save me? They had an emperor and many spirit kings. Emperor? Spirit kings? Xuefan shrugged, putting on a clueless look. I didn't see any. Didn't you just leave me behind? As I tried catching up with you on the ground, I saw you lying unconscious. So I carried you here to nurse you. I never got to see anything. Xianxia's eyes grew hazy. Strange. They were so ruthless, clearly wanting to kill me. I still remember that foot about to crush my head before I lost consciousness. Did they just let me go after finding I don't have it? Xianxia turned to Xuefan, as if in question. Xuefan shrugged, smiling cluelessly. Xianxia thought long and hard but still couldn't find an explanation. So she resigned to being fortunate to have come out alive. Now she just had to catch up to her senior sisters. Ah! She just got up to her feet when she felt her waist in pain before slumping back down. Xuefan jumped to help her. What is it? Take it slow, Xianxia. I have some bad wounds and can't move very well. Xianxia winced and took a red pill from her ring. She ate it and sighed. Now it'll be a miracle if I get to Miss City on time, let alone catching up with the others. Xuefan smiled, his mind calculative. Did you forget about me already? Last time you carried me, so now I'll carry you. You? Yep. With you unable to fly, my running has to be way better than being stuck here. Right? Xianxia yelped as he up and put her on his back, taking a long whiff of her scent while plastering a smile on his face. Oh, my wife's smell is so unlike everyone else's. I'll be sure to engrave it in my memory, to hold it close to the end of days. Bam! Xianxia smacked his head, blushing hard and chiding. Cut that out. I am not your wife. Yes, you are. Miscreant. Maybe not now, but you soon will be. You can never escape from me, he. Xuefan held onto Xianxia's supple legs and lifted, eliciting another pleasant yelp from her before he started walking. Xianxia glared at this rotten man, but for some reason, her heart just wouldn't match her thoughts. His wide back called to her to just rest on it. As a strong girl, she, of course, pushed through the thought with sheer determination, despite her heart's constant hammering in her chest. Xuefan carried his darling, asking about her life till now. Xianxia, who gave you that name anyway? Sounds so nice, like those kingdom-toppling beauties. Is father-in-law a Chu? Stop that nonsense. Xianxia blushed again, but she replied still. Master named me when she picked me up. I heard that the ground collapsed just as Master passed by, revealing these characters, thus taking me and naming me after them. Oh, I see. Fan nodded. That old man from my soul was very thoughtful for me. To make sure I found Qingqing, he left clues of her birth. But, and your parents? Didn't your master find your parents? Qingqing lowered her head, sighing. Master said I don't have any, that she only found me alone. I always wanted to go out and find where I came from when I left the sect. Any idea where to begin? None. Qingqing shook her head. Fan's eyes shone, his mind making the right adjustments to the plan. Then leave it to me. I will make it clear as day. You don't believe I can do it? Fan raised an eyebrow, smiling. I've been roaming the world for so many years, and where I lack in strength, I made up with knowledge in spades. They don't call me an information broker for nothing. There's not an obscure rumor or far-fetched myth I didn't hear. The demonic emperor's high treachery or the enchanting empress's twisted love life throughout the ages. I know everything. Pa! His head snapped to the side from the blow as Qingqing yelled at him. Don't you dare vilify my master. Why would I even want to? While the crone is hardly amazing now, back in the day. You're still saying that? Fine, I'll stop. It's not like we all haven't been rash and reckless in our youth. Fan smirked, feeling gloomy inside. What's so great about that biddy anyway? Something's definitely off here. Just taking Qingqing to the sect and raising her. I'd better get those guys to look into what went on a century ago. Fan walked on, his mind on different matters. Qingqing saw him silent and asked, Are you angry? Oh, not at all. I could never be angry at you. Fan beamed. Qingqing brightened and her heart swooned. In her joy, her head leaned on his back, at peace and happy. Fan caught her look and was just as content. Fan walked with Qingqing on his back for 7 days before she finally got better. She could pretty much walk on her own and be off on her merry way. But these short days had worked to get the destined couple to grow much closer, as well as Fan's persistent demand to guide her. Qingqing thus let him do what he wanted, with some reluctance. She ended up carrying him as they flew, reaching the gates of Mist City 3 months later. The two entered the bustling city hand in hand. Everything drew Qingqing's eyes, amazed at any sparkling or cute thing. Being her first time outside the sect, Fan acted natural, except for that eerie light in his eyes. Qingqing, Mist City is known as Gambling Town in Sacred Domain, with a gambling game at every corner of every street. In the city center, the treasure-hoarding palace took the best spot of all gambling dens. The treasure deal you are all here for has to be held there. This is a gambling town? Isn't it 7 Treasures Sect's domain? Where deals are made. It is, but the sect leader is a renowned gambler, dubbed the Gambling Emperor, making the deals made here resemble gambling. When conducting business with him, you either lose or he loses. There's no such thing as mutual satisfaction. What? Qingqing gasped. No fairness? Who on earth would bet with him for anything then? As one of the 8 emperors who'd win against him. Fan smiled. A true gambler knows when to accept a loss, or there would never be anyone willing to risk gambling against such a man if there's not a chance of winning. A gambler would be down without a buddy to gamble with. That's why the gambling emperor is only letting luck decide. Regardless of the loss, he'll never go back on it. This is the rule of all gambling. The moment he breaks it, no one will ever come to his town ever again. Qingqing nodded and then her eyes shone. Fan, have you ever bet against him? Haha, nah, it can't be. Why would he bet against someone like you? And you don't look to be having anything worth his time either. Oh, I did bet. Fan's eyes flashed. I offered a heaven-grade cultivation method for his heaven-grade martial art, and won in the end. He ended up crying 3 whole days before he finally gave me the martial art. Qingqing gave him a long look. A bone-tempering cultivator with a heaven-grade cultivation method betting for a heaven-grade martial art? If you're going to boast, make it believable. Reading her like a book, Fan held her gaze before finally chuckling. Qingqing, can't believe you fell for it. Without me around, I fear someone's going to cheat you out of your spirit stones. Ha ha ha. Why, you tricked me. Chu Qingqing gaped, then started chasing Zhuofan around. He played along, enjoying the rare moment. Qingqing, what are you doing? Senior Aunt May. Chu Qingqing jumped in fright, looking back in anxiety where the voice came from and stiffened like a child being caught. A woman in her 50s came over, a mid-stage empress, with sharp eyes and an ashen face wearing plain clothes. She glared at the two, approaching with authority. Her fierce attitude only worked on girls, not on seasoned demons like Zhuofan. Mei Sangu hasn't kicked the bucket yet? What a drag! Zhuofan cursed her inside. Mei Sangu reached them and her eyes never left Chu Qingqing. Behind her were Fang Min and the other girls, along with one young man. She pointed at Zhuofan's face while cussing. Qingqing, who's this? You're a Ruby Cloud sect disciple yet are gallivanting with a man in broad daylight? The scandal! Senior Aunt. He. Chu Qingqing was embarrassed, stuck unable to even introduce him. Fang Min butted in, ever unhelpful with making things worse. Senior Aunt. He's the thug we found in the forest looking for herbs a few months ago. He's nothing, but he must be one smooth talker to actually get in Junior Sister's graces to follow her here. Junior Sister, if you were looking for a man, you sure have poor tastes. Just what are you up to hanging out with a nobody like him? Ha ha ha. The other girls giggled at her expense. Senior Sister, you misunderstand. He's... Chu Qingqing rushed to explain but got stuck again. Mei Sangu rushed. Qingqing, just what is going on here? Explain yourself. You know very well of your master's high expectations. Don't throw it all away on a whim. Senior Aunt, aye. Just tell them already. Chu Qingqing kept stammering, so Zhuofan intervened, grabbing her hand and declaring, Forgive me, but she is with me now. You all better be nice to her or else. Everyone froze, their hearts shuddering from shock. Mei Sangu could hardly believe her ears. Qingqing, why we already? And no, we didn't do anything. Chu Qingqing blushed hard as she explained and cursed Zhuofan. What are you saying? I'm not yours at all. Could you please stop lying to everyone? What did I ever do to you to shame me so? Zhuofan shrugged. I'm not shaming you. You were mine to begin with. Be it now and forever. No one can take you away from me. Chu Qingqing gave him a long look, still distressed and red. But his bold declaration touched her. Ha ha ha, a bone-tempering punk goes after a Ruby Cloud sect disciple? Not even the last dead girl will be a fit for you. Humph. She's way out of your league. Fang Min laughed, throwing him a despising look, then turned to the handsome youth. Ashing, are the Sword Cloud Palace disciples allowed to have affairs with bugs? The youth smiled condescendingly. We aren't fools to resort to such absurd means. Or does Junior Sister think she is only fit for this guy? Well said, Junior Sister must surely know her worth, ha ha ha. Fang Min loved to mock the two. Chu Qingqing hung her head with guilt, tears flowing. Mei Sangu sighed and pulled her shoulder. Come with me, girl, you shamed us enough as it is. You're to reflect long and hard when we return. Chu Qingqing followed out of instinct. Qingqing, it's fine. Just come find me if you need anything. I'll never let them touch a hair on you. Zhuofan shouted after the two. Fang Min mocked. Boy, you're so yellow on the inside that you're now running your mouth? You call that skill? If you're a man, just go take Junior Sister from Senior Aunt May's hand. Oh, look who I'm talking to. Of course, if you do that, you'd end up flattened with Senior Aunt's temper. Ha ha ha. Brother, may I know your name? Zhuofan only addressed the youth next to her. The guy was surprised, then sneered. I am Su Zhenxing. What may I do for you? Nothing much. Just meaning to give you a word of advice. Zhuofan snickered. Catching a woman's heart is like looking for a needle in a haystack. You have to grasp what she values. Your approach won't get you anywhere. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan left him to digest that tidbit, while Fang Min and the girls stood there stunned. Fang Min asked, what did he mean by that? Probably nothing. Su Zhenxing was out of sorts, making a random excuse, while his heart was in awe. He doesn't look like it, but this guy's like a love doctor or something. Go after what she values. It makes perfect sense. He butted in just now so the junior sister would be at odds with both parties, having no choice but to go with him. What kind of person would ever want to live their lives under constant nagging? This was a clear tactic of taking advantage of the situation to get the girl to his side. They could just elope later on. Absolutely brilliant. But what's the point of getting the girl to follow him when he hasn't got the skill to fight back the Ruby Cloud sex hunters? If he can't handle them, why resort to dissent? He doesn't look like the reckless and impulsive type either. Su Jinxing couldn't figure him out. Fang Min and the girls gave him odd looks. What's with Ashing? He's been out of it just from a couple words from that guy. How peculiar. Mei Sangu brought Chu Qingqing to a tavern in Mist City, where she interrogated her over what she went through. You're saying that you've been hurt badly and he guided you here? You were just using him to show you the way, and that's all there is to it. Senior aunt, that is it for now. What's that supposed to mean? Don't tell me later you. Not at all. Chu Qingcheng shook her head and Mei Sangu finally sighed. I hope so, Qingcheng. You are the favorite disciple of my senior sister. Don't do anything that will bring the sect shame. Since it was just a misunderstanding, we can let it go. But next time, you are to stay clear of men, understand? Yes, Chu Qingqing squeaked. Mei Sangu gestured for her to leave. Go and get some rest for 2 days. In 3 days, the exchange gathering will commence. We have to get the Nether Sea map. Yes. Chu Qingcheng was downcast as she left, with Mei Sangu sighing from behind. Girls yearn for love. We better find them a betrothal instead of having some egotistical cheat toy with them. Zhuo Fan held a green jade slip, following the map inside to the center of town, to a large courtyard guarded by 2 Genesis stage experts. This is the place. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. The 2 guards blocked him as he tried going inside. Halt! Only honored guests of Mist City stay here. Laborers have no place here. Step aside. I'm one of them. You? Sizing him up, the 2 mocked. Have you ever seen some bone-tempering bug treated as a guest? I'm from the Luo clan, now move. Luo clan? The 2 started, but their disdain of Zhuo Fan never diminished. Kid? Now you're trying to scare us? The Luo clan became an honored guest only a month ago. They squandered billions of sacred stones and earned our city lord's personal invitation here. They have many experts, of which over 20 spirit kings. Yet you're saying there's also you somewhere in there. Zhuo Fan's face sank. Then just call someone from the Luo clan and it will all be made clear? Why? Is a bug worthy of the audience of such an important guest? Steward Zhuo. A cry came just then as Li Jingtian rushed over upon noticing Zhuo. Steward Zhuo, you're finally here. You almost made my heart stop with your year-long disappearance. Ugh. The guards blinked in stupefaction, a silly smile on their faces. Esserly, why you know him? He is the Luo clan's head steward. Be nice to him or any slight done to Steward Zhuo is a slight to the entire Luo clan. We'll be sure to settle this debt. Li Jingtian gave them a tongue lashing and grabbed Zhuo Fan's arm with a smile. Steward Zhuo, we did as you said in the jade slip and spent a ton of money without a care. We almost bought the whole town. Ha ha ha. Good. In 3 days at the treasure gathering we must succeed. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone as he left with Li Jingtian. The 2 guards were still staring with goony looks, their faces twitching. What's a powerful clan doing with a bone-tempering nobody for a head steward? From the looks of Sir Li, they value him greatly too. 3 days later, at the treasure hoarding palace, placed in the center of Mist City, an endless crowd had gathered. Some were officials, others were average people, but they were all there for the great treasure exchange. Though that was just a fancy word for gambling, as most treasures were never seen in public. Some would end up spending a fortune, only to get nothing in return. Others had the fortune of using just 10 spirit stones and becoming set for life. This was the thrill of gambling, fraught with dangers, but the potential to win a reward so valuable that it could put you in power overnight. Everyone here walked in line, For on this day there was no status separating anyone as they entered the hall and got to their seats. The place housed hundreds of thousands, gathered around a stage where the city lord of Mist City awaited. Today he was not just the city lord, but the host for the occasion. With this exchange holding some very incredible items, he had to come out and handle this big event involving powerful people. Taking a deep breath, the man of the hour overlooked the stands, tensing as he lingered a moment longer on the 9 covered private booths. Therein were the other representatives of the 8 emperors. All were a headache to deal with and could trash this place without fear of consequences. It unnerved him, but he tried to focus and calm his mind. We've been here for a month yet still haven't seen the city lord such a nervous wreck. In one of the booths, Li Jingtian glanced at the fretful man and turned to the other booths. Steward Zhua, today we're up against the 8 emperors, in the open no less, but isn't it a bit too early with barely a year of preparations? Even Mist City Lord isn't ready to face the others, and he has the gambling emperor behind him. Zhua Fan sat in a cozy chair. Yes, the risk is great, but we have to grasp the opportunity. It's the best chance we have of involving ourselves in the 8 emperors conflict. Who's to say there'll be a next one? Also, didn't I say I will be taking the lead in this? Young Miss Morong, what are you two even doing here? Zhua Fan looked back at the 2 girls. As the young miss of the Luo clan, I have to be present at such a huge event. Luo Yunchang shrugged from her own fancy chair. Morong Shui gave him a look. I'm not about to miss out on the chance of seeing the sacred domain's big shots. So far, it doesn't look any different from the mortal domain. If it's all the same, why come? Bali Yuyu rolled her eyes. We're here to show these big names in sacred domain what we're made of, not strut about. You're both here for nothing. Hey, don't talk like that. Who's in charge of the clan here anyway? Settle down now. As they were about to bicker again, Zhua Fan intervened. Since we're all here, might as well enjoy it. Young Miss Luo is correct though. At such an important event, a steward isn't enough to represent the clan head's intentions. It's only normal for the young miss to be here. Luo Yunchang rose an eyebrow, shooting Bali Yuyu a smug look. The cold lady huffed and flicked her head away. The others chuckled at their antics. Bang! A deafening ringing echoed as a bell was struck. The stands went quiet, with the city lord walking forward with a smile. Guests, the 1784th Treasure Exchange gathering begins. Be it the poor or the rich, this very hall offers the same opportunity to all. An opportunity to change their destiny. Life is hard and cruel, so don't wait for it to get better. Take out everything you have and go after those treasures. The crowd went wild. We'll start off with our first item of the day. At City Lord's shout, guards pushed in a trolley. It had a black cover, blocking any prying eyes as the host gave his speech. This is a fascinating spiritual weapon for the ladies, and an obsession for the men. It is a treasure that drives shock into all. You can't possibly imagine the world could ever have something so incredible. What is it, you ask? The eyes below the stage glittered, trying their best to guess what this amazing bauble could be behind that thin veil. With a cryptic smile, the city lord resumed, I don't know it, and neither do any of you. Per custom, it can be something grand and unique or as common as dirt. Let the blind bidding commence, and may the highest bidder win. Opportunity rarely knocks in one's lifetime, people. Don't miss your chance at glory. 100,000 spirit stones. A shout echoed the instant he finished riling up the crowd, followed by a flood of others. 1 million! I must have it. It has to be amazing to make women fascinated and men obsessed. 5 million! The people whispered, then checked their pockets to see if they could afford it. Some had the means but not the will to step in, for fear of going bust. Zhua Fan sneered at the bivalent crowd. That's the gambling emperor's ploy, all right. Plan to hike up the bidding. That means the item must be junk to raise it so high. Why? People would feel sorry spending a fortune over something cheap, but it garners attention, while buying something valued with a lower price would cause excitement and greed. All these years, the gambling emperor has been using this trick to cheat people out of their money. It's an old tactic, but there's plenty of people out there who would fall for it all the same. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan shook his head in disdain. Li Jingtian nodded. Yeah, but what kind of fools would fall for it? Do you need to ask? Us, of course. Eh? Li Jingtian flinched. Steward Zhuo, you know it's a trick yet still go for it? What else do you expect from an upstart? You're saying all those sacred stones you wasted the past month are to be for nothing. Zhuo Fan smiled. The Grand Eight Emperors are high up on their throne and hardly anyone could get close. The best way is to find some dumb and gullible moneybags. Who wouldn't want a friend, pawn like that? That's how you gain value by joining their circle, taking back what you lost plus interest. Li Jingtian grinned. Steward Zhuo, you always look ahead. Then let's bid. But what's the price at right now? 8 million. Then we'll add one more. 10 million. A shout came first before Zhuo Fan got the chance. Filled with power. Zhuo Fan's eye twitched looking over. One of the 8 emperors. Ashing, we're not here to have some bet with the gambling emperor. Nor do we have so many spirit stones. The map is all that matters. In the booth where the last bid came from, an elder with white eyebrows eyed Su Jinxing with a grave look. Su Jinxing smiled. Senior uncle, I'm buying with my own money for a girl. As long as she likes it, the price won't matter. It won't affect the sex coffers by a single stone. He then gave Fang Min a dazzling smile. She felt her insides tingle. Then she preened at her junior sisters. See that, my man knows how to please his girl. Envious much? Ha ha ha. The girls nodded like good children, with only Chu Qingcheng depressed, her mind always on Zhuo Fan. Sir Lu? Ashing looked smitten with Amin. It won't be long before they tie the knot. Ha ha ha. Third Aunt May giggled, showing her white teeth. A stark difference from how she acted around Zhuo Fan and Qingcheng. Her mind was another matter, however. Amin is good at this, having the kid wrapped around her finger. Humph. Let him waste his money on the junk. And then they won't have anything left to bid for the Nether Sea map. Damn broad. Going as far as using a honey trap. The elder frowned, reading her like a book. He says he's using his own money. But isn't your pocket money taken from the sect? We're in gambling town and he should know its standards. What if you're wasting just that little bit of money? We might need to place a winning bid at the very end. How is that going to help the sect? The elder glared hard at Su Jinxing. He caught his meaning but showed no reaction. Chasing girls is pricey. That guy used the elder's nagging to make the last fall for him, then elope. I'll just use money to buy a girl's heart. Isn't that the same? And regarding eloping, bringing the Ruby Cloud sect's head senior sister over to the Sword Emperor sect will earn me bragging rights. Some glittering rocks can't ever compare to that. 20 million. Zhuo Fan shouted an even higher bid.